Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
39.5 degrees Celsius. That's a high fever, right? Let's go to the clinic first. If that doesn't work, we'll have to go to the hospital. Ning Chu had already gotten out of bed and was sitting weakly in front of his computer. He sniffed the air keenly, looked suspiciously at Wyang beside him, then leaned forward and put his nose to Wyang's waist and sniffed carefully twice. Wyang silently took 2 steps back. That position was too close to his lower abdomen, and when those plump, red lips approached, it felt a bit awkward and suggestive. It smells like a fox. Ning Chu squinted his eyes, suddenly reached out, and plucked a long strand of black hair from the folds of Wyang's clothes. You were only out for 5 minutes. Seeing his energetic demeanor, it was hard to believe he had a high fever. Wyang shook his head helplessly. I just happened to run into Linley. Linley? What does that sly fox want again? The plot involving Lin Li was supposed to be over. She had become a minor character unrelated to the storyline. Yet she still couldn't forget Wyang. This is bad. If the plot is triggered, Ning Chu can take proactive measures based on the plot's direction. But if it's a minor character, he can only passively hope for Wyang's self-discipline. He raised his head, glaring angrily at Wyang with big eyes. Did you promise her something? No, I was in a hurry to get back. Wyang shook his head, still a bit fearful. That woman drugged me before. How could I promise her anything? If I had evidence, I would have called the police already. Really? You actually believe that Lin Li had ill intentions towards you? Just like those twins at the bar, you really thought they were just selling drinks? How naive. No wonder you're a virgin. Ning Chu sighed in relief, then slumped onto the table, immediately reverting to his weak and feeble state. Who knows what's going on with Xiaoqing? Right now, he was most worried about Jeang Xiaoing, who had gone missing. Maybe that guy was up to something shady. Don't worry about him. He's a grown man. What could happen to him? Don't you often get into trouble? Me? I don't think so. Wyang turned his head, looking for an umbrella to prepare to go out. Where are our dorm's umbrellas? Why are they all missing? The dorm's umbrellas always seem to disappear mysteriously. After searching for a while, he finally found a folding umbrella in Wang Jie's drawer. He brought the umbrella back to Ning Chu. Let's go to the infirmary. Okay. Ning Chu knew he needed to get himself in order. Otherwise, if Wyang acted alone and left Jeang Xiaoing, who might turn evil unsupervised, he might find himself in a tough spot within a week. Considering his high fever, he might not even be able to run away. Supporting himself on the desk, Ning Chu frowned. Every breath felt like hot air was scorching his philtrum. His head was dizzy, and his whole body was weak. He lowered his head and shook it slightly, forcing himself to stay awake, and followed Wyang. Before leaving the dormitory, Wyang turned around and looked at Ning Chu, whose lips were pale, brows furrowed, and who looked like he would fall down at the slightest breeze. Any man would feel distressed when seeing his fragile and pitiful image. Here, he handed the folding umbrella to Ning Chu, then crouched down with his back to him. Ning Chu thought he was tying his shoelaces and walked around him in a daze. Why are you walking around? Wyang said, both amused and exasperated. Get on. I'll carry you. Ning Chu's pupils contracted, and he took 2 steps back, shaking his head in refusal. No need. I can walk. Even though his brain was fuzzy from the fever, he wasn't stupid. Their friendship was already showing signs of strain, and he didn't want any physical contact with Wyang. Stop arguing. Hurry up. I can walk myself. Ning Chu opened the door and looked at the drizzling rain outside. Is there only one umbrella? Yeah, I couldn't find the others. If I carry you, you can hold the umbrella for both of us. Then you can get wet. I'm the one who's sick. He shook his head again, his body leaning to one side, but catching himself on the wall. The discomfort from the fever was getting worse. Wyang frowned, noticing Ning Chu's discomfort, and threatened, "Come here, or I'll carry you princess style." You don't want to be carried like a princess by another man at school, do you? What if our classmates see us? Ning Chu was speechless. Last time he had a heat stroke, this guy had carried him princess style without a second thought. And this time, it seemed Wyang would do the same. With no other choice, he moved closer, wrapped his arms around Wyang's neck, and hesitantly leaned his body against Wyang's back. The hot, soft body pressed gently against his back, and Wyang's breath hitched for half a second. It felt just like a girl's body, right? Carefully, he supported Ning Chu's legs and stood up easily. His whole body is soft and light, with a refreshing, girlish fragrance, especially the two soft lumps on his back, which are impossible to ignore. Normally, they weren't noticeable, but now they were very distinct. This is definitely not a pectoral muscle. How can pectoral muscles be so soft? Could Ning Chu really be a girl? Ning Chu's hot breath fell on his neck, turning it a shade of red. Gradually, Wyang's face also flushed with embarrassment. Afraid of being recognized, Ning Chu buried his head in Wyang's neck, keeping his head down. It wasn't the first time he'd been carried, but this time felt especially humiliating. His ears turned bright red, unsure if it was from the fever. Luckily, it was break time, so the dorm building was mostly empty. They didn't encounter any classmates until they left the building. Hold the umbrella properly. Yeah, take it slow. Don't worry. Ning Chu opened the umbrella, holding it with one hand. Wyang walked steadily, trying not to jostle him too much. The rain brought a rare coolness to the summer. Realizing they probably wouldn't run into any classmates, Ning Chu lifted his head, resting his chin on Wyang's shoulder, looking at the light rain outside the umbrella, at the rain-covered world. Wyang's presence made him feel safe, causing him to take a deep breath unconsciously. It seemed like his fevered body felt a bit better, but he quickly realized his mistake, pursing his lips and reminding himself that Wyang was his main target of caution, not someone to feel warmth and safety around. That would make him more vulnerable. That's a close call. He almost got lost in the protagonist's tenderness. You haven't had breakfast or lunch yet, right? After the infirmary, let's eat at the cafeteria together? Okay. Just take some medicine and rest. If the fever doesn't subside by the afternoon, go to the hospital for a checkup. The middle-aged school doctor finished a basic examination of Ning Chu without any expression and continued. Your tonsils are also a bit inflamed. Be more careful these days. I'll get you the medicine, which should be taken after meals. I'll write the dosage on the bag. How much is it? Wyang asked nervously. The school infirmary is free. Ning Chu still looked a bit listless, his head drooping as if he was about to fall asleep, leaning against Wyang's shoulder. The fatigue and weakness brought on by the high fever made it impossible for him to control his actions. Once we get the medicine, we'll go to the cafeteria to eat. I don't have an appetite. Eat a little. How about some porridge? The school doctor had already prepared the medicine, dividing it into bags with the dosages clearly marked. Hearing Wyang's words, he reminded, porridge isn't nutritious. Have him eat more eggs, meat, and milk. Oh, okay. And eat light. Before leaving, Ning Chu suddenly remembered Jeang Xiaoing. He turned back and asked the school doctor, who was drinking tea, "Does our school have psychological counseling? My roommate just went through a breakup and isn't in a good state." "Yes, on the second floor." Thank you, teacher." Ning Chu breathed a sigh of relief. If possible, it would be best to bring Jeang Xiaoing in for a psychological check. He walked out of the infirmary door and looked down to see Wyang already squatting at the entrance. His mouth twitched. Although his body was indeed weak, he didn't want to be treated like a porcelain doll. With a helpless sigh, he once again leaned his body forward and wrapped his arms around Wyang's neck. Being too close with someone is indeed troublesome, but the plot hasn't really started yet, and he still needs a good relationship to guide Wyang. Once all the plot lines are over, he'll just break up with Wyang. Leaning on Wyang's shoulder, Ning Chu tried hard to sit up straight, not wanting his developing small breast to press against Wyang's back. But the jostling made him unconsciously choose the safest way. After only a few steps, he tightly hugged Wyang's neck, pressing against his back. The rain had lessened considerably since they came out. Wyang crossed the road, avoiding the puddles, and carried Ning Chu to the cafeteria entrance. Knowing his roommate was thin-skinned, Wyang squatted down and gently put Ning Chu down. He subconsciously glanced at Ning Chu's small buttocks and thighs. Compared to a mature woman, his roommate's buttocks were still a bit immature, but small, full, and perky. The touch and elasticity he felt when he accidentally touched them made him almost want to pinch them. Still dazed from the fever, Ning Chu didn't notice Wyang's gaze. He was too weak to pay attention, wandering like a ghost into the cafeteria, finding an empty table, and immediately sitting down, his face resting on the table. Due to the rain and the holiday, there weren't many students in the cafeteria even at mealtime. He lay there, falling into a half-sleeping state in no time. "I'm going to get some food. Wait for me." Wyang was about to leave when he saw Ning Chu had already closed his eyes. He sighed helplessly. "Why did you get sick?" Although Ning Chu's illness brought out a sickly, delicate charm that was endearing, it also made people worry. While getting food, he kept looking back at Ning Chu, afraid his roommate might disappear if he wasn't careful. Fortunately, there were no students in line at the food window. He randomly chose a few dishes and quickly returned with the tray to sit across from Ning Chu. "Wake up, it's time for lunch." Wyang gently nudged Ning Chu's shoulder. "You need to eat before taking your medicine." I know." Ning Chu's lips moved slightly, responding vaguely. His small face always carried a deep blush, making Wyang, when withdrawing his hand, unable to resist giving it a light pinch. "What's wrong with you?" This time Ning Chu fully woke up, glaring with his eyes wide open, then yawning. "I'm so tired." "Eat, take your medicine, and then go back to sleep." "I know," supporting his head with one hand, as if his head needed the support of his arm to stay upright. He had no appetite and only ate a little before spacing out with another yawn. "Not eating anymore." "You eat." "I have no appetite." Ning Chu pushed his tray over and then propped his head up with both hands, staring blankly at the slogan on the cafeteria wall. "Everyone's plate should be clean, promoting thrift and saving." After glancing at it, his gaze shifted to Wyang. This wasn't considered wasteful. Wyang was big and ate a lot, and his portion alone could feed 2 people. The leftover food would definitely be eaten clean by Wyang. "Wyang, what's it like to be liked and pursued by girls?" Ning Chu suddenly asked. It's okay, I guess. Not much of a feeling. I'm so jealous of you." Wyang was taken aback, then said with a wry smile, "You're not stopping me from dating just because you're jealous, right?" "A little bit." Ning Chu made a small gap with his thumb and forefinger. "But that's not the main reason." "Then what's the main reason?" "I can't tell you that." Seeing him looking guilty and avoiding eye contact, Wyang couldn't help but overthink. That flushed face from the fever might also be hiding shyness. Could it be that Ning Chu really likes me? Just can't bring himself to say it? Previously, it was just a suspicion, but Ning Chu's words today were like a shy girl, trying to confess but unable to speak out. Maybe Ning Chu really is a girl? His gaze fell on Ning Chu's gradually developing chest. The soft, pleasant sensation when carrying Ning Chu was deeply imprinted in his mind. So tired, Ning Chu lay on the table. Due to being constantly on guard against bad women around Wyang, and always worrying about Jeang Xiaoing's emotional breakdown, he wasn't just a student, but also a watchdog and a psychological counselor. He also had to face the increasing pressure of his body becoming more feminine and the potential risk of being violated to the point of being mind-broken. Why couldn't he have transmigrated as the protagonist instead of the hentai world potential heroine? "Then I'll eat quickly." "Hey, sneaking out for a date while not around?" A familiar and annoying voice came from the cafeteria door. Ning Chu immediately perked up, looking up with surprise. "Xiaoqing, where have you been?" "I woke up too early and went for a drive." Jeang Xiaoing twirled his car keys around his index finger. "Why is your face so red?" "Got a fever." Ning Chu, ignoring his fatigue, approached with a joyful face, looking up at that annoying face. "You even dyed your hair back to black. This is called saying goodbye to the past." "Not bad. You look much better." When Yang stopped eating, watching Ning Chu's joyful reaction around Jeang Xiaoing, feeling a bit puzzled and slightly disappointed. Could it be that he also likes Jeang Xiaoing? He has such a big appetite. When Ning Chu woke up, it was only 7 in the evening. His condition had visibly improved, and the breath he exhaled no longer felt as hot as it had before. Thankfully, he didn't need to go to the hospital. It would have been terrible if he had encountered any hospital ward hentai plotlines. The dormitory was unusually quiet. Jeang Xiaoing, who usually liked to play loud music and verbally spar with his teammates, was wearing headphones, while Wyang was absorbed in reading a novel. It seemed like nothing strange had happened during this nap. Jeang Xiaoing had returned by noon and appeared to be in a good mood. Wyang also didn't seem to have gotten involved with any bad women. Wyang was the first to notice the bed frame shaking. He looked up just as Ning Chu poked his head out from his bed, and their eyes met. Awake? Have some dinner and continue taking your medicine. Ning Chu stretched lazily. After sleeping all afternoon, his body had recovered quite well, and the fever-reducing medicine from the infirmary had been very effective. But he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He turned over, climbed down the ladder, and got out of bed, and came behind Jeang Xiaoing impatiently. You're okay? Why wouldn't I be? Jeang Xiaoing, who was playing a game, glanced back at him. It's not even a breakup. I'm a grown man. Feeling down for a day is enough. Do you expect me to be crying all the time? He seemed very open-minded. Ning Chu was extremely pleased, nodding his head rapidly. Exactly. It's just a woman. He had put in a lot of effort. In the book, without his and Wyang's comfort, Jeang Xiaoing's mentality would have collapsed, leading him to pursue excitement without limits, harming many girls. But now this guy was still the same yellow-haired rascal. No, he had dyed his hair black now. He had to admit, Jeang Xiaoing looked much more pleasing with black hair. At least that gangster vibe had diminished quite a bit. Unable to contain his joy, Ning Chu smiled broadly. Then tonight, you have to treat us to a good meal. You didn't pay a cent for yesterday's drinks and food. Sure, after I finish this game. He happily turned to Wyang, raising his eyebrows proudly. Wyang, however, looked helpless. He had always said that this was a growth experience for Jeang Xiaoing, and there was no need to be overly concerned. Ning Chu, on the other hand, acted as if he had won a great battle, feeling overly triumphant. He went along with Ning Chu and smiled too. But soon, he noticed something inexplicable about Ning Chu's appearance, a feminine charm that was hard to understand. His chest seemed to have swelled a bit, those chest muscles looking more robust. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight. During the day, Ning Chu had been weak and lethargic from a high fever, but now he was full of energy. In high spirits, he glanced at Wyang, who kept glancing at him, and suggested, how about we team up tonight for an all-night gaming session? Why not watch a movie together? Jeang Xiaoing mumbled, no way. This guy definitely wouldn't be watching any decent movie. Teaming up, considering your gaming skill. I'd rather go to sleep. Seeing that Jeang Xiaoing had no intention of repaying his savior, Ning Chu rolled his eyes at him and turned to Wyang. I'm fine with it. Then let's start. After sleeping all afternoon, Ning Chu knew he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. He sat down at his computer, turned on the game, but his mind was preoccupied with another issue. Currently, the protagonist was a virgin, and the antagonist had overcome the crisis without turning dark. Unlike Wyang, who was often passively pursued by girls, remaining a virgin didn't affect the behavior of other female characters. Most of Jeang Xiaoing's storyline involved him taking the initiative, doing things that were hard to watch. For instance, the plot where he drugs and takes advantage of Ling Ling. As long as Jeang Xiaoing doesn't take the initiative, it will never happen, right? But with such significant changes in the plot, who knows what unexpected surprises the butterfly effect might bring. When will you log in? You're spacing out again. My bad. As a man, Ning Chu understood Wyang's frustration when teammates were too weak and held him back. Wyang, who merely complained, was considered to have a good temper. If it were Jeang Xiaoing, he would have started cursing long ago, and several pages would be missing from the household register. One game ended in another loss. Since coming to this world, Ning Chu had maintained a 0-win record in competitive games. Shall we continue? Forget it. I'll take a shower first. He stretched lazily. In the bathroom, he habitually glanced in the mirror and suddenly froze. He stood on tiptoe, looking at himself in disbelief. Is what's going on? Is a fever the punishment for disrupting the plot? Because Jeang Xiaoing didn't turn evil, the subsequent plot couldn't develop? Ning Chu lowered his head a little sadly, looking at the even more swollen and majestic pectoral muscles. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but sigh. They were becoming more noticeable. Previously, there had been only a slight rise, comparable to a small steamed bun from a breakfast shop. Now, they were as big as small fists. From an A to an A+? Even with a short-sleeved shirt on, the protruding tips were still quite conspicuous. Logically, a girl with this level of development should wear a vest designed for puberty, right? No wonder Wyang had been sneaking glances at him since he woke up. He must have noticed, but said nothing. Ning Chu sighed in distress. Not to mention whether he could accept wearing a girl's vest. In a dormitory environment, he couldn't wear one without his roommates noticing. If he moved out, the rent would be a headache. In this dangerous world, he was worried about encountering some pervert if the male protagonist left. It seems like it's not just a bit bigger. Ning Chu observed himself in the mirror but had no clues. I feel more like a girl. His clothes and pants were still relatively loose, but when he took them off to shower, he noticed that his body fat seemed to be gathering around his thighs and buttocks, just like an ordinary girl's development. Sigh. When Ning Chu returned to the dormitory with wet hair to use the hairdryer, Wyang subconsciously glanced at him. Unlike the other roommates, who walked around in just underwear after showering, Ning Chu always wore a top, exposing only his beautiful legs. Today, even his legs were covered by shorts, leaving only his white calves exposed. Wyang initially thought Ning Chu was just conservative and introverted, but now he increasingly suspected Ning Chu was a girl. It was quite an exciting thought. No, this suspicion was quite ridiculous. Ning Chu, Wyang, how about I take you two out tomorrow? No, thanks. Why? Jeang Xiaoing, having finished his game, turned his chair around, crossing his legs lazily. Why do you always look unhappy after a shower? Feeling inferior because your dick is too small? That stung a bit. Having part of his true situation hit right on the head, Ning Chu became angry out of embarrassment. You think you're so big? Show me then. Jeang Xiaoing was taken aback, standing up as if to take off his pants. Whoa, you're crazy. Ning Chu covered his eyes, indicating he dared not look. He is indeed a pervert. Even if he is not turned into a villain, he is still a pervert. Why are you shy? Jeang Xiaoing sat back down smugly. Wyang nodded too. The last time he peeked at Ning Chu in the toilet, Ning Chu hadn't seemed shy. For Ning Chu, the long holiday made him feel even more anxious. He didn't dare let Wyang go out alone, so he had to follow Wyang to a part-time job where they got to bask in the sun, and he was tricked into working as a maid in a cafe. On the other side, Jeang Xiaoing also had issues, leaving Ning Chu physically and mentally exhausted for the past few days. But fortunately, everything was over. Wyang was currently only thinking about playing games in the dormitory, except for that once again bulging chest muscle. Early in the morning, just after getting up, Ning Chu worriedly threw on a coat. Rubbing the corners of his eyes, he sighed and sat down in front of the computer. The swelling in his chest was not too bad and not very noticeable, but those little red spots were too obvious. In the dormitory, it was okay since the air conditioning was on, and his roommates had somewhat noticed his oddity. Wearing a coat could solve it. However, in class, it was different. He worried that wearing a coat in the hot weather would soon cause him to collapse from heat stroke. Oh, so weak. Jeang Xiaoing, who had just smoked a cigarette on the balcony, noticed Ning Chu's coat as soon as he entered the room and teased with a smirk. Are you on your period? Afraid of the cold? Ning Chu had gotten used to such teasing, and it went in one ear and out the other. He had long realized that getting angry at this shameless guy was useless. It was better to just ignore him. Without turning his head, he continued watching the anime playing on the screen. In the previous life, the so-called erotic movies were considered normal here. It has to be said that this was a great benefit for men. Stop making so much noise early in the morning. Wyang, awakened by Jeang Xiaoing, yawned and stretched, then looked down from the bed. Ning Chu, have you had breakfast? You need to keep taking your medicine. No, then I'll get it from the canteen for you. Ning Chu glanced up at him. Before he could speak, Wyang nodded and sighed. I know, I won't accept any invitation from girls. Such a henpecked husband. I'm just worried he might get scammed. Ning Chu explained coldly. He's too honest, and so many girls are chasing him. He might get tricked into losing his money or his body. Yeah, you're always right. Jeang Xiaoing really deserves a beating. Suddenly, I found that this guy is more likable when he is autistic. Ning Chu glared at him fiercely. But Jeang Xiaoing seemed to take it as a compliment, his smile growing even bigger. Ning Chu seriously suspected that this guy was a masochist. When Yang agreed with Ning Chu, he was indeed a bit introverted and easily flustered by girls. While he wasn't too concerned about being tricked into losing his body, he definitely didn't want to be scammed out of his money. What do you want to eat? As he asked, he supported himself on the bed railing with one hand, turned over, and in a second his feet were firmly standing on the ground. Ning Chu, watching out of the corner of his eye, couldn't help but feel envious of Yang's physique and athletic ability. He imagined himself trying the same move and likely ending up face first on the floor and in the hospital. Dumplings and noodles. Don't forget to add extra vinegar. Okay. Wyang quickly washed up on the balcony and got ready to head out, wearing slippers. Just as he opened the door, he heard Ning Chu calling from behind. Oh, and get me 2 boxes of Band-Aids. Are you hurt? Wyang asked, turning back nervously. No, just in case. All right, I'll stop by the supermarket. Watching Wyang leave and close the door, Ning Chu sighed. He couldn't hide the slight bulge on his chest, but he could still try to deal with those glaring little red spots. There was no way he would actually buy a bra and wear it in the dormitory, right? Maybe Band-Aids would work. He heard that girls often use them to prevent any wardrobe malfunctions when wearing dresses. Jeang Xiaoing came bustling to Ning Chu's side. He couldn't stay idle, leaning against the wardrobe and admiring his newly dyed black hair in a small mirror, asking, Where are we going to play today? Staying in the dorm will make me sick. Play. I don't really want to go out. Ning Chu really didn't want to leave the dorm. What if they ran into some pervert? What if Wyang got hit on by a girl again? What if? Classes start the day after tomorrow. Let's go out and relax. How about massage? I had an appointment last time, but you made us bail. No. Then how about a trip to Flat Top Mountain? There's a hang gliding base there, and bungee jumping roller coasters. No way. I'm afraid of heights. Then a water park. I'm afraid of water. Jeang Xiaoing frowned, dissatisfied. You're so troublesome. Fine, I'll go with Wyang, and you can stay here and rot. Ning Chu didn't mind. If he didn't go, Wyang likely wouldn't either. Even if he wanted to, given his current level of control over Wyang, he could solve it with a single command. Suddenly, his phone vibrated slightly. He looked down at the lit screen. Han Jingye. Jeang Xiaoing also peeked at his phone. What does the counselor want with you? How should I know? Ning Chu began to worry. Although the counselor now seemed upright and dedicated, it was the counselor who had intervened and prevented Wyang from being taken away by a bad woman during Lin Li's crisis last time. But in the story, this guy wasn't a good person at all. Ning Chu really didn't want to get involved with Han Jingye. Still, he picked up the phone and reluctantly checked the message. It was a message at everyone in the group, listing recent activities and competitions, requiring each student to participate in at least one this semester. Ning Chu glanced over it casually. It included sports meets, New Year's welcome parties, provincial essay contests, design competitions, basketball games. Ugh, not interested in any of them. Jeang Xiaoing cursed, voicing Ning Chu's thoughts. Is the counselor an idiot? What a dumbass. Indeed, quite sick. Who would force students to participate? Any goodwill Ning Chu had toward Han Jingye instantly vanished. This guy was just as much a jerk as in the book. Ning Chu didn't like to swear, but in his heart, he was cursing up a storm. He was busy disrupting the plot. How could he have time for these pointless activities? Those who have chosen their activity can sign up with me now. If you have other issues, you can talk to me privately. Han Jingye messaged in the group again, and the usually lively class group fell into dead silence. Dumbass. Then Ning Chu saw a familiar avatar send those words in the group. He turned to Jeang Xiaoing in disbelief, who just looked innocent. He really is a dumbass. Looking back at the class group, Wyang also sent a +1. Wow, they were really going to drive the counselor mad. Ning Chu happily added a +2. The class group fell silent again, and the 3 dorm mates were all muted for a month. You 3 come to my office. Ning Chu has to admit, it's quite satisfying to confront the counselor, especially since he already had some resentment towards the counselor. But getting scolded, on the other hand, isn't so pleasant. If you have any complaints, come to me privately, not in the group chat, in front of dozens of people. Han Jingye slapped the table in anger. Have I been too lenient with you? Do you want a demerit just a month into the semester? Jeang Xiaoing, usually arrogant and unruly, lowered his head and kept his hands behind his back. As the ringleader, he was too ashamed to lift his head. Ning Chu and Wyang stood indifferently on the side, secretly exchanging glances. What's up with this counselor? Why is he staying at the school during the long holiday? And you, Ning Chu. Ning Chu snapped to attention and looked up at the counselor. Seeing Ning Chu's slightly pitiful, delicate face, Han Jingye's tone softened a bit. Why are you stirring things up too? You should learn from each other and help each other out in your dorm. Is stirring up trouble all you've learned? No, not really. Ning Chu guiltily averted his gaze. Wyang, seeing the counselor shift his focus, Ning Chu quietly breathed a sigh of relief and turned to see Jeang Xiaoing still smirking. What a shameless guy. Giving him a glare, Ning Chu's gaze fell on Han Jingye's desk. He quickly scanned it, trying to find evidence of the counselor's misconduct, but such things wouldn't be left out in the open. This counselor staying at the school during the holiday might already have a target in mind, or maybe he's already succeeded. The book's description of him is sparse, mostly salacious, with tags like counselor and wolf in sheep's clothing. The victimized girl wasn't even given a name, only described as having a nice figure and being pretty. You 3, choose an activity to participate in. Otherwise, you'll all get a demerit. Just now, Jeang Xiaoing had been smirking, but now his face fell. He stubbornly turned his head away, ignoring the counselor. This guy is a rich second-generation kid. As long as he's not expelled and can get his diploma, he's fine. But Ning Chu didn't have such backing and racked his brain to think of an event or competition he could join. Honestly, he didn't seem to have any particular talents. The only thing he was good at was writing smutty stories. The office fell silent, and Han Jingye wasn't in a hurry. He sat at his desk, took a sip of tea from a thermos, and looked at his phone. I'll join a sports meet and sign up for a sprint. Wyang spoke up first. Okay, I'll note that down. What about you, Ning Chu? Ning Chu scratched his head in frustration. I don't know. I'll assign you something then. Jeang Xiaoing defiantly raised his chin. Not doing anything. Han Jingye sighed deeply. There wasn't much he could do with such a stubborn student. He waved his hand helplessly. Get out. TCH. The 3 of them hurried out of the office. Ning Chu breathed a sigh of relief, but was still worried. Xiaoing, won't he really give you a demerit? It goes on your record. He's just a counselor. Does he have the power to give me a demerit? Wyang explained from the side. Actually, he does. It's written in the student handbook that insulting the counselor gets you a demerit. Jeang Xiaoing froze, clearly panicking a bit. He glanced back at the office door and muttered, Is it too late to go back and apologize? Don't worry, your family has money, Ning Chu teased, seeing Jeang Xiaoing's attitude shift. Even if you get expelled, you could just go home and inherit the family business. It's not that. My mom would break my legs if she found out. Holding back laughter, Ning Chu said, Don't you like living on the edge? Teetering on the brink of getting your legs broken. Isn't that thrilling? Damn it, you're just enjoying my misery, aren't you? Ning Chu and Wyang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Damn, you guys are still laughing. Ning Chu, come back here. Their smiles vanished instantly. Ning Chu's expression stiffened. He turned to see Han Jingye standing at the office door, waving him over. Crap, am I really being targeted by the counselor? Could it be that the unnamed victim in the book is also me? He felt a bit panicked and instinctively looked at Wyang for help. Wyang, thinking the counselor was going to reprimand him again, comforted him. I'll go with you. I'll wait for you guys at the cafeteria. Anxiously returning to the office, Ning Chu sat on the edge of a chair, his body tense. He nervously glanced up at Han Jingye. Am I really playing two roles? Could all those unnamed characters in the book be me? Don't be nervous. Han Jingye pointed to the chair opposite the desk, indicating for him to sit down. Then he looked at Wyang. By the way, have you sorted out the financial aid applications? Some students' documents haven't been submitted yet. Can you follow up? We need to organize everything after the holiday. Yes, I've already reminded them. I need to talk to Ning Chu about something. You can go back. Ning Chu perched on the edge of the chair, body tense. He looked at Wyang in panic, afraid he would really leave. The book said the counselor used scholarships to coerce and seduce. It said the victims were girls. At least wait until I'm fully transformed into a girl before you make a move. This is too crude. Wyang gave him a helpless smile. All right, I'll wait outside. But Ning Chu watched Wyang leave, but hearing him say he'd wait outside eased his anxiety a bit. Ning Chu bit his lip, his eyes scanning for a weapon. He swallowed hard, preparing to scream loud enough for Wyang to break in if necessary. Ning Chu. Han Jingye hesitated, then asked, You know Yang's family situation isn't good, right? This opening left Ning Chu a bit puzzled. He looked at Han Jingye blankly and instinctively nodded. You seem to get along well with him. Try to advise him when you can. The school's financial aid requirements aren't too strict. Ning Chu suddenly understood. So it was about this. The book did mention that the protagonist's family situation was tough, which led to various part-time jobs and chance encounters. But he didn't realize it had reached the point of needing financial aid. He agreed without hesitation. Okay. Han Jingye seemed hesitant, pausing for a moment, making Ning Chu nervous again. Do you have some grudge against me? Ning Chu froze, quickly shaking his head. Every time you see me, it's like you're looking at a criminal. Han Jingye shook his head with a smile. Your gaze is strange, and it bothers me a bit. No, it's not like that. This counselor actually seemed decent. He seemed to genuinely care about the students. Ning Chu felt conflicted. He suddenly had a thought and cautiously asked, Teacher, why didn't you go home for National Day? Me? I live in the staff dorms. If I go home, I'll be pestered to get married, so I'd rather stay here. That was a valid reason. When can we start class? Ning Chu lay listlessly on the desk. Not because he liked studying, but because he was worried about Wyang traveling alone during the holidays. But he had to learn to let go and trust. So every time Wyang went out, he was anxious. He couldn't just always be a tag-along, could he? Wyang, want to play ball? The dormitory door was suddenly pushed open, and a classmate from the neighboring dorm peeked in and asked. Ning Chu glanced up reflexively and saw an unfamiliar male, then lay back down on the desk. He was always busy with nonsense, maintaining Wyang's virginity, and had almost no social life. Meanwhile, Wyang, as the class monitor, often needed to visit other dorms, gradually making friends with other classmates. Okay, Xiaoqing. Ning Chu, are you coming? Sure. Sitting around and doing nothing in the dorm makes me bored to death. Jeang Xiaoing jumped up from his chair. I'll change clothes. Ning Chu, what about you? Ning Chu was somewhat tempted, but looking at his height of only 1.6 meters, he closed his eyes and played dead. Without growing taller, he felt he had no chance with basketball in this life. Looking at those handsome guys averaging 1.8 meters tall, then looking at his weakling appearance. I don't go out at night. You guys go ahead. It's just after 6 o'clock. Wyang nodded. Okay. Do you want me to bring you anything? A bottle of cola, thanks. As the door closed, only the sound of the ceiling fan creaking like it was about to fall apart remained in the dormitory. It was just basketball, nothing to worry about. Ning Chu stretched and yawned, getting ready to play on his phone in bed. These past 2 days, When Yang had gone to the cafeteria to eat and the supermarket to shop alone without any incidents. Worrying was one thing, but he also had to trust Yang's self-control. Lying flat on the bed, Ning Chu stared at the mottled ceiling for a moment, then suddenly grabbed the hem of his shirt and rolled it up to his collarbone. He looked down and peeled off the 2 Band-Aids on his chest. It's a bit sticky, it hurts. It was quite effective. The Band-Aids perfectly covered the protruding nipple, making it barely noticeable on the street. Ning Chu noticed a small detail and muttered to himself, "If I were a girl, not wearing a bra would be considered exposure, going braless. Damn, am I really this perverted?" He suddenly felt restless, rolling back and forth on the bed. Wearing a bra would be cross-dressing. Not wearing one would be considered going braless. These words seemed to be key tags in erotic hentai doujin. A few basketball courts were scattered around the dormitory area, each with high wire fences to prevent balls from hitting passersby. It was already 6:30 p.m., and the scorching daytime heat had subsided, replaced by a gentle evening breeze. It was now the liveliest time in the dormitory area. To play basketball, Wyang wore a tank top and shorts today with a pair of somewhat worn-out sneakers. There are quite a few people. Jeang Xiaoing, dressed in professional basketball gear, even wore long sports socks. He walked into the court with Wyang, showing off his outfit. "Look at this. Cost me over 5,000, and it's signed." "Nice." Wyang nodded indifferently and looked at the classmate from the neighboring dorm. "Just the 3 of us. There's another one, over there." Following his gaze, Yang's expression stiffened slightly. "Why was there a girl?" "Here she comes." Seeing the girl jogging over, Yang's gaze wandered skyward. The classmate introduced, "This is Shan from our class. I couldn't get enough people to play before, so I called out in the group, and she signed up. She's supposedly quite good." Judging by her professional attire, she was indeed good. Yang's drifting gaze uncontrollably landed on the girl. Like him, she was wearing a tank top and shorts, with a large basketball bouncing as she jogged, making it hard to look away. Shan reached them, pulled out a hair tie, and tied her shoulder-length hair into a high ponytail, speaking energetically. "I'm not late, am I?" "No, not really," Yang stammered, not knowing where to look. Jeang Xiaoing's eyes brightened, staring at her. "Just the 4 of us? Let's start then." Shan took the basketball and, with a light jump, made a precise shot from beyond the 3-point line, then smiled. "I'm really good. Don't go easy on me. Let's split into teams first. Wyang, you pair up with her?" Wyang nodded awkwardly. He wasn't very good at basketball, but being tall gave him an advantage. Unfortunately, today his attention was drawn to another pair of basketballs that are attached to Shan's chest. As the 2-on-2 game began, Shan basketballs bounced more vigorously, with the tank top barely containing them. From the side, he could vaguely see the big, white pair of her breast, looking at her healthy tan skin and her toned, slender legs. "Don't you know how to play?" After losing another point, Shan came over to Wyang, brushed her fallen hair back with her fingers, and smiled reassuringly. "It's okay. I can teach you when I have time." The tan skin glistened with sweat, reflecting the amber light under the court's lights. Wyang quickly glanced at her, then nervously looked away. "Maybe next time." "Sure." Shan energetically ran forward, stealing the ball from Jeang Xiaoing. "Damn, so fast." Jeang Xiaoing chased after her with a dark face, shouting back, "Guard the basket." But Shan already jumped from beyond the 3-point line and scored again. Impressive. Too fierce. Despite her petite frame, barely reaching 1.7 meters, and Wyang being a clumsy player, Shan still managed to overpower the 2 men, scoring multiple times. After about half an hour, they sat on the bench by the court to rest. Wyang wiped his sweat with his tank top, catching his breath, when a bottle of water was handed to him. "Here, drink some water." Looking up, Shan had already plopped down beside him, smiling vibrantly. "Rest a bit. Later, I'll teach you how to shoot. You're not very good at it." "Okay. Why don't you dare look at me?" Shan leaned closer, smiling. "Add me as a friend later. I can teach you whenever I'm free. My basketball lessons usually cost, you know. I don't have money. You're a classmate. How about I give you a discount? Shan suddenly smiled again. Well, since you're the first classmate that learned from me, I can make it free for you. Wyang, feeling like he had hit the jackpot, happily added her as a friend. At 8:30 in the evening, Ning Chu heard familiar voices coming from the hallway. He quickly got up from his chair, grabbed the 2 Band-Aids on the table, and rushed to the bathroom. Damn, that girl is really something. Before the door even opened, Jeang Xiaoing's voice had already reached inside the dormitory. Ning Chu's hand was on the balcony door handle, but he silently pulled it back. She's okay. Okay, then why did you add her as a friend? Ning Chu pursed his lips and sat back down. Did they really go to play basketball, or did they visit the red light district? No, it was just for fun, so I added her. Don't tell Ning Chu. Why do you speak like you're cheating? You guilty jerk. After a brief silence, Jeang Xiaoing kicked the dormitory door open and rushed to the balcony. I'm taking a shower first. Wyang, who was also sweating, had no choice but to move his chair in front of the air conditioning vent and sat down tiredly. But he glanced at Ning Chu's back out of the corner of his eye. Although it wasn't cheating, maybe because he had been restricted so much, whenever he interacted with girls, he would immediately think of Ning Chu and feel guilty. Mainly because he did have some fantasies about that energetic athletic girl. Her tan skin really hit his soft spot. But as a man, being interested in pretty girls was normal. He glanced at Ning Chu again, only to meet his expressionless gaze. Instinctively, Wyang looked away. But Ning Chu stood up, picked up his chair, and sat down next to Wyang without a word. He was still considering if it was a misunderstanding. If it was just playing ball and chatting with a girl, it wasn't a big deal. His main worry was any close physical contact. He discreetly sniffed, catching a faint scent of sweat and an indescribable, pleasant smell that quickly filled his senses. His face instantly flushed red. Ning Chu knew he couldn't smell anything more, so he glanced at the sound of water coming from the balcony bathroom. By the way, the counselor talked to me alone earlier. He said your family isn't well off and you can apply for school subsidies. He asked me to persuade you. My family situation. The unexpected topic caught Wyang off guard. After a moment, he replied, It's okay. Relatives and friends help out since I got into college, and there's student loans. How much is your monthly living expense now? Around 400 or 500. 400 or 500 for living expenses was little, but not poor enough to qualify for aid. Now, Wyang spent about 20 a day on meals, and at night he earned extra money by gaming and coaching, which added to his living expenses, making life tight but manageable. Not to mention a wealthy friend occasionally treated him to snacks and tea. Okay, that's not too bad. Ning Chu nodded, completing the counselor's task before shifting the topic. So, did you catch the eye of another vixen this time? Wyang couldn't help frowning. We were just playing ball together. Why are you saying that? Good grief. You are actually contradicting me now. You must have feelings for that vixen. Ning Chu was surprised. He thought after all this time, Wyang had lost interest in women, but some girl had stirred his heart. It seemed Wyang had a good impression of that girl. His expression became more serious. It wasn't time for reprimands, but to understand the situation and see if it triggered any plot. Playing ball together, that's good, Ning Chu said lightly, trying to hide his displeasure. You seem bored in the dorm. It's good to get out and play, especially with a girl accompanying you. Why are you being sarcastic? Wyang tried to gauge his expression, but Ning Chu's lowered hair blocked his view. Do you like her? Not really. Wyang was embarrassed by the direct question and shook his head with a wry smile. Just a little crush. Oh, what's her name? Shan. She's good at basketball and seems to teach it part-time. Probably does fitness too. He needs to recall carefully. Sports, fitness, basketball coach, Shan. The 4 keywords immediately triggered Ning Chu's memory of the plot. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, feeling deeply troubled. What is it? How to say it? Tell Wyang directly that she's a girl who likes to string along men? If the current Wyang were like the protagonist of the Hentai doujin that he's supposed to be, they would probably just fuck and never talk again after. But Wyang was now an inexperienced virgin. He'd likely lose his virginity and get his heart broken. Ning Chu pursed his lips, thinking hard about how to handle this plot trigger. Don't overthink it. It's just a little crush. She seems nice, not like those clingy girls from before. I agree with being responsible to girls. I didn't dare accept the ones chasing me, but this time feels different. It is different. Far worse. At least the previous ones were virgins. You played basketball once and are already defending her. A few more times, and you'll be booking a room. No, Wyang can't afford that. They would probably have sex outside. He twitched his mouth and joked. Aren't you afraid she has a boyfriend? Maybe several. No way. She doesn't seem like that kind of person. Wyang muttered, a bit unsure, mainly because Ning Chu's prominent chest accidentally drew his gaze. Compared to Shan Shan's big basketballs, Ning Chu's small bumps seemed cuter. How to say? It's economical on fabric. You can't judge by appearances. Don't get deceived. I don't think so. She hasn't asked me out to eat or drink, just play ball. How could I get deceived? You got deceived emotionally, you fool. You haven't even met her. At this moment, Jeang Xiaoing finished his shower and walked in yawning. Ning Chu immediately turned to him. Xiaoqing, what do you think of Shan Shan? Huh? She's great. Jeang Xiaoing recalled. Big, good at basketball, pretty too, very energetic type, right? Wyang nodded repeatedly. Good grief. Even Jeang Xiaoing is bewitched. Ning Chu glared angrily at Wyang, then got up and headed to the bathroom. Damn it. I should have gone and played basketball with him too. Shouldn't have given Wyang this so-called trust. I need a shower too. Give me 5 minutes. As Ning Chu passed Jeang Xiaoing, the latter suddenly exclaimed, Are you masturbating or what? What kind of shower took 5 minutes? Get lost. Why so grumpy? Jeang Xiaoing mumbled, looking at Wyang. He's jealous because you played ball with a girl. That's not it, right? Wyang felt that he had been having a lot of issues recently. Early in the morning, he silently opened his eyes, and the images from his dream still lingered in his mind. The girl who took the initiative to sit on his waist, kissing and licking his body, as he recalled the dream, the blurry face gradually became clearer. It was Ning Chu. Why was it Ning Chu again? This wasn't the first time. Ning Chu often appeared in his dreams, doing indescribable things with him. But due to the lack of material, the dream always cut off at critical moments. It made him somewhat regretful. No, it made him quite worried about his sexual orientation. It was only 5 in the morning. Wyang sat up and looked toward the opposite bed. Ning Chu had rolled the quilt into a long strip, hugging it with both arms and legs as if it were a large pillow, like a koala. Most of his body was exposed to the cold air from the air conditioner. His loose short sleeves pulled up, revealing his slender waist. His shorts were pushed up by his round little butt, and his somewhat immature body curve made Yang's morning reaction even stronger. I really need to get a girlfriend. To actually have a reaction to a man, to have a man as his dream lover. Yang sighed lightly. He suspected that it was because he was too restrained in the dormitory and hadn't dealt with personal matters for too long. But he couldn't deny that he did occasionally have some fantasies about Ning Chu. Although Ning Chu looked a bit young, he wasn't inferior to the girls who pursued him. Though his chest was somewhat flat, it had a certain youthful charm. This was too sinful. What was he thinking about his own roommate? After a night of good dreams, his pants were a bit sticky and wet, making him feel both guilty and uncomfortable. He carefully climbed out of bed, afraid that the bed frame's movement would wake Ning Chu. He put on his slippers, grabbed clean underwear and shorts, and hurried to the bathroom. I can't sleep anymore. After changing his pants, Wyang leaned on the balcony railing, lost in thought. It was just past 5 in the morning, the sky was barely light, the distant moon still hanging high, and the air was refreshingly cool. He was increasingly convinced that Ning Chu was a woman, but he could never find any decisive evidence. That chest muscle was indeed conspicuous, but certain conditions could cause men to develop such soft chest muscles, especially if they were overweight. Ning Chu's figure did indeed look like a girl's, but there were also boys with small frames. His feminine appearance couldn't be taken as proof. Some people just looked effeminate. Wyang was deep in thought when he suddenly heard some noise from inside the dormitory. He looked up just in time to see Ning Chu, wearing slippers and looking anxious, rushed to the balcony and then quickly stepped into the bathroom. He was startled, realizing that he had left his changed pants in the bathroom. The next moment, Ning Chu's questioning voice came from inside. Wyang, why didn't you take your underwear? Why leave it in the bathroom? It's so in the way. If it were just a matter of leaving his clothes after a bath, Wyang wouldn't have minded too much. But the problem was today those pants had something else on them. What's that weird smell? Damn it. Why is Ning Chu's sense of smell so sharp? Wyang's face turned red with embarrassment. He stood on the balcony at a loss and instinctively tried to rush in, but found that Ning Chu had locked the door. The sound of the doorknob turning startled Ning Chu. Damn. Luckily, I always remember to lock the door. What's this guy so anxious about? Don't worry. I'll get them for you. No. But afraid that Wyang might try to force his way in again, Ning Chu had already wrapped the pants around the underwear, opened the door slightly, and handed Wyang's pants out with a look of disgust. What's this sticky stuff? It's gross. He glanced at Wyang's embarrassed expression, muttering in confusion. What's wrong with you? Ning Chu muttered as he closed the door again, suspiciously looking at his fingers, frowning. He sniffed his fingers, and a familiar yet strange smell hit his nose. It was probably what people called musk. After trying hard to recall, he couldn't remember where he had smelled a similar scent recently, until he thought of something before his transmigration. No way. Ew, Ning Chu's face turned black. He quickly washed his fingers under the faucet, even using soap, fearing it wasn't clean enough. No wonder it was so familiar. Wyang must be a pervert, doing this kind of thing so early in the morning. On the balcony, Wyang, his face red, was already washing his pants in a basin at the sink. He's still a virgin. He had no idea how to explain this situation, so he could only destroy the evidence as quickly as possible. After a few minutes, Ning Chu came out of the bathroom. He secretly glanced at Ning Chu's expression, but saw that Ning Chu's face was also flushed, as if about to drip blood. Noticing his gaze, Ning Chu lowered his head and quickly returned to the dormitory, not even thinking about questioning him. This made Wyang heave a sigh of relief, but he was also a bit puzzled. He muttered to himself, why is Ning Chu so shy? If it were Jeang Xiaoing in such a situation, he would likely come out of the bathroom and angrily scold him. But Ning Chu's reaction was to be shy, avoidant, and even not dare to look at him. The atmosphere in the dormitory was a bit awkward. Ning Chu sat expressionlessly in front of the computer, curling up as he trimmed his nails, but the blush on his face betrayed his inner turmoil. Wyang pretended nothing was wrong early in the morning, but he kept sneaking glances at Ning Chu's expression, feeling both guilty and awkward. Above, on the top bunk, Jeang Xiaoing's teeth-grinding sounds filled the room. I'm going out first. To buy breakfast? No, it's cool to play basketball in the morning. Wyang avoided eye contact, as if sneaking out to meet a lover. I'll bring you breakfast when I come back around 6 or 7. Ning Chu frowned, putting aside his earlier embarrassment, and asked, Who are you playing with so early? Shan, that shameless slut. He immediately couldn't sit still. I'll go too. Anyway, there's nothing to do so early. Let's play basketball together. This? Seeing Wyang hesitate, Ning Chu smiled and teased. Oh, is there something going on? No, I'm just worried you'll get tricked by a bad woman. I'm not stopping you from dating. He put on a righteous, selfless look. Let's go, let's change and play basketball. He got up, grabbed his clothes from the wardrobe, and ran to the bathroom. Come to think of it, in the whole dormitory, only Ning Chu would hide in the bathroom to change clothes. Another suspicious point. Wyang pondered, also changing into his basketball vest and shorts, standing by the door waiting for Ning Chu. All right, let's go. Although Ning Chu seemed enthusiastic, Wyang still noticed a bit of worry in his eyebrows. Let's go. It seemed that every time he had contact with a woman, Ning Chu always appeared cautious and worried. Walking along the path to the basketball court, the cool morning breeze blowing, Wyang glanced thoughtfully at Ning Chu beside him. He increasingly felt that Ning Chu's strange control wasn't about worrying he'd encounter danger or be deceived by women. It was more like a jealous little girl, afraid he'd get a girlfriend. Otherwise, Ning Chu wouldn't get so anxious about occasional traces of girl's hair or scent on him. Why are you looking at me? Ning Chu yawned, glancing at him. I just want to exercise more. I heard playing basketball can help you grow taller. Yeah, supposedly during the growth period it helps. Then it's fine. Ning Chu believed he was currently in a normal girl's puberty, so the idea that playing basketball could help him grow taller applied to him too. After walking about 100 meters and turning a corner, they arrived at the basketball court. From a distance, Ning Chu already saw the girl practicing her shots on the court. His previously relaxed expression immediately became more tense, his brain racing on how to dissuade Wyang from interacting with Shan Shan. If only he could find evidence of Shan Shan having multiple boyfriends. Following Wyang onto the court, Shan Shan quickly noticed them, put down the basketball, and jogged over to them. As she ran, her huge chest bounced up and down, revealing glimpses of white under her loose vest. Wyang's eyes were fixed on those two bouncing ball. Then he awkwardly looked away, touching his nose as his face turned red. Indeed, he's still a virgin. Ning Chu muttered to himself, quickly scanning Shan Shan, internally scoffing. Wow, this woman isn't even trying to hide it. Who goes to play basketball without a bra? Isn't it uncomfortable to have their chest bounce around like that? Why did you bring someone else? Shan Shan slowed her pace as she approached, hesitantly looking at Ning Chu, pouting and complaining. I usually charge for teaching basketball. You brought someone to freeload. Wyang's expression became even more awkward, stammering, unable to explain. It's fine. I was just bored in the dormitory. Ning Chu had completely given up on playing basketball. He walked to one side of the court, signaling to Wyang. He whispered a reminder, "Come here, I need to talk to you." But after walking a few meters, Ning Chu turned back to see Wyang still standing there, smiling foolishly, his attention completely drawn to Shan Shan bouncing basketball. A virgin's self-control really is poor. Can't you see something's off? This woman is clearly trying to seduce you. So, just the two of us? I'll start by teaching you how to shoot. Shooting requires learning. Wyang was dazed, his mind in chaos, eyes wandering to Shan Shan, chest from time to time. Of course, starting with the basics. Follow my shooting posture. Shan Shan paused, dissatisfied as she stepped forward. Don't move. I'll adjust your posture. The correct shooting stance increases accuracy. The girlish scent, her bouncing basketball, the firm and plump thighs, all teasing Wyang's nerves. Ning Chu couldn't stand it anymore. Seduction is one thing, but can you not touch him? Are you planning to get frisky on the basketball court? He anxiously tried to interrupt Wyang and Shan Shan, but just as he was about to act, Wyang suddenly stepped back repeatedly, shaking his head with a flushed face. I need to get breakfast first. I suddenly feel very hungry. Wyang retreated, distancing himself from Shan Shan, awkwardly escaping. I'll come back after eating. As he fled the court, he didn't forget to call out to Ning Chu. Let's go. Time for breakfast. What? Ning Chu was bewildered, jogging to catch up with Wyang. He thought this guy had his brain completely overridden by his lower half, but he suddenly snapped out of it. In a corner outside the basketball court, Wyang finally exhaled deeply, his breathing still a bit rapid, his mind in turmoil from the teasing. What happened? Not playing with your pretty coach. Ning Chu's gloomy voice came from behind him. Wyang froze, turning to see Ning Chu's seemingly jealous and dark expression, his confidence wavering. Oh. Know what? Last night, she seemed normal. Wyang accused that bad woman. What if he said it was free to lure me in and then charges after 2 sessions? I thought you realized she was seducing you, but you're just thinking about money. If it weren't for you, I'd have been fooled. Wyang sighed. If not for Ning Chu's particularly piercing gaze and the guilty conscience that arose, he might have succumbed to the temptation. She was clearly trying to seduce you. I don't believe she wasn't wearing a bra last night when playing. Seduce me. He hesitated, then felt a bit tempted. Ning Chu, annoyed, kicked him. Don't even think about it. What if it was a trap? You're right. Ning Chu furiously and enviously muttered. I've said it before, all the women outside are bad. No decent girl would dress like that and intentionally seduce you. She looked decent yesterday. Ning Chu rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Thankfully, the sly vixen couldn't keep her act and was too eager to take advantage of Wyang. If she had continued pretending to be a pure girl, even his presence today wouldn't have helped much. But now he would be punished again. No longer pretending to be enthusiastic, Ning Chu sighed worriedly as they reached the school cafeteria. Wyang was silent, as usual, going to the window to get food for Ning Chu. Ning Chu's breakfast was meat buns and soy milk, along with a beef patty, while Wyang's breakfast was white porridge and pickled vegetables. How much was it? I'll transfer the money to you. No need. I transferred it. Ning Chu directly transferred 10 yuan to Wyang's account before asking. I noticed you've been especially eager to get a girlfriend recently. Wyang lowered his head, drinking his porridge, replying guiltily, yeah. Because of those frequent dreams about Ning Chu, he increasingly felt he needed a girlfriend's comfort. Otherwise, he would be seduced by Ning Chu sooner or later. He paused, then added, You never say I couldn't find one. If you can't even let me find a girlfriend, isn't that a bit too much? This protagonist is starting to rebel. Yeah, Ning Chu sighed, nodding reluctantly. I'm not stopping you. It's just, what's with the women around you? Getting you drunk, drugging you, playing basketball brawlers in public. His tone grew more intense, and then Xiaoqing's crush. Can't you find a decent one? Now is the time to focus on studies in university. Did you take a loan for university just to find a girlfriend? Wyang couldn't lift his head, but stubbornly retorted, Why do you care so much? Ning Chu was stunned, looking at Wyang in disbelief, speechless for a long time. As soon as he said those words, Wyang regretted them. Seeing Ning Chu's stunned expression, he felt extremely guilty, but when he opened his mouth, a strange sense of male pride suddenly emerged. Besides, he wasn't wrong. He and Ning Chu had only known each other for a little over a month. Although they had gone through a lot together, they were ultimately just roommates. Even his parents didn't control him this much. Looking at Ning Chu's disappointed expression, Wyang felt a tightness in his chest. The words of apology reached his lips several times but couldn't come out. After all, he wasn't wrong. Finished eating, let's go. Ning Chu stood up expressionlessly, threw the plastic bag into the trash can, and turned to walk out of the cafeteria first. Okay. Wyang unconsciously lowered his voice and followed Ning Chu's steps. Usually, he walked ahead, with Ning Chu taking quick little steps to keep up behind him. He tried to gauge Ning Chu's expression, but his face was emotionless, giving away nothing. Ning Chu had entered his usual withdrawn state. This roommate's mood was always unstable. Sometimes lively and adorable, other times introverted and silent, able to sit without saying a word for an entire day. The first rays of the morning sun had already fallen on the ground, tinting the eastern sky with a layer of orange. Ning Chu continued walking towards the dormitory with his head down, his brain working hard to find a way out of the situation. He had anticipated something like this. Long-term discipline from parents or friends could lead to rebellion, let alone from a roommate. But there were still many plot points in Wyang's storyline that hadn't been triggered, and he still needed to ensure Wyang remained a virgin. The problem was the previous methods of control were becoming less effective. Although Wyang had made progress and generally ignored girls who approached him, he was still a man and would always have moments when he was attracted to a girl, and he would always want a girlfriend. Moreover, with their close contact, Wyang was clearly developing feelings for him. What to do? He muttered to himself, frowning. Ning Chu was anxious, torn between maintaining Wyang's virginity and the fear of potentially being violated. Since coming to this world, he hadn't had a good night's sleep. He sneaked a glance at Wyang's guilt-ridden face from the corner of his eye. Even if he could ignore Wyang's growing fondness for him and his rebelliousness against the control, Wyang was still an unstable factor that needed to be dealt with. He didn't think Wyang could hold out until all the plot points were completed. In silence, they returned to the dormitory. Jeang Xiaoing was still sound asleep, and the cool air in the room slightly revived Ning Chu's spirits. Staring blankly at the computer screen, Ning Chu aimlessly clicked on web pages, his mind still grappling with the current issue. It felt almost unsolvable, unless he sacrificed himself, offering himself as Wyang's girlfriend, thus gaining a reason to stop Wyang from interacting with other girls. But that was impossible. Even if his body had feminized and he had tried cross-dressing, even if he really became a girl, he would only consider dating girls. In such a messed-up world, being a lesbian was normal too, right? Instinctively, Ning Chu recalled spying on Wyang back then. Wyang's size was terrifying. It would definitely break him. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the sunlight from outside. Ning Chu looked up to see Wyang standing awkwardly in front of him. Wyang's eyes wandered. He didn't understand why he always felt so insecure in front of Ning Chu. I suddenly feel that it's good for you to keep an eye on me. I'm from the countryside, not very savvy in the city, easily deceived. I'm in no rush to find a girlfriend. Having you screen them is fine. Wyang smiled awkwardly, his eyes drifting to the ceiling. That was a quick change of heart. Ning Chu looked at his silly smile and sighed helplessly. I think you're right. Lately, the line between friendship and something more had been blurring. He wanted to maintain some distance from Wyang, but he couldn't think of an alternative solution. After a moment of silence, Wyang's eyes returned to Ning Chu. Suddenly, he asked, Xiaoqing is still asleep. Can you tell me, are you a boy or a girl? The direct question left Ning Chu stunned. When he regained his senses, he immediately shook his head in denial. I'm a boy. Wyang felt a wave of disappointment, but still asked, a bit disbelieving, really? Yes, a man, Ning Chu replied firmly. But Wyang's skeptical eyes showed he still doubted his gender. Ning Chu looked down at his body. Yeah, there's not a single sign of masculinity. He fell in a deep thought. Should he just take off his pants and show Wyang his little worm? It's small, but it's still there. But what if Wyang got the wrong idea and pounced on him? Seeing Ning Chu not continuing to argue, Wyang gave a helpless smile, pulled a chair over, and decided to have a heart-to-heart. Actually, I don't mind you keeping an eye on me, controlling me. I've already explained why. I'm afraid of being deceived. If I get cheated out of money, I can't eat this month. If my feelings are hurt, that's even worse. Ning Chu didn't understand why he was suddenly so serious. I'm not in a hurry to find a girlfriend. After all, I look decent, and some girls in school like me. Decent. Some? Ning Chu jealously pursed his lips. With Wyang's looks, if he walked around the girls' dormitory area, he'd get a bunch of screams. Not to mention the girls chasing him, there'd be dozens, if not hundreds, considering the storyline. But the problem is Wyang's words halted. His face no longer showed embarrassment but turned a deep red, as if he couldn't bear to say it. Don't stop halfway. Under Ning Chu's curious urging, Wyang lowered his head guiltily. If he honestly said he had wet dreams about Ning Chu, would this friendship continue? Ning Chu might see him as a pervert, right? Although it was quite perverted. The problem is my family urges me to get married, saying my middle and high school classmates are already married, and I don't even have a girlfriend. Ning Chu could clearly sense Wyang's evasion. He furrowed his brows deeply, scrutinizing Wyang's blushing face and evasive eyes. Looking at his fidgety fingers, shaking legs, and occasional hair scratching, he seemed guilty and sweaty, clearly lying. An idea made Ning Chu's heart beat faster. He looks like a shy virgin about to confess to his crush. Damn, I thought it was just fondness. Could it be he likes me? What do I have over those girls chasing him? At best, my looks are on par, with a baby face that looks underage. My figure is flat. His almond eyes widened, instinctively leaning back to distance himself from Wyang. If this guess is true, he might have to run away tonight. Ning Chu once again meticulously reviewed the scenes related to him in the hentai story. The protagonist accidentally entered a bathroom and discovered a woman taking a bath. Surprisingly, the woman didn't resist much. After a brief moment of shyness, she ended up becoming one of the protagonist's women. The book didn't imply that the woman resisted much at all. So, does that mean that before this scene, the woman already had feelings for the protagonist? In reality, this would translate to Ning Chu and Wyang having mutual feelings, and after the discovery of the female gender, they would naturally become lovers. At this thought, Ning Chu introspected. If he were already a girl and was discovered by Wyang while bathing, revealing his gender, would he simply feel shy and then seamlessly start making out with him? No way. The answer was clear. Unless Wyang forced him, he would never submit. Wyang manhood is simply too big. Taking it could be fatal. So, there should be some time before that plot happens, right? The holiday was over, and early in the morning, Ning Chu was gnawing on the beef jerky brought by Wang Jie's breakfast, still looking worried and withdrawn. Since Yang's rebellion yesterday, Ning Chu had spoken very little. There are reasons why he spoke very little. First, it's to reduce communication with Wyang and create a dislikable image, preventing Wyang from growing fonder of him. Second, his mood was indeed not good. There were no signs of his body feminizing, and there were no signs of punishment either. This indicated that the plot triggered yesterday hadn't been completely ruined. That troublesome girl who played basketball was still gunning for Wyang. Oh, it's time for class already. Jeang Xiaoing jumped off his bed, squatting down to tease the cat while cursing, "Damn. It's been so long since we've had a proper class. It's a bit hard to get used to it suddenly." Wang Jie curiously asked, "Why did you dye your hair black?" It was late last night when he returned, and the three of them were already asleep. I even considered dyeing it green, if the hairdresser hadn't talked me out of it. Green. Apparently, the issue with his childhood sweetheart still left a deep psychological impact on Jeang Xiaoing. Wang Jie felt something was off with his tone. He turned to Ning Chu and asked, "How's the beef jerky? It's over 100 per pound. Why do you look so down too?" Wang Jie didn't understand what had happened over the holiday. He then looked at Wyang, who also had a gloomy face. Wang Jie sighed and walked toward the balcony, muttering, "What's wrong with everyone today?" It was just a few days of holiday, but he noticed that his roommates were acting weirder than before. Ning Chu looked prettier and more alluring, with his chest muscles more pronounced. Wyang seemed preoccupied, but his gaze frequently fell on Ning Chu, as if Ning Chu was his guiding star. Jeang Xiaoing seemed normal, but like a volcano about to erupt. After the four of them finished washing up and getting ready, they headed to the lecture hall together. With 10 minutes to spare before class, students were filling the paths between the dormitories and the lecture buildings in groups. D302, D302. Here it is. Although it wasn't their first time in the lecture hall, it still took some effort to find the classroom. When Ning Chu and the others entered, the back rows were already occupied, leaving only the first 3 rows with vacant seats. As expected, reluctantly, they sat in the 3rd row, and only then did Ning Chu look up at the teacher on the podium. A middle-aged male teacher with a large belly and balding head. Ning Chu suddenly remembered the common trope of creepy fat balding male leads in certain doujinshi. Who knows why those artists like to use such sleazy characters as protagonists? Every time Ning Chu saw one of those books, it completely killed his mood. Class hadn't started yet, so Ning Chu glanced back at his classmates. The childhood sweetheart, Ling Ling, the sporty girl, Shan Shan, the Yanner Fox, Lin Li, Yuan Yuan, and the twin sisters from the bar. Oh boy, all the enemies were here. Almost simultaneously, when Ning Chu looked at them, these girls, whose plans he had disrupted, all glared at him angrily, scaring him so much that he quickly turned back around and buried his head on the desk like a quail. He had made quite a few enemies for the sake of Yang's chastity. Yet Wyang didn't appreciate his efforts, even rebelling, and might even repay kindness with vengeance. Ning Chu deliberately sat in the most marginal seat, with the aisle on his right and Wang Jie on his left. He felt more at ease around Wang Jie, who was a harmless background character in the story, the only honest one who never caused him trouble. As for Wyang, yesterday's hesitant expression, as if he wanted to confess, scared Ning Chu to the point where he no longer dared to interact much with Wyang. And Jeang Xiaoing. Ning Chu glanced at Jeang Xiaoing and saw that he was staring intently at Ling Ling in the back, his expression cold, his face dark as coal. Could this guy be plotting something? Wyang alone was already giving Ning Chu a headache, and now it seemed Jeang Xiaoing was acting up too. They're all so troublesome. He sighed, pressing his face against the desk. Roll call. When the bell rang, the teacher on the podium suddenly perked up, loudly calling for attention, and the noisy classroom instantly fell silent. It had been a month since school started, and this was their first class. The classroom was packed. After roll call, confirming everyone was present, the teacher didn't introduce himself or maintain classroom order. He just opened a PowerPoint and started the lecture. It was a professional theory class. These classes were usually the most boring, and within 10 minutes, the classroom started to get rowdy. Students who didn't care about their studies were chatting and playing games, turning the classroom into a henhouse. Amidst the noise, there were vague discussions about Ning Chu. Could he really be a girl? Look at him. He seems to have a breast. It can't be just chest muscles, right? What muscles? Didn't you say you were going to write a novel about Ning Chu and Wyang? Did you finish it? Gulp. Yang is being monopolized by him. We can't even get his phone number. Several girls wanted to go on a date with Yang, but then he suddenly showed up and stopped Yang from going. Ning Chu yawned, not paying much attention as he continued watching the PowerPoint. It wasn't anything too excessive, but he was a bit worried that the girls might team up against him. I've heard that bullying among girls is worse than boys. But we're in college. We shouldn't encounter such things, right? The book never mentioned anything like that. Ning Chu. Wang Jie suddenly asked in a low voice, "What's up with Xiaoqing? He doesn't look right." Ning Chu glanced at Jeang Xiaoing and shook his head helplessly. Maybe seeing Ling Ling triggered him? Wang Jie didn't even know who Ling Ling was. Xiaoqing crush got snatched by someone else. The idea of Jeang Xiaoing turning evil seemed impossible now. A few days ago, his high fever and another instance of feminization were the punishments for following the dark plotline. At least that's what Ning Chu thought. But just because Jeang Xiaoing didn't turn evil doesn't mean he has completely forgotten about his childhood friend. Ning Chu was still a bit worried about Jeang Xiaoqing's mental state, concerned that he might do something drastic. Just look at those news stories about people committing suicide after breakups. Ning Chu only had 2 classes in the morning, but each class was almost 2 hours long. By noon, when the dismissal bell rang, the teacher on the podium quickly grabbed his lesson plan and left the classroom even faster than the students. The students rushed towards the doors, swarming together like zombies, crowding around the front and back exits. Ning Chu picked up his textbooks and quickly glanced at his 3 roommates. Wyang had listened attentively all morning and even took notes, definitely model student material. Wang Jie spent both classes reading a novel, while Jeang Xiaoing played mobile games the entire time, occasionally glancing gloomily back at Ling Ling, all while spending a large amount of money on in-game purchases. It's nice to have money. Ning Chu waited until the crowd at the door thinned out before heading outside. The moment he moved, Wyang immediately followed. Ning Chu caught a glimpse of Wyang's gaze out of the corner of his eye. The moment their eyes met, Wyang asked, "Want to go to the cafeteria together for lunch?" "No, I've already ordered takeout." Wyang glanced at Wang Jie, thinking, "Who are you talking to? Forget it. I'm too lazy to deal with the cafeteria crowd." Although Ning Chu was worried about Wyang being hit on by girls if left alone, he was even more worried about their friendship turning into something else. No, it's probably already changing. If he weren't still a guy, and Wyang didn't have any reservations. "All right, then," Wyang said, looking a bit dejected, like a small dog that had been abandoned. As the 4 of them passed by the cafeteria, Wyang, now alone, dejectedly walked toward its entrance. Ning Chu looked back at Wyang's retreating figure, bit his lip, and was about to head to the dormitory when he saw Jeang Xiaoing turning and walking in another direction. What's that guy up to? He frowned, feeling uneasy about Jeang Xiaoing. Whether he was plotting something against Ling Ling or on the verge of an emotional breakdown after his failed relationship, Ning Chu couldn't let Jeang Xiaoing out of his sight for long. "You go back first," Ning Chu instructed Wang Jie. "Remember to grab my takeout." "Sure," Wang Jie mumbled as he continued walking forward. Why is everyone acting so weird today? Maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 meters, Ning Chu followed Jeang Xiaoing into the sports field without any attempt to hide. At noon, With the sun beating down and temperatures over 35 degrees Celsius, the field was almost completely deserted. Jeang Xiaoing stopped on the rubber track and turned around, looking at Ning Chu's worried face. "You really like to meddle, don't you?" "Well, I'm just a bit worried. Wyang's probably getting hit on at the cafeteria." Ning Chu flinched, instinctively looking back toward the cafeteria. "You want to be everywhere at once? Can you clone yourself?" "Why did you come to the field?" Ning Chu asked, looking around for Ling Ling. "Did you arrange to meet her here?" Jeang Xiaoing shook his head. "What's there to talk about with her?" "Forget it." He fell silent for a moment, his expression darkening as he lowered his head. If he put himself in Jeang Xiaoing's shoes, Ning Chu knew he wouldn't feel great either. Not knowing how to comfort him, Ning Chu could only awkwardly say, "It's all in the past." Jeang Xiaoing didn't respond. Instead, he began walking along the track. Gradually, his walk turned into a jog, then into a full sprint. "That's not how you vent your feelings," Ning Chu muttered, glancing at the cloudless sky, the corners of his mouth twitching. "He's definitely going to get heat stroke." He could have just gone to the school gym to run, but no, he had to do it under the blazing sun. Ning Chu sat down on the grass, but the scorching ground beneath him made it impossible to sit still. One after another, they all have issues. Ning Chu felt like even parents didn't worry as much as he did. One Jeang Xiaoing, one Wyang, one heartbroken, the other rebellious. Since crossing over into this world, it seemed like nothing had gone smoothly. Couldn't someone worry about him too? He was exhausted. What's wrong with him? Suddenly, Wyang's voice came from behind him. Ning Chu turned around and saw Wyang sitting beside him, handing him a bottle of cola. "Weren't you going to eat at the cafeteria?" "I got takeout," Wyang replied, showing the takeout boxes he was holding. "I saw you and Jeang Xiaoing heading to the field just as I left the cafeteria." "Oh," Ning Chu subtly scooted over to create some distance, explaining, "I guess he needs to blow off some steam." He probably felt bad after seeing Ling Ling in class today. He looked down at the cola in his hand. "I'll send you the money later." 3 yuan for a cola wasn't a big deal to him, but for Wyang, it was a whole breakfast. "No need, it's on me." Wyang observed Ning Chu's expression, noticing that most of his attention was focused on the sprinting Jeang Xiaoing. Wyang then turned to look at him too. "How long has he been running?" "He might get heat stroke." "He probably wants to get heat stroke," Ning Chu sighed. So childish, as if punishing himself will bring Ling Ling back to him. It was rare to hear Ning Chu speak so maturely, and Wyang was a bit surprised, not knowing how to respond. "Hey, take him to the infirmary." Suddenly, Jeang Xiaoing collapsed heavily onto the ground, causing Ning Chu to jump up in alarm. Instinctively, he grabbed Wyang's wrist and rushed over. "Don't hurt yourself." He hurried over to Jeang Xiaoing and saw him lying on the ground, arms and legs spread out, staring blankly at the clear blue sky like a fool. Ning Chu froze, then let out a complicated sigh. "Great, this is what happens when you insist on writing a silly story and making Jeang Xiaoing the antagonist." He released Wyang's hand, crouched down, and gently patted Jeang Xiaoing's head with a helpless yet tender smile. All right, let's go back and take a nap. Stop fooling around, okay? You like cat girls, right? When Blackbean turns into a cat girl, I'll marry her to you." Jeang Xiaoing's gaze shifted from the sky to Ning Chu's sunlit golden smile, then to Wyang's worried face. His lips quivered. Cats can't turn into cat girls. He wanted to respond with a usual joking insult, but his throat tightened, and he couldn't hold back anymore. Laughing and crying at the same time, he wiped his tears, choking out. "You're crazy, you know that." Wyang stood behind them, shaking his head with a sigh. "With a roommate like Ning Chu, you should count yourself lucky. Can you get up? Or should I carry you to the infirmary?" He half-squatted, reaching out a hand to Jeang Xiaoing. "Stop messing around. You're making Ning Chu worry." "Yeah." Jeang Xiaoing, as expected, did get heat stroke. After being taken to the infirmary and given some medication, he was now listlessly lying on a bed, resting under a fan. So many troublesome things, glad it's finally over. Ning Chu lay sprawled across the dorm room desk, absent-mindedly playing with the little black cat he had placed on the table, yawning repeatedly. Although the antagonist had another episode today, it was clear that there were no signs of him turning evil. It looked just like a normal reaction to a breakup, crying and throwing a fit like a child. He couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Now that Jeang Xiaoing had vented his emotions properly, there was even less chance of him turning into a villain. But then, a bothersome figure caught his eye, causing the smile that had just appeared on his face to vanish immediately. Wyang. This guy was rebellious, eager to find a girlfriend, and there were even signs that his affection towards Ning Chu was too high, raising the possibility that things could escalate in an unwanted direction. What a headache! Even though Ning Chu wanted to keep his distance from Wyang, he couldn't just sit back and watch one of the plot characters take Wyang's virginity. If that happened, there would be no way to turn things around. But every time he disrupted the plot, his appearance became more feminine, more attractive. The prettier he became, the more likely Wyang was to develop feelings for him. This affection was most likely just a mating desire triggered by seeing a beautiful female. Ning Chu sighed, rubbing his temples with both hands as he glanced over at the wardrobe. Inside the wardrobe, his suitcase was already packed to the brim with daily necessities and a change of clothes, ensuring he could grab it and run at any moment. If it weren't for the fear of encountering unknown dangers by leaving the protagonist, he would have bolted long ago. Might as well accept the situation. Running away wouldn't solve anything. It might even make Wyang the main character of the story, which would be even worse. It was obvious that Wyang had strong feelings for him, but Ning Chu could intensify his control, making Wyang even more rebellious. That way, he could both sabotage the plot and make Wyang resent him. Ning Chu thought this plan was quite good. As long as he could keep his control at a level that made Wyang dislike him, but not to the point of outright hostility, wouldn't that keep him safe? Damn it! To avoid being taken advantage of, he was willing to throw away all his dignity. In the past, Ning Chu had given Wyang some freedom and trust, even pretending to be a nice guy who cared about Wyang, just to avoid too much resentment and rejection. But now, he wasn't going to pretend anymore. If this didn't work, then he might just have to find a dark, windy night and cut off Wyang's offending tool. Worst case, he could always run away if things went south. Beep! The sudden sound interrupted Ning Chu's thoughts. He looked up to see the ceiling fan slowly coming to a stop, and the air conditioner losing power. Power outage? Wang Jia was the first to notice the problem. When did we last top up the electricity? The water in the school was free, but electricity cost 50 cents per kilowatt hour. Wyang walked over to the drawer to look for the power card, suggesting, "We just started the semester. Transfer the money to me, and I'll top up the electricity, 30 yuan each." Okay, hurry up, it's hot as hell. Damn, how did the power go out? Ning Chu glanced at the now energized and shouting Jeang Xiaoing, grabbed the power card, and turned the door handle to leave. However, as he was closing the door, a small yelp of pain came from behind him. Wyang instinctively turned around, only to see that Ning Chu's arm had been caught in the door as he closed it, causing him to quickly ask, "Are you okay? How did you walk so quietly?" "I'm fine." Ning Chu's face was pale with pain, but after glancing at his arm, he saw that it wasn't injured. Taking a few deep breaths to ease the pain, he looked up at Wyang's concerned face. Immediately, he suppressed the furrowed brows and pitiful expression caused by the pain, putting on a straight face as he stepped out into the dorm hallway, acting as if nothing had happened. "Let's go. I was just about to buy a drink." From now on, he would be watching Wyang 24 hours a day. He wouldn't let Wyang have the chance to even talk to random girls. He would make Wyang dislike and reject him. His spirits were high, thinking he had found the perfect solution. Not even parents, spouses, or best friends could stand this kind of near-surveillance control. "What do you want to buy? I can pick it up for you." "No way. Didn't you say yesterday that you didn't mind me controlling you, and that I should approve any girlfriend you find?" Ning Chu occasionally sped up his pace, jogging to keep up with Wyang's strides. "If you go out alone, what if you get tricked by a bad woman?" "Control? That's called screening." Wyang realized that Ning Chu had shorter legs and a smaller stride, so he slowed down, chuckling as he shook his head. Why do you seem so tense? I'm just being a concerned roommate. Ning Chu casually made up an excuse, his eyes quickly scanning Wyang's face, trying to find a hint of impatience. But there wasn't any. No worries, this was just the beginning. From now on, even if Wyang just went next door, Ning Chu would stick to him like glue. He would make him impatient, make him rebel in disgust, completely extinguish that little spark of affection. At noon, several students could be seen in the hallway. Ning Chu glanced around casually. The sight of shirtless or nearly naked guys wandering around made his scalp tingle, as if he were surrounded by wolves. Damn, there's a girl here. A more bashful student exclaimed, blushing furiously as he dashed back into his dorm room. Ning Chu's expression stiffened, feeling conflicted. Should he be glad that the world of this novel wasn't completely devoid of normal people, just that there was a higher proportion of perverts? Or should he be upset that his appearance had gradually changed from a youthful, boyish look to something that could be mistaken for a girl at first glance? If it were just his face becoming more feminine, it wouldn't be too bad. After all, there were plenty of attractive men. But his body, his aura, the hormones he emitted were now no different from those of a normal female. Only that little worm remained as a testament to his male dignity. Wyang noticed his discomfort and, while walking, tried to comfort him. Looks are something you're born with. If you're mistaken, then so be it. Emma, following Wyang down the stairs to the first-floor lobby of the dorm building, Ning Chu's eyes unconsciously drifted toward the security office near the entrance. Through the glass window, he saw the burly dorm supervisor chatting happily with a petite girl. So the dorm supervisor storyline is starting too. This plot was one of the few purely romantic 1v1 subplots in the book, although the age gap between the male and female protagonists was rather extreme. Ning Chu considered whether he should report this somewhat inappropriate relationship to the school to disrupt the plot. But the dorm supervisor storyline was just a filler side story, and he had no beef with the guy. Quickly shifting his gaze away to avoid being noticed, he looked up again only to see Wyang already outside the dorm building, and hurried to catch up. Where do we top up the electricity? At the service center on the first floor of the teaching building. Wyang grumbled, what era is this? And we still can't pay the bills online. True. After recharging the dorm's electricity, Ning Chu closely followed Wyang as they exited the service center. Just as they stepped out, Ning Chu spotted a tall, full-figured girl with a cold, aloof demeanor descending the staircase of the building opposite them, holding 2 books. His face instantly took on a wary expression as he stared intently at the ice-cold beauty until she left the teaching building, at which point he finally let out a sigh of relief. She was the only succubus in the class, an ice-cold, taciturn girl, and in the storyline, she had a brief entanglement with Wyang. It seemed that part of the plot had yet to be triggered. Ning Chu turned to look at Wyang, only to see him typing on his phone, engrossed in a chat. He quickly leaned in, craning his neck to peek. A faint scent of perfume alerted Wyang, making him instinctively hide his phone screen and look up, only to see Ning Chu's vigilant expression. Who are you chatting with? Someone asked me to play basketball at the gym. He replied nervously, avoiding eye contact. Ning Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, After a brief hesitation, Wyang tried to change the subject. I just want to get some exercise. I've got too much energy lately. Too much energy? Ning Chu didn't quite understand his meaning. Is it a guy or a girl? A G girl. I'll come along. I haven't visited the gym since the semester started. All right, these troublesome women. And now, Wyang suddenly seemed desperate to find a girlfriend, unable to resist the invitation of a... Maybe this guy knows that harboring feelings for a male roommate is extremely unethical, lacking in conscience, and goes against societal norms. So he's in a hurry to find a girlfriend? It couldn't be that Wyang's parents were really pressuring him to get married, could it? Ning Chu didn't dwell on it. The most important thing was to sabotage the plot and lower Wyang's affection for him, so nothing would happen between them before Ning Chu fully turned into a girl. Even if he did become a girl, he wouldn't be willing. The gym was located on the east side of the teaching building. Taking a shortcut through a small garden A gym that looked like a large warehouse soon came into view. This was Ning Chu's first time here, so he looked around curiously. The area was somewhat desolate, with the trees along the path barely taller than a person, clearly part of a newly developed area of the school. In the distance, a dense grove of trees could be seen, likely a popular spot for couples looking for privacy. Definitely not a place to visit at night. Otherwise, he'd end up stumbling upon more than a few secretive couples. Curiously scanning his surroundings, Ning Chu stepped into the gym. Since it was midday and classes were scheduled for the afternoon, only a handful of students were inside. Ning Chu quickly scanned the area, his eyes locking onto today's sly fox. Of course, it's her again, the basketball coach, Shan Shan. Shan Shan had been waiting on the basketball court for some time. When she spotted Wyang entering the gym, her eyes lit up, but upon seeing Ning Chu right behind him, her expression darkened. She was eager to get up and greet him, but her direct approach this morning seemed to have put Wyang off, so she pretended not to see them, focusing on her phone while sneaking glances at the pair. "It's her again? I told you. She's no good," Ning Chu muttered, frowning as he kept his eyes on Shan Shan. "Aren't you afraid she'll scam you? Basketball coaching sessions are expensive." Wyang blushed, stammering, "You can't judge by first impressions." She explained it to me. She's not charging. This morning, she just forgot because she was in a rush, not on purpose. Got it. You're just lusting after her. A girl can forget to wear underwear when she leaves the house. She's clearly trying to seduce you. It wasn't that Wyang was a virgin and therefore a bit clueless. It was just that he had clearly developed a craving for her body. Ning Chu suddenly understood and immediately grabbed Wyang's arm, turning and forcefully dragging him out of the gym. "No, I don't like her. You're not allowed to play with her." But Wyang was taken aback by Ning Chu's forcefulness, stumbling as he was pulled out, his mind reeling. He was completely baffled as to why Ning Chu suddenly seemed more like a jealous wife afraid of her husband cheating. "Delete her from your contacts when we get back, and don't talk to her again. If you want to play basketball, ask Xiaoqing or some other guy. Why play with a girl? They're all trouble. Have you forgotten about that vixen who drugged you? Or those twins who got you drunk? What's all this about having too much energy? If you spent that energy studying, would you still be so restless? I've heard of her. She's just a green tea girl, always cozying up to men." Ning Chu kept ranting, dragging Wyang along without looking back until they were more than 10 meters away from the gym. He finally turned around, his face a mix of anger and expectation as he looked at Wyang. "Angry yet? You must be angry." But Wyang only looked more confused, scratching his head as he mumbled, "I thought she was pretty nice." "Huh. Of course, with all her experience with men, someone like you, a virgin, is no challenge for her." Ning Chu's face remained stern. The girls in previous storylines had either been straightforward in trying to seduce him or had used small, cunning tricks, but this time he was up against an experienced, persistent green tea girl. A major crisis. If Shan Shan was given the slightest chance, Wyang's virginity would be as good as gone. Seeing that Wyang still didn't seem irritated or angry, Ning Chu grew even more frustrated. "Let's go back to the dorm. All you do is attract bees and butterflies all day long." "I didn't mean to," Wyang muttered, somewhat reluctantly glancing back at the gym. "Still looking." "Oh." He quickly caught up with Ning Chu's pace, sneaking a glance at Ning Chu's angry expression, feeling even more guilty and uneasy. Ning Chu was just worried and angry for his sake. But instead of being grateful, he was getting impatient, even dreaming of Ning Chu's body. How despicable. But then again, Ning Chu's behavior really did seem like he was jealous. He sneaked a peek at Ning Chu's puffed-up face, but his gaze involuntarily drifted downward, landing on the smooth, flawless skin of Ning Chu's neck. From his angle, he could clearly see the slight sway of Ning Chu's small, rounded chest as he walked. His mind filled again with inappropriate images, and Wyang quickly looked away. "It's been too long since I let off some steam, so I'm seeing things everywhere that make my mind wander. Have you deleted her contact yet?" "I'm doing it now. Don't talk to her again." "Okay." Ning Chu looked up at him, but still didn't see any sign of dissatisfaction. In fact, he almost seemed pleased. Shan gathered her long hair at the back of her head, her movements graceful and delicate. She raised her arms high, straightening her slender waist and showcasing the curve of her back to everyone. She flirtatiously lifted one long leg, slowly tying her hair into a ponytail suitable for exercise. She brushed the stray strands of hair behind her ears, estimating that Wyang should have reached the court by now. Then she turned around, ready to greet him with a look of delighted surprise. Where is he? It was a good thing that Ning Chu had gone with Wyang to recharge the electricity at noon. Otherwise, this guy would have finished recharging and then been lured away by some bad woman. Ning Chu had even tried out the plan he had thought of earlier, but the results seemed rather mediocre. Not only did Wyang not get annoyed, but he even looked happy. Who knows what's going on in that guy's head? By the afternoon, Ning Chu was feeling a bit down. As soon as he sat down in the classroom, he slumped onto the desk. He could feel something strange happening in his body and was almost certain that the storyline involving Shan was coming to an end. But he had no idea what new changes this might bring. Ning Chu thought that his appearance was already feminine enough. His looks, figure, and even his aura were now indistinguishable from those of a normal woman. He estimated that his current body was like that of a girl who had just begun developing at 13 or 14. If he continued to feminize, could he go from having a teenage girl's body to that of a mature woman? He glanced down at the small mounds on his chest. No way. It's hard to imagine when small buns turn into big ones, or even reach the size of basketballs. The feminization had also caused his hips to accumulate some fat, giving him a small but noticeable curve. While his current figure wasn't causing him any inconvenience, who knows what might happen in the future? Ning Chu imagined himself with a voluptuous figure, large breasts, wide hips, a seductive body, then thought about that little worm down there and couldn't help but shiver. How terrifying. He might as well just fully turn into a girl. At least he'd still be somewhat normal. But being a girl was hard to accept too. Just thinking about possibly getting married to a man in the future, having kids, maybe even two, made the future seem bleak. He could feel cold, angry eyes glaring at his back. Without turning around, Ning Chu knew it was Shan, who had been stood up by Wyang at noon. His internal issues remained unresolved, while external conflicts were only increasing. Wyang, who had been diligently paying attention in class, looked down at the slumped Ning Chu beside him. Seeing Ning Chu's chubby cheeks pressed against the desk in such an adorably squashed manner, Wyang couldn't help but feel uplifted. The dull, boring class suddenly seemed a bit more colorful. Look at how Shan's glaring at me, like she wants to kill me. Ning Chu spoke dismissively about those troublesome women. You can tell just by looking at her that she's narrow-minded and jealous, and you still want to date her. Before he could finish, Wyang interrupted with a frown. Don't talk about people behind their backs. Jeang Xiaoing leaned in, curious. Isn't she the girl who used to play basketball with us? Wyang nodded slightly, but then Jeang Xiaoing excitedly added, I heard she charges $500 or $600 per lesson, which is pretty expensive. I've also heard that her private lessons are really something. Big and soft. If you're lucky and she likes you, the lessons are free, and so is she. Ning Chu watched Wyang's bewildered expression and almost burst out laughing. He patted Wyang on the back like an older brother, proudly saying, See, I was right. She's bad news. I'm good at spotting these things. Jeang Xiaoing, who had been just as taken in by Shan's lively, sporty image, had apparently done some digging. If only Wyang were that smart and did some research beforehand, how much better would that be? Ning Chu turned to share the gossip with Jeang Xiaoing. You wouldn't believe it. Wyang almost fell for it. Wyang lost all interest in the lecture, sighing as he rubbed his temples. He couldn't understand why all the girls around him were so strange. The only somewhat normal one, the cat girl, wanted to spend the night with him just 3 days after they met, and she just so happened to be Ning Chu's crush. As for the other girls, they were either after something or tried to drug him. Some he hadn't even had a chance to meet before Ning Chu had intercepted them. Freshman courses weren't too heavy, with only 2 hours of class in the afternoon. Shortly after 4 p.m., class was over, and Jeang Xiaoing, who had suffered from heat stroke at noon but had rested for a few hours, was already itching to do something fun. Got nothing to do this afternoon, right? Let's go to a bar. Ning Chu didn't even get a chance to respond before Wyang quickly declined. No thanks, I'm not going. After the last incident where he was drugged, Wyang had developed a serious aversion to drinking outside. Buzzkill. Jeang Xiaoing shot a glance at Ning Chu, knowing he was Wyang's shadow, and then turned to drape an arm around Wang Jie's shoulder. Come on, let's go have a drink. It doesn't sound like much fun. This time, we're going to a fun bar. You can see some stuff that would never pass the censors. Wang Jie's eyes lit up. Let's go, let's go. And with that, the two of them headed off toward the school parking lot, arms around each other's shoulders. Ning Chu watched their retreating backs with envy. He wanted to see some uncensored stuff, too. Unfortunately, his body wouldn't allow it. Even if he did watch, he wouldn't have any reaction, only satisfying his curiosity. He turned to look at Wyang beside him and pouted. Come on, let's borrow a basketball and I'll play with you. Huh? What? You don't think I can play? Ning Chu glared, and Wyang immediately backed down. No, it's just, why the sudden interest in basketball? I didn't think you could play. I played in elementary school. Ning Chu replied confidently. Didn't you say you needed to blow off some steam? Better to play with me than those bad women. Wyang fell silent. He'd rather take a half-hour stroll with Ning Chu and then have some time alone in the dorm. Speaking of which, do you think Xiaoqing and Wang Jie will come back tonight? Ning Chu stepped onto a raised green strip of stones, spreading his arms to maintain balance as he wobbled forward. Probably not. Wyang instinctively moved closer to Ning Chu, ready to catch him if he fell. Yeah, it's easy to drink too much at the bar. Good thing the roll call isn't too strict at night. So that meant it would just be the two of them in the dorm tonight? Why did that thought make him feel both excited and nervous, like a man and a woman alone together? Wyang quickly glanced at Ning Chu's small, shorts-clad rear and the pale legs that peeked out from the hem. Do you know who has a basketball? Could you borrow one? I don't know many of our classmates. The guys in the dorm next door have one. All right, we'll play until 8, then go back to the dorm, shower, and play on the computer. Wyang suggested. How about we go to the library later tonight? I haven't been there since the semester started. No way. The immediate rejection left Wyang a bit taken aback. I try not to go out after 8. Ning Chu attempted to justify himself. So after basketball, I'm staying in. Then I'll just go by myself. Absolutely not. This time, Ning Chu didn't even bother making up an excuse. The library was located on top of the teaching building. Letting Wyang go there alone at night would practically be sending him, a virgin, to exorcise a ghost. Wyang scratched his head in confusion. When they were dating, or when he wanted to work part-time, Ning Chu had always emphasized that studying should come first. So why was he not allowed to go to the library to study now? Ning Chu pushed open the dorm room door right on time, his punctuality almost a ritual. He didn't enter immediately, though. Instead, he turned to glance at Wyang, who had gone next door to borrow a basketball. Only when Wyang emerged from the neighboring dorm did Ning Chu finally step inside, satisfied. Even in the all-male dormitory building, Ning Chu had to be cautious. Though officially, no women were allowed inside the boys' dorms, Ning Chu had seen girls sneaking around the building more than once. What are you waiting for? Wyang, just entering the room, casually stripped off his sweat-soaked t-shirt. Instinctively, Ning Chu's gaze fell on Wyang's sun-kissed skin. As Wyang stretched his arms above his head, revealing his toned waist, the faint outline of his six-pack abs became visible with each breath. The V-shaped muscles on either side of his lower abdomen, known as the Adonis belt, stood out prominently, accentuating his broad shoulders and well-defined deltoids. His physique was muscular, yet maintained a natural aesthetic, the kind of inverted triangle body shape that would make any girl swoon. Damn, I'm so jealous. It was like a shock of electricity. Ning Chu quickly averted his eyes after just a brief glance, a surge of envy and frustration bubbling up inside him. He grabbed the can of cola on his desk and chugged half of it in one go before casually asking, Are you showering first, or should I? Why don't we shower together? After spending so much time with Jeang Xiaoing, Wyang had picked up the habit of teasing Ning Chu every now and then. It was becoming apparent that this once straightforward guy was starting to show signs of being influenced by bad company. Thankfully, Wyang and Ning Chu were close. If he had spent too much time with Jeang Xiaoing outside, Wyang might have turned into a harem protagonist by now. But Wyang was just joking. When he didn't get a response, he continued, "All right, I'll go first." 10 minutes. He walked over to the wardrobe, grabbed a set of shorts and a t-shirt to use as pajamas, and asked casually, "You don't look too good. Are you feeling okay?" "Just a bit of a headache. Probably from not exercising for too long." By now, Ning Chu had a pretty good grasp of how the penalties in this world worked. When he disrupted the initial storyline involving Wyang, or when he prevented Jeang Xiaoing from fully turning evil, the penalties were particularly severe. Once he suffered from intense, short-lived abdominal pain, and another time he endured a half-day-long high fever. For less critical storylines, like minor date interruptions, the penalties were lighter, just a mild stomachache, akin to catching a slight chill. For Ning Chu, who had once suffered from chronic gastritis, these were hardly worth mentioning. The more crucial the storyline, the harsher the penalty. Ning Chu couldn't help but think that some unseen force was raging against him in impotent fury, and it almost made him want to laugh. When Wyang stepped into the bathroom to shower, Ning Chu suddenly stood up from his computer, lifted his shirt, and peeled off the makeshift chest pads, band-aids, that he had been wearing. He tossed them into the trash and threw on a light jacket. Wearing those band-aids just felt weird. But going out with his nipples exposed made him feel as embarrassed as a girl going braless in public. Soon enough, Wyang emerged from the bathroom, wearing nothing but a pair of boxers. Ning Chu glanced at him casually, but noticed Wyang's face flushing red at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Why the hell are you embarrassed?" Wyang, feeling flustered, hurried over to his desk and quickly put on his t-shirt and shorts, only calming down once he was fully dressed. He suddenly realized that, at some point, he had started seeing Ning Chu more and more as a girl. But who could blame him? Ning Chu had the face of a girl, his chest had gradually swelled into small apples, and his entire body seemed to radiate an elusive, feminine charm. And to think, at the beginning of the semester, he still had the face of a young boy. Wyang was lost in thought until he heard the sound of the balcony door closing. He turned to see that Ning Chu had gone to shower. The next moment, an image of Ning Chu showering, completely naked, popped into his head. "I'm not really into guys, am I?" Wyang muttered to himself, quickly searching online, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I'm not. People who are truly into guys would be into real men, not beautiful traps like Ning Chu. At worst, I've just got a unique preference. Or maybe I'm just a pervert." He sighed helplessly. Living with such a beautiful roommate, how could he not become a little twisted? And who knows what Jeang Xiaoing and Wang Jie think? Wyang had originally planned to visit the library after basketball to familiarize himself with the place for future study sessions. But Ning Chu had unexpectedly rejected the idea. This threw off his plans, leaving him at loose ends. With nothing else to do, he grabbed the broom from the corner and started sweeping the dorm room floor. "Hey, Do, move out of the way. Stop pouncing on the broom." The little black cat in the dorm spent most of its time eating and sleeping, and the rest of the time getting into mischief. Wyang gently tapped Hey Do's backside with the broom, and the cat darted away, knocking over Ning Chu's trash can in the process. With a resigned sigh, Wyang went over to clean up the mess, only to discover 2 used band-aids among the trash. Did he get hurt? When did that happen? Wyang frowned. But before he could dwell on it, a loud, pained cry from the bathroom caught his attention, making his heart race with concern. Without hesitation, he rushed to the balcony and knocked on the bathroom door. "What happened? Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself?" "I'm fine." The response from inside was weak, as if life had lost all meaning. Wyang sensed something was wrong and asked nervously, "What really happened?" "I just slipped and fell." That cry didn't sound like an instinctive yelp from falling. "You? I'm showering. If you have something to say, wait until I'm out." Ning Chu's voice suddenly rose, becoming sharp and filled with anger and frustration, with a hint of a sniffle. Wyang obediently leaned against the railing, muttering to himself, "Why did he get so snappy all of a sudden? From that tone, is he crying?" The bathroom was filled with steam, the sound of running water drowning out everything else. Ning Chu stood under the shower head, his pale body motionless as he stared down at his lower half, letting out a heavy sigh. "I'd rather just have a bigger chest." What was once a childlike worm had shrunk to the size of a bean, making it nearly impossible to aim when using the toilet. He had a squat. He had even instinctively learned to retract it into his abdomen. The psychological impact was overwhelming. If it had just shrunk, Ning Chu could have reluctantly accepted it. But upon closer inspection, he noticed that his external equipment seemed to be transitioning to internal. This isn't even scientifically possible. If he kept disrupting the storyline and derailing the plot, he might soon be a girl through and through. Leaning weakly against the tiled wall, Ning Chu stared up at the orange light, his face blank. They might as well have just turned me into a female side character, Ning Chu thought, a tightness in his chest making it hard to breathe, and his heart felt like it was being squeezed in pain. This slow transformation is like torture. Even though he had long known that he couldn't change his fate of becoming female, now that the day was approaching, he couldn't help but feel a rising panic, fear, and dread. His head drooped, his shoulders trembling as he covered his face with his hands. He wasn't nearly as brave or optimistic as he thought. Damn, writing this book has gotten to me. I actually dreamt last night that I turned into Ning Chu and got caught in a situation where I was stuck between being a man and a woman. Woke up terrified. Wyang paced anxiously on the balcony. It had already been 20 minutes since Ning Chu went into the bathroom. All he could hear was the faint sound of water splashing from the shower. No other noises could be discerned. Through the frosted glass door, Wyang could make out the blurred silhouette of Ning Chu standing still inside, barely moving for a long time. This only made him more worried. Unable to contain himself, he called out, "Are you done yet?" "Yeah." After another moment, Ning Chu finally opened the door, fully dressed. His hair was still damp, his pant legs and shoulders were wet, and his expression was somewhat dejected. His eyes were slightly red at the corners, and a thin mist of tears hadn't yet cleared from them. Wyang followed him back into the dorm, his eyes never leaving Ning Chu. Although Ning Chu often had bouts of bad moods and would become withdrawn, this was the first time Wyang had seen him look so despondent and disheartened. Staring at that young, beautiful face, now filled with sorrow and melancholy, Wyang couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his chest. Silently, he pulled Jeang Xiaoing's chair over and sat down next to Ning Chu. "What's wrong?" Wyang's voice was softer than ever, filled with genuine concern. But Ning Chu shivered at his tone. He glanced at Wyang, then quickly averted his gaze with a look of disdain. "Stop being gross. Go away. What do you think happened?" "I just accidentally kicked the wall with my foot. It hurt like hell." The situation was already bad enough, and Wyang's sudden kindness only made Ning Chu's mind wander to more unsettling thoughts. Ning Chu picked up the hairdryer on the desk and started drying his long hair, which was now almost covering his eyes. Wyang opened his mouth to say something, but the noise from the hairdryer drowned out his words. Ning Chu pretended not to notice and focused solely on drying his hair. Seeing Ning Chu's avoidance, Wyang sighed in frustration. "You're just like Xiaoqing. You ignore people when you're in a bad mood too." Shaking his head, Wyang stood up and returned the chair to Jeang Xiaoqing's desk. He leaned against the wardrobe door, crossing his arms as he watched Ning Chu's indifferent expression. "How about we have a drink?" he suggested, using the same tactic he had used to help Jeang Xiaoqing. Ning Chu quickly shook his head in refusal. "Now you can hear me." "Huh?" Ning Chu continued to ignore him, meticulously drying every last strand of his hair. Once his hair was mostly dry, Ning Chu set the dryer down and sighed deeply, feeling utterly unmotivated to do anything. Might as well give up. No matter how hard he tried, things always seemed to move in the direction he least wanted. I'm going to bed. It's barely past 8. Ning Chu glanced weakly at Wyang behind him and mumbled, I'm tired. I'll turn off the lights then. Without acknowledging Wyang, Ning Chu climbed the ladder to his bed and collapsed onto it, pulling the blanket over his head. The next moment, the lights in the dorm went out, plunging the room into darkness. As the darkness enveloped him, Ning Chu's heart grew cold. What did I do to deserve this in a past life? Why does fate never let me go? In his previous life, before he could even form memories, his father had disappeared, and his mother had passed away from a severe illness in his early years. He had been left to rely on his grandparents. Just when he had finally graduated from university and started earning a living, he inexplicably ended up in this world, forced to go through college all over again. He had worked so hard, yet nothing ever seemed to go right. Who wants to be a woman anyway? What's so great about it? Every month, women have to deal with periods, which can be excruciating. Not to mention the pain during certain activities, and if you get pregnant, those 10 months are unimaginable. And being pinned down by a man, just thinking about it makes me sick. If I really turn into a woman, will I still be myself? Wyang stood silently by the bed, watching Ning Chu's curled up form under the blanket, his brow furrowed in confusion. He returned to his desk and sat down, lost in thought. Has Ning Chu been dealing with something recently? Could it be that he's also going through a breakup? Is he upset about me hanging out with girls? Wyang suddenly recalled Ning Chu's increasingly prominent chest muscles. Is it because of his feminine appearance and body? Wyang felt a headache coming on. When Jeang Xiaoing was heartbroken, he could drink with him, but Ning Chu never liked alcohol. He wasn't good at offering dry, verbal comfort, especially when he didn't even know what the problem was. Hey, Ning Chu, Wyang asked cautiously, can't you tell me what's going on? Isn't it better to deal with it together rather than alone? We're like brothers. Whatever it is, we'll figure it out together. How about we get some late-night snacks? Eat something good to cheer up? Or we could go for a run, or watch a movie. Ning Chu poked his head out from under the blanket, remaining silent as he turned to look at Wyang below. In the faint light seeping through the door, he could see the worried and anxious expression on Wyang's face. With a heavy sigh, Ning Chu buried his face in the pillow and pleaded, could you stop talking to any girls in the future? Please, I'm begging you. As long as Wyang didn't trigger any plot lines, Ning Chu wouldn't keep turning more and more into a girl, and Wyang could stay a virgin. But his request left Wyang dumbfounded. What does this have to do with me talking girls? Could it be that the basketball thing with Shan finally pushed Ning Chu over the edge? Wyang didn't ask for an explanation. He had already asked many times before, but Ning Chu's answers were always about being worried he'd be scammed or about his safety, or sometimes he'd even say he was jealous of Wyang's looks and the fact that girls chased after him. Wyang had believed him at first, but now it all seemed rather ridiculous. Okay. After a brief moment of surprise, Wyang nodded firmly. I won't talk to any girls anymore. I'll stay as far away from them as possible. Ning Chu raised his head again, looking at Wyang and muttering, but you said you wanted a girlfriend before. I don't need one anymore, all right? I'll stay single for life. Wyang rolled his eyes. Come on down, let's play some games. All right. With Wyang's promise, Ning Chu's mood eased slightly, and he slowly got out of bed. I just hope Wyang sticks to his word and avoids talking to girls. That should prevent the plot from advancing and stop my feminization. Wyang turned on the lights, noticing the redness and tears still in Ning Chu's eyes. Seeing Ning Chu's pitiful, vulnerable appearance made Wyang's heart soften. His curiosity quickly faded, replaced by a desire to make Ning Chu happy again. Still up for that? That prison game, forget it. Wyang took out a game controller from Jeang Xiaoing's drawer. I downloaded a co-op game the other day, a single-player mode where we clear levels together. You okay with using controller? I can manage. Early in the morning, Wyang yawned as he and Ning Chu walked out of the dormitory building. He hadn't slept well the night before. His mind was filled with questions and confusion about Ning Chu. But at least, before falling asleep, he had managed to cheer Ning Chu up. However, Wyang had dreamt about Ning Chu again, making him feel awkward every time he looked at his roommate. Xiaoqing and Wang Jie still haven't come back, huh? Ning Chu caught up with Wyang, holding his textbook in front of his chest to block the stares for passersby. He mumbled, "Are they planning to skip the second day of classes?" Though the textbook managed to hide the now apple-sized swell on his chest, the way Ning Chu held it added a bit of intellectual and demure charm to his already soft, feminine aura. They're probably already in the classroom. Wyang's gaze frequently landed on Ning Chu, though he avoided direct eye contact. Clearly a guy, yet more attractive than most girls. Is he really a man? Wyang's thoughts drifted back to his dream as he observed the slight bounce of Ning Chu's chest as he walked, the smooth, delicate arms devoid of any muscle, the slender, elegant shoulders, and the small, perky backside. His dream from last night resurfaced, causing Wyang's gaze to flicker as he quickly looked away. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Wyang, as usual, bought himself a simple breakfast of pickled vegetables and rice porridge and got Ning Chu a portion of noodles and dumplings. "I've sent you the money," Ning Chu said. "Got it." Ning Chu never took advantage of Wyang, not even for something as small as a bottle of water. He always transferred the money right away. There's no fun in tricking poor people. Tricking Jeang Xiaoing and watching his shameless face twist in frustration is much more entertaining. The cafeteria was especially busy before class, with students packed too deep in front of every food stall. Ning Chu propped his chin on one hand as he ate, his eyes scanning the crowd. Not bad. No girls are eyeing Wyang. While he used to see disrupting the plot as his duty, now Ning Chu only wanted to avoid it, to not trigger any events. Thinking about the little bean-sized thing down below and how it seemed to be turning into internal equipment, Ning Chu's expression darkened. Maybe next time the plot advances, he'll fully turn into a girl, or maybe the time after that. Who knows, except for that cursed fate. But being stuck between genders like some kind of freak wasn't a great feeling either. He considered what to do if he triggered another plot event. Maybe just let it be. Even if Wyang loses his virginity, Ning Chu wouldn't intervene. Who knows if the next time might turn him into a full-fledged girl. Here, you can have a rest. Having finished his noodles, Ning Chu pushed the remaining dumplings toward Wyang. Wyang had gotten used to this and naturally picked up the disposable spoon Ning Chu had used, scooping up a dumpling and slurping it down along with the soup. Ning Chu frowned slightly, but said nothing, sighing as he propped his chin up with both hands, lost in his thoughts. "Hey, Wyang," a classmate from the neighboring dorm, the one who had invited Wyang to play basketball the other day, came over with a sly grin, asking, "How are things going with Shan?" Wyang paused, his expression tightening as he looked at the classmate. "What? How far did you get? What base are you on?" "Nowhere. I deleted her contact." "What?" Seeing the classmate's reaction, Wyang frowned even more deeply. After the classmate left, he turned to Ning Chu and asked, "Do you think Shan was targeting me all along?" The author, a sorrowful swing. That classmate just now was probably a wingman sent by Shan, Ning Chu mumbled. "What's his name again?" It was only the second day of classes, and Ning Chu hadn't made a habit of visiting other dorms, so he only knew his own roommates and the troublemaking girls in their class. As for the others, some he knew by name but couldn't match to a face, and some he recognized but didn't know their names. On the way to the classroom after breakfast, they met up with Jeang Xiaoing and Wang Jie. "You guys missed out last night." "Damn, there was a pole dance show. I even got 2 girls to drink with us, but Wang Jie was such a wuss. He didn't even dare touch them." "Damn, my head still hurts. I'm just going to show up for roll call and then head back to the dorm to sleep." As they walked to the classroom, Jeang Xiaoing enthusiastically described the wild night they had. Wyang's curiosity was piqued, but he also felt a bit nervous. Then Ning Chu kicked him in the shin. "I'm not really interested." Wyang immediately quelled his curiosity, putting on the air of a gentleman. "Bars are noisy and chaotic. What if someone drugs you? Who would you complain to? I'm not a girl. What's there to be scared of?" Jeang Xiaoing grinned as he playfully elbowed Wang Jie. "Why were you such a coward last night?" Wang Jie, looking sincere, replied, "I already have someone I like, so I don't mess with other girls." "Who? A high school classmate?" She's studying at another university. Whoa, a true romantic. Jeang Xiaoing exclaimed in surprise before teasing. She wouldn't know, though. Wang Jie stubbornly shook his head. Listening to their conversation, Ning Chu was surprised to learn that Wang Jie already had a girl he liked. So that explains the plot glitch. When the plot's girl moves into the boys' dorm and gets caught in all kinds of compromising situations, Wang Jie wasn't blind or stupid. He was just in love with someone else, which is why he stayed unaffected. If only Wyang had the same attitude as Wang Jie. Now that's what I call genuine decency, staying loyal and not even glancing at other girls. In the world of this smutty novel, someone with such pure and steadfast character could almost bring tears to Ning Chu's eyes. But Wyang, despite seeming decent on the surface, was actually quite lively inside. Given the chance, he'd probably turn into a harem-seeking jerk. Luckily, he's still a virgin and a bit a coward. The morning was an English class. Jeang Xiaoing attended just long enough to get Mark present before sneaking out, while Wang Jie, though still not fully sober, stayed and struggled to focus. Ning Chu, faced with English, immediately decided to give up. He had returned all that knowledge to the teacher long ago. He couldn't remember anything beyond a few common words. His vocabulary was worse than when he was in middle school. Resting his cheek against the desk, his chubby face squished flat, Ning Chu watched Wyang, who was diligently taking notes. Even though the smutty novel didn't mention Wyang's academic habits, it seemed he took his studies seriously. He sat up straight, fully focused, occasionally jotting down notes or highlighting key points in his book. Even during breaks, Wyang would sit and study English rather than play on his phone. Seeing his story's protagonist being so diligent, Ning Chu felt a twinge of guilt. Then he closed his eyes, deciding not to think about it anymore. English is just torture. There's no way I'm going to learn it again. Shall we go to the library at lunchtime? I want to borrow some books to pass the time, Wyang suddenly asked. Ning Chu paused. He remembered a plotline where Wyang flirted with a girl in the library, but it didn't seem too risky. All right, edited a section of the plot and deleted several chapters. If I'm slow with writing today, there might only be this one chapter. The school's library was located on the top floor of the teaching building, occupying the entire level due to its expansive size. Since the start of the semester, this was Ning Chu's first visit to the library. At the entrance, he used his student ID to register for a borrowing card. Curious, he looked around as he followed Wyang into the rows of towering bookshelves. The library was another high-risk area for triggering plot events in a smutty novel. Quiet, sparsely populated public places like this often appeared in hentai novels and anime labeled as training scenarios, with libraries being a frequent setting. Ning Chu's own book had a similar scene. The protagonist and his current girlfriend, seeking thrills, brought a toy to the library and engaged in a shameful game. However, Ning Chu wasn't too worried about triggering a plot event in the library, since Wyang currently didn't have a girlfriend. This little virgin didn't have the guts to do anything like that. At lunchtime, the library was nearly empty, with only a few students scattered around. So many books. Ning Chu instinctively lowered his voice upon entering the library, his eyes sweeping over the shelves as he muttered softly, "Aren't there any novels? It's all reference books. They might be in another section." The two of them wandered aimlessly among the shelves. The library held a vast array of books, including not only various reference books, but also novels, magazines, and even comics. Ning Chu even found some boys' love, BL, books, and, surprisingly, some hentai manga. Gotta admit, the production quality of these hentai books is top-notch. But at this point, Ning Chu had completely lost interest in such things. Whether it was due to hormonal changes or the lack of progress with his little being, the once lewd author of smutty novels was now practically a monk. Over the past 2 months, he had only experienced 2 instances of discomfort from his body heating up, both of which he had quickly suppressed with rational thought. Wyang browsed the shelves, eventually picking out a history book and standing there, absorbed in reading. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat." Ning Chu was bored out of his mind, mumbling incessantly as he stood nearby. "Come on, what's so interesting about a history book?" I'm interested in this. Wyang looked up at him with a smile and suggested, "Why don't you head back first? I'll stay. Don't worry, if any girls come and talk to me, I'll run away." Men's promises are never to be trusted. Previously, Wyang had acted all obedient and honest, but the moment Ning Chu looked away, he almost lost his virginity while playing basketball. Even with Wyang's reassurances, Ning Chu wasn't about to foolishly leave. He knew that men were easily swayed by the sight of a pretty girl. So Ning Chu casually grabbed a history book himself, intending to see how the history of this smutty novel's world differed from the one he had lived in before. Ugh, this is giving me a headache. He barely got through the table of contents before putting the book back. I could just look this stuff up online. Why bother reading a book here? Noticing how absorbed Wyang was in his book, Ning Chu sighed softly and slowly wandered over to the novel section. Novels are more interesting anyway. When Wyang had flipped through a few pages of his book and looked up, Ning Chu was nowhere to be found. He placed the book back on the shelf and eyed another that caught his interest. As he reached out to grab it, another hand with long, slender fingers reached for the same book from the other side. Wyang froze, surprised by the rom-com-like coincidence. He turned to see the owner of the hand, a tall girl with a cold expression, dressed in a snow-white dress. That's... As class president, Wyang quickly recalled her name. Lily, the only succubus in the class, known for her 36D figure and ice-cold demeanor. Succubi were rare and supposedly all incredibly seductive. But Lily was different. She showed no interest in anyone, always keeping a stern face and pushing people away. This stark contrast between rumors and reality made her extremely popular and widely discussed in the class, often compared to Wyang as the male and female icons of the class. In a few more months, once they both made their mark in the school, they'd likely be hailed as the school's top heartthrobs. "Give it to me." Lily stared at Wyang with her emotionless eyes. "I want to read it first." Her voice was as cold as her expression, devoid of any warmth. "Here you go." Without hesitation, Wyang chose to step back, handing the book over and quickly turning to leave the shelves. He had just promised Ning Chu last night that he wouldn't interact with any girls. The last thing he wanted was to see Ning Chu hiding under the covers, crying like a heartbroken wife who just found out her husband had cheated. After taking only a few steps away from the history section, Ning Chu came towards him, holding a fantasy novel. "Did you pick something? Let's go eat." The moment when Wyang saw Ning Chu, his gaze began to dart around, as if even exchanging a few words with a girl was a crime. Trying to act natural, he looked towards the library's checkout counter. "Sure, I'll go check out my book first. I found something to read too." Ning Chu held up the novel. "The setting looks interesting, and the writing style is light and funny. What's with that smug tone? It's like a kid showing off a new toy after seeing their friend get one." Wyang couldn't help but smile, nodding in agreement. "The title does sound interesting. Let me borrow it after you're done. Just don't damage it. Does borrowing books cost anything?" "Nope, but you can only borrow one at a time." Wyang approached the counter, registering his information and completing the checkout process. He then suggested, "How about we come to the library this weekend? There are so many books here. It'd take years to finish them all." "Yes, sure." Compared to going shopping, working part-time, or playing basketball, activities that required obvious social interaction, the library was almost free of social obligations. Besides, flashy girls usually didn't hang out in libraries, so Wyang was much safer here. After borrowing the books and leaving the library, Ning Chu still felt a bit uneasy and scanned the area one last time. He then cautioned, "If we come to the library this weekend, we need to head back by 6 in the evening." "Huh? Why?" "Because I'm worried a little virgin like you might get drained by a female ghost." The protagonist in the story barely survived that encounter. Because didn't they say the teaching building is haunted at night? Wyang couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. "Didn't we check it out? It was just couples making noise, no ghosts at all." Realizing the truth wouldn't be believed, Ning Chu came up with another excuse. "I'm afraid of the dark. The campus is pitch black at night, except for the library." This excuse matched his delicate, soft appearance so well that Wyang accepted it without question, even filling in the blanks himself. No wonder you never want to go out at night. After one act of rebellion and almost getting tricked by a green tea girl, Wyang had clearly become much more obedient towards Ning Chu. This made Ning Chu feel both relieved and worried. It seems like Yang's affection for me isn't going down at all. This is boring. This isn't the college life I imagined. Jeang Xiaoing complained as he slumped over his desk in the classroom. All I do is attend classes and play games in the dorm. Why aren't there any girls chasing after me? Why aren't there any cool club activities? Why isn't anyone inviting me to parties? In their dorm, Jeang Xiaoing was the only one who had joined a club, hoping it would add some excitement to his college life. But he quickly found that everyone in the club just did their own thing, with hardly any activities to speak of. Damn it, I heard that the club that invited Wyang to a party got reported. 7 or 8 people were caught, and now every club event has to be approved in advance. Who the hell snitched? Damn! Ning Chu, sitting nearby with his chin propped on his hand, shot Jeang Xiaoing a glare. The snitch is sitting right here. Are you seriously insulting me to my face? Jeang Xiaoqing's college life might have been dull, but Ning Chu's was anything but. 4 days now, he had been nervously sticking to Wyang's side, not leaving him for a moment. What had started as just being a tag-along had now turned into him being Wyang's shadow. Ning Chu was wary of any girls and refused to let Wyang talk to them, afraid that doing so might trigger some plot event. He was already feminine enough, with his once proud little being now reduced to almost nothing. He couldn't risk going through that again. If another plot event were to trigger, Ning Chu might have to reluctantly let Wyang take the hit just to buy some time before his complete transformation into a girl. And if Wyang lost his virginity, well, Ning Chu would just have to pack up and get out of there as quickly as possible if things got out of hand. Fortunately, the past few days have been relatively peaceful, with no plot triggers in sight. Good thing tomorrow's the weekend. Jeang Xiaoing threw his arm around Wang Jie's shoulder, his trademark mischievous grin appearing. Why don't we go out tonight and see what the city has to offer? That bar last time was pretty fun, wasn't it? Wang Jie seemed tempted, but ultimately shook his head. I've already made plans to play a game tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Never mind then. I have to go home tomorrow. Despite being a rich kid, Jeang Xiaoqing's life wasn't all that great, as he had to follow his family's strict rules. But compared to Wyang, Ning Chu glanced over at Wyang. Wyang hadn't shown any signs of resentment toward Ning Chu's constant presence lately, but as a grown man, he couldn't possibly tolerate being controlled forever. All it would take was one act of rebellion from Wyang, and the fragile balance of their relationship, which could potentially turn romantic, would be shattered. Class dismissed. With the professor leading the way out of the classroom, the students all cheered and began packing up. Then Han Jingye, the class counselor, entered from the front door. Quiet down. I need to take up a bit of your time. Boo. Ning Chu glanced at Han Jingye. Over the past few weeks, Ning Chu's opinion of Han Jingye had softened, and he no longer held the same prejudice and dislike he had initially felt. First, about the school's living stipends. Most of your applications have been approved, and the funds will be directly deposited onto your meal cards. The sports day will be in November, and the New Year's Eve gala is also coming up. We're starting to select performances, so please sign up with the class president if you're interested. Every student must participate in at least one group activity or competition this semester. This last point was met with loud groans and complaints from the students, and the classroom quickly filled with chatter. Quiet. Quiet down. Han Jingye had to shout several times before finally calming the students down, ignoring their dissatisfaction as he continued to explain the details and rules of the sports day. You're planning to sign up for the sprints, right? Ning Chu leaned his cheek on his hand and looked over at Wyang. What should I sign up for? Or maybe I'll just sit this one out. How about you join the cheerleading squad in a dress? Jeang Xiaoing suggested with a smirk. Ning Chu rolled his eyes at him. Shouldn't you be worried about yourself? Don't forget you're already on thin ice after your last stunt. Wyang, sign me up for the sprints too. Oh, getting scared now. Ning Chu seized the opportunity to tease him. Weren't you the one who led the charge to curse out the counselor? Didn't you swear you'd never participate in any school events? Who's scared? Jeang Xiaoing retorted, thick-skinned as ever. I was just giving the counselor an out. Even with his black hair, he was still the same shameless troublemaker. Ning Chu wasn't too concerned about Han Jingye's insistence that everyone had to participate. If he really didn't join any events this semester, Han Jingye probably wouldn't make a big deal out of it. Just hold a grudge and make things difficult for him later on. After taking up 10 minutes of class time, Han Jingye finally wrapped up, and the students let out exaggerated groans of frustration. As soon as the counselor left, Ning Chu stood up, ready to leave. But before he could take a step, he saw 4 or 5 girls swarming toward Wyang. Wang Jie and Jeang Xiaoing were taken aback, quickly stepping aside, while Ning Chu froze in place, caught in the middle of the group with Wyang. Class president, sign me up for the 800-meter run. I want to do the long jump and high jump. Wyang, what are the rules for the New Year's Eve performances? Can you explain them to me one-on-one? Add me as a friend. I got some questions too. Unbelievable. They're all using the pretext of signing up for events to hit on Wyang. One-on-one explanations? What exactly are you planning? It was Wyang's first time being surrounded like this. Thankfully, the classroom's fixed desks prevented the girls from actually jumping on him. Don't rush, one at a time. He was never good at dealing with overly enthusiastic girls and instinctively looked to Ning Chu for help. Ning Chu glanced around, his expression darkening. These girls, they're all trying to ruin me. If even one of them is linked to the plot, my little bean might disappear for good. Bang! The sudden sound of a palm slamming on the desk silenced the girls instantly. Ignoring the burning pain in his hand, Ning Chu stood up, trying to appear imposing. Disperse. What are you all crowding around here for? Sign up online when you get back to your dorms. Who are you? Unfortunately, what Ning Chu thought was an imposing stance came across as anything but intimidating to the others. Yeah, don't crowd around here. I haven't even picked up the registration forms yet. Sign up online at lunchtime. Luckily, Wyang quickly caught on and supported Ning Chu's suggestion. He shot Ning Chu a grateful look, but didn't realize that the usually mild-mannered and introverted Ning Chu could also be this assertive. Unfortunately, his face was too youthful to be truly intimidating. He looked more like a fierce little kitten, adorable rather than scary. Out of nowhere, Ning Chu grabbed Wyang's arm and led the way out of the classroom. Make way, make way. We're off to get the registration forms. Step aside, Wyang echoed, following him out. I'm going to pick up the forms. Finally out of the classroom and away from the girls, Ning Chu let out a long breath of relief. He was glad he had acted quickly. If he had hesitated, Wyang might have been caught by those girls. Hopefully, nothing triggered any plot events. Can't you be a little more assertive? Ning Chu turned around, glaring at Wyang as he let go of his arm. You couldn't resist just because they were pretty, huh? It's not that. They're just girls. I didn't think it was right to be harsh with them. I'm a guy too, and I had no problem scolding them. Just tell them off. Ning Chu fumed. A bunch of flirts. They see a guy and can't keep their legs from buckling. Wyang couldn't shake the feeling that Ning Chu was jealous. The registration process eventually turned into a routine. Ning Chu would communicate with the girls, while Wyang handled the paperwork. Even online, Ning Chu couldn't stand the idea of Wyang talking to other girls, so he took over the communication and summarizing duties. Wyang's job was just to fill out the registration forms based on the information Ning Chu gathered. Linley signed up for the high jump and a dance performance for New Year's. Shan signed up for the long-distance run and shot put. This girl could probably knock me out with one punch. Yuan, who is this again? Wyang looked up from the forms and replied, the girl who invited me to the bar. Oh, she signed up for jump rope. And then there's Ling, Jeang Xiaoing, who was in the middle of the game, instinctively turned around to look at Ning Chu. She signed up for the long jump. Noticing Jeang Xiaoing's gaze, Ning Chu teased him with a hint of probing. What's wrong? Still can't forget your childhood sweetheart. Hell, from his reaction, it seemed like he was no different from anyone else who had just gone through a breakup. Internally, Ning Chu celebrated, and then continued dictating the registration details to Wyang. It was already Friday, and Ning Chu was gradually getting used to the routine of waking up at 7:30, taking a 2-hour break at noon, and attending classes until 6 p.m. But the weekend presented a challenge. Although they had previously agreed to spend the weekend in the library, Ning Chu still worried. Whether it was the possibility of Wyang changing his mind and accepting an invitation from some girl, or the dreariness of spending 2 days in the library. Either scenario was unpleasant for him. Yan Xingya signed up for the 100-meter dash. By the way, has any girl invited you out this weekend? As he was recording the registration information, Ning Chu suddenly changed the subject. Wyang froze, looking up at him in confusion before shaking his head. No, I haven't spoken to any girls lately. Few under strict supervision, huh? Ning Chu teased, ignoring Jeang Xiaoing's snide remarks. He continued, no one's asked you online either? I didn't add them as friends. Although Wyang's response seemed sincere, Ning Chu couldn't shake his unease. He scooted his chair closer, glancing briefly at Jeang Xiaoing, who always tried to embarrass him, before lowering his voice to ask, how about we link our accounts? Ning Chu knew that linking social media accounts was something couples did, but his worry about triggering plot events with Wyang overpowered any hesitation. Come on, link our accounts. I promise I won't look at your chat history. Wyang rubbed his nose, suddenly aware that the scent of flowers clinging to Ning Chu was becoming more intense. The more he smelled it, the more frequently he found himself dreaming about Ning Chu, and the dreams were becoming increasingly vivid. He bent down instinctively, covering his lap with the registration form, before glancing at Ning Chu's slightly flushed face, which was filled with expectation. Not okay. Ning Chu's brows furrowed. Well, all right, Wyang sighed in relief, seeing that Ning Chu hadn't noticed anything strange. He frowned slightly, feeling a bit uneasy. This past week, Ning Chu had become more and more overbearing. Wherever Wyang went, Ning Chu followed, even if it was just to the bathroom between classes. Now he wanted to control his social media too. But despite his logical mind telling him to resist, there was something about Ning Chu that was simply too pleasant to be around. Even though they were both guys, being near Ning Chu always inexplicably lifted Wyang's spirits. And although Wyang wasn't from Nantung, Ning Chu was undeniably attractive. The way Ning Chu treated him made it easy to think the wrong thing. Wyang sighed lightly and logged into his account on Ning Chu's phone. Okay, Ning Chu chuckled softly, immediately opening Wyang's account to check his chat history. Hey, didn't you say you wouldn't look? Wyang shook his head, feeling both helpless and conflicted. If only Ning Chu were a girl. Even if Ning Chu admitted to liking men, Wyang wouldn't be as torn as he was now. There really isn't anyone hitting on you? Ning Chu muttered under his breath. Did you delete the messages? No, I'm just too lazy to delete them. Wyang stood up abruptly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. I'm going to the bathroom. Then I'll take a nap. Go ahead. He hurried to the bathroom, feeling increasingly uneasy. Living in the dorms made Wyang self-conscious, and he'd never dared to do anything inappropriate there. Plus, with Ning Chu always sticking close, Wyang found himself having more and more vivid dreams, often filled with inappropriate content. As for chatting online, he'd end up driving himself crazy. He hid in the bathroom for a couple of minutes, letting the lingering floral scent fade from his nose and allowing the cold water to cool the heat in his lower abdomen. When he finally emerged, Wyang saw Jeang Xiaoing standing on the balcony, smoking. Cut back on that. Just a couple now and then. Jeang Xiaoing waved him over. Come chat with me for a bit. What's up? Jeang Xiaoing slung an arm around Wyang's shoulders, a mischievous grin on his face. Are you and Ning Chu really an item? No. Come on, you guys are always together. Wyang leaned against the railing, hands in his pockets, and rolled his eyes. You and Wang Ji are always together too, aren't you? In reality, it wasn't uncommon for college roommates to spend a lot of time together, going to classes and meals. But Ning Chu's overly feminine appearance, coupled with his insistence on keeping Wyang away from girls, naturally made people suspicious. It's not the same, okay? Jeang Xiaoing replied with a smirk, shaking his leg casually. Hey, don't you think Ning Chu is getting a bit too much lately? Too much. When Yang thought Jeang Xiaoing was referring to Ning Chu's controlling behavior. Yeah, like, have you noticed his chest? It's at least as big as an apple. With my years of experience watching movies, I'd say it's at least in A+. When we first started school, he looked like a kid. But now he's all delicate and dainty. He doesn't look like a guy at all. And that little butt of his. Jeang Xiaoing took a drag on his cigarette, nudging Wyang with his elbow. What's going on with him? Me? Wyang frowned, lost in thought for a moment before shaking his head. I think he's perfectly normal. Though Wyang had already started thinking of Ning Chu as more of a girl, he instinctively tried to cover for him. Normal, my foot. Wyang blurted out, Ning Chu is definitely a guy. I've gone to the bathroom with him before. I've seen it. Seeing Jeang Xiaoqing's skeptical expression, Wyang added, and it's pretty big. Jeang Xiaoqing stared at him in disbelief, then looked through the balcony window at Ning Chu, who was squatting down and playing with a cat inside. That small, delicate figure. There was no way he could associate it with the word big, even when it came to his chest. You're kidding, right? Wyang nodded solemnly. It might even be bigger than yours. What the? A master of disguise. Jeang Xiaoqing looked utterly defeated as he silently lit another cigarette. Stomach ache. It was Saturday, and the rowdiest member of the dorm had already left campus. Ning Chu rarely got the chance to sleep in, but today he did, right until noon. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he felt a strange pain in his lower abdomen. Nothing significant had triggered any plot events recently, right? No, definitely not. He was sure of it. After all, ever since he dealt with Shan, Wyang hadn't interacted with any other girls this week. In this silly novel, if the protagonist didn't interact with any females, it couldn't be considered a plot event at all. Having slept too long, Ning Chu's head throbbed slightly, and the pain in his abdomen was intense. It radiated through his lower belly, waist, and even his buttocks, leaving him feeling numb with pain. He couldn't help but frown, feeling irritated and frustrated. Why is my stomach suddenly hurting again? Did I set the air conditioner too low and get a stomachache? Ning Chu muttered to himself in confusion as he stretched lazily and sat up, yawning repeatedly. He ran a hand through his tangled hair, his eyes tearing up from the effort. As he scanned the dorm, he noticed a few things. The bed opposite him was a mess, with blankets scattered everywhere. Wang Jia was beneath it, neck craned forward as he played a game, his face almost glued to the computer screen. Jeang Xiaoqing's desk, unusually tidy, showed signs that he had tidied up before leaving. Wang Jia, where's Wyang? Ning Chu asked, rubbing his eyes with one hand and his abdomen with the other. He went out. Went out. His drowsiness vanished instantly, and he forgot all about the persistent pain in his lower abdomen. He quickly flipped out of bed and climbed down the ladder. In a rush, he ran to the balcony to check the bathroom, then hastily slipped on his sandals, preparing to leave. Where did he go? Why don't you call him and ask? Ning Chu's hand was already on the doorknob when he realized he could just call Wyang. That guy, sneaking out without saying a word again. Last time, he had secretly gone to a bar to meet those twin girls. What was he up to this time? Ning Chu's face darkened as he dialed Wyang's number, then grabbed his casual clothes and a few Band-Aids before heading to the bathroom. Beep, beep. A minute passed, but there was no answer. He changed clothes even faster, his mind racing with thoughts of where Wyang might have gone. Ning Chu had managed to disrupt all the potential plot lines with their classmates. This time, it could be something outside of school, with students from other classes, other departments, or even other colleges. The scope was too broad, making it impossible to track down. Hello. Finally, the call connected. Where did you go? Ning Chu demanded anxiously. Why did you leave on your own? Wyang sounded a bit bewildered. He rarely heard Ning Chu sound so frazzled, and his own tone softened immediately. I'm just at the library, reading. He quickly added, there are no girls around, don't worry. I'm coming over. Ning Chu had just finished dressing, hastily running a hand through his hair before bolting out of the dorm in his sandals. Can you bring back something for me? Wang Jie started to ask, but by the time he turned around, the door had already closed behind Ning Chu. He mumbled to himself, "What's the rush?" As Ning Chu jogged out of the dormitory building, his urgent pace slowed, and he unconsciously pressed a hand against his stomach. The running had only intensified the pain in his lower abdomen, leaving his lips pale. No matter how anxious he was, his legs just wouldn't cooperate. She'll be fine, right? This past week, Ning Chu had employed a strategy of strictly controlling Wyang, not allowing him to have any contact with females. This high-pressure approach was bound to make Wyang feel resistant, but that was exactly what Ning Chu had hoped for. But Wyang sneaking off to cheat on him wasn't part of the plan at all. Damn it, if Wyang triggered some plot event at the library, Ning Chu calculated the situation. If he interfered with the plot once or twice more, there was a good chance he'd be permanently transformed into a female. So annoying. The pain in his abdomen, combined with the current situation, made him incredibly irritable. He lashed out, kicking a utility pole, only to hurt himself more, his face turning even paler. This just made him angrier. He pulled out his phone in frustration, ready to call Wyang again, but his eyes fell on the reminder in his notes app. Suddenly it clicked. Last month, around the middle of the month, he'd had a similar stomachache that lasted several days. Ning Chu blinked, opening his notes and skimming through the entries. September 16th, stomach pain. Well, that's a relief. It's still a few days until the 16th. He tried to reassure himself, but couldn't help searching menstrual cycle in his browser, and his expression quickly darkened. According to what he found online, periods don't follow the strict 1-month cycle most guys assume. The timing can vary. Some people have them every 20-something days, others every 30 days. And it's normal for periods to be a few days early or late. No way, right? Ning Chu pressed a hand against his lower abdomen, pushing down slightly. His brows furrowed in worry as he recalled all the strange things his body had gone through since he crossed over into this world. In fact, even before the plot had begun, his body had shown signs of feminization, like his constantly protruding chest, his overly petite figure, his high-pitched voice. So, does that mean I was a girl from the start? He had originally thought the feminization was due to the plot closing in on him, that it was inevitable no matter what he did. And he was right, but he had misunderstood the cause. No wonder my little buddy has been so unenthusiastic. Turns out it was just for show. His body must have had a full set of female organs from the start. Otherwise, he wouldn't be having periods. It's too soon to draw any conclusions, he muttered, trying to calm himself down. If it still hurts in a couple of days, then I'll know for sure. It's probably just because I caught a chill. Ning Chu looked up to see Wyang emerging from a nearby teaching building, heading straight toward him. As Wyang got closer, he immediately noticed Ning Chu's unease and hurried to explain himself. I called out to you this morning, but you were sleeping too soundly to wake up. I was really just reading. The only person I spoke to all morning was the librarian when I returned a book. Wyang anxiously searched Ning Chu's face for any signs of anger. What's wrong with you? My stomach hurts. Again, Wyang was taken aback, quickly connecting the dots. He asked cautiously, didn't your stomach hurt around this time last month too? Yes, so. This was the key evidence Wyang needed to confirm Ning Chu was a girl. Wyang's eyes lit up. If Ning Chu's stomach continued to hurt over the next couple of days, and if he could find any evidence of sanitary pads, he could finally confirm that Ning Chu was a girl. Then, if he had some physical reaction or fantasies about her, it would be completely normal, right? Let's get lunch at the cafeteria? Sure. Ning Chu sighed weakly, glancing at Wyang with a puzzled expression. Why do you seem so happy about this? No, I'm not. Why would I be? Ning Chu seemed distracted, his mind wandering even as he ate. Wyang, too, couldn't fully focus on his lunch, preoccupied with a single thought. If Ning Chu was really a girl, how should he treat Ning Chu then? Should he continue pretending not to know? Should he report it to the school and let them handle it? Or should he consider turning his roommate into his girlfriend? He quickly pushed that dangerous thought away. Ning Chu's controlling tendencies were already verging on obsessive. Making her his girlfriend? He could imagine needing permission just to leave the house. Wyang looked up at Ning Chu, who was sitting across the table. Her face was youthful yet exquisitely beautiful, with delicate features that made her look like a doll. Her big eyes were bright, framed by long, fluttering lashes, and her eyelids had a natural blush that added a touch of allure to her otherwise innocent appearance. Her full, slightly pink lips were glossy and looked inviting. He'd already tasted them many times in his dreams. The thought was dangerous, but maybe not impossible. So where to next? Ning Chu didn't wait for a reply, reaching over with his chopsticks to grab the last piece of pork from Wyang's plate. Back to the library to study. Sure, Wyang had grown used to sharing. In fact, most of the meat from Ning Chu's plate had already ended up on his. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, allowing them both to sample more dishes. After lunch, they headed back to the library. The library was a bit busier on the weekend, with more students in the reading area than before. The atmosphere was quiet and studious, with the only sounds being the faint rustling of pages and the occasional footstep. It reminded Ning Chu of the intense study sessions leading up to college entrance exams. No wonder so many people liked studying in the library. Ning Chu took a good look at the girls in the reading area. There was a girl with glasses, a white-haired lowly, a cat girl, about 5 or 6 girls in total, each with looks ranging from average to above average. In the world of this smutty novel, each one could at least qualify for a specific trope. Even he himself could easily fit into the trap or gender bend categories. Ning Chu cautiously pulled Wyang away from those girls and found a corner table in the reading area. I'm going to grab some books. Okay. Ning Chu picked up a manga magazine from a nearby shelf, but his eyes kept drifting to Wyang, who was browsing the bookshelves. He also kept a wary eye on the girls. There shouldn't be any issues. Although those girls were pretty, they definitely didn't have the level of attractiveness required for a major plotline character. They were all just background characters. But Wyang was still a guy, and his actions weren't always based on aesthetics. More often, they were driven by hormones. The danger with these background girls was that they were unpredictable. There was no way to anticipate their behavior, and if Wyang let his guard down, he could easily fall into a trap. For now, though, as long as no plot events were triggered, everything should be fine, even if he kept becoming more feminine. What are you reading? Wyang returned with 2 hefty textbooks, glancing at the magazine in Ning Chu's hands with a smile. Why are you reading manga? It's the weekend, Ning Chu replied, shifting uncomfortably and holding his stomach. Plus, my stomach hurts, so I can't really focus on anything serious. Do you want to go to the campus clinic or a hospital? Ning Chu paused for a moment, then shook his head firmly. No, it's not that bad. Having dealt with chronic gastritis in his previous life, Ning Chu had built up a high tolerance for this dull, nagging pain. If it got too bad, he planned to buy some painkillers from a pharmacy. Don't let a small problem turn into a big one. Yeah, don't worry. Wyang glanced down at Ning Chu's legs, wondering where sanitary pads might be hidden. In the depths of his wardrobe? In a locked drawer? But how did Ning Chu manage to change them? There had never been any telltale scent in the dorm, and he'd never seen any evidence of sanitary pads. Even if Ning Chu secretly went to a public restroom to change them, there didn't seem to be any opportunity for that, considering how they spent almost every moment together. It was a mystery he couldn't solve. Despite holding the manga magazine, Ning Chu couldn't concentrate. He couldn't sit still, his brows knitted in discomfort. By the time he finished the magazine, he couldn't remember a single thing from it. All he knew was that the artwork had been generous. Just as Ning Chu was about to get up, his phone vibrated softly in his pocket. Curious, he took out his phone and was surprised to see a message from Han Jingye. The counselor? Why would he be messaging me on the weekend? He glanced at Wyang, who was engrossed in his book, then opened the message with a puzzled expression. Why didn't I see your name on the sign-up sheets for the sports meet and New Year's event yesterday? Make sure you sign up for at least one activity or competition this semester. This guy, Ning Chu, knew that this kind of unreasonable demand from a counselor usually stemmed from pressure from the higher-ups, but it still annoyed him. He casually typed a reply. I'm not good at sports, and I have no talent for performing. Counselors typically use the threat of losing credits to enforce these demands, but in reality, it was usually just empty talk. If you don't participate, you'll lose credits. Just as expected, in his previous life, Ning Chu had also been a college graduate and had been pressured into attending countless pointless seminars under the threat of losing credits. But after missing one by accident, he realized it was just talk. Although his impression of Han Jingye had improved recently, all counselors were the same at their core. Come to think of it, it's been a while, and Han Jingye still hasn't shown any signs of being a creep. Apart from the forced participation in activities, Han Jingye had been fairly approachable and dedicated. He had a good reputation among the students, and Ning Chu's opinion of him was steadily rising. Maybe the plot had been so thoroughly derailed that the whole storyline involving Han Jingye had been neutralized by the butterfly effect. After a few minutes of back and forth, Han Jingye finally gave up, typing, "If you really don't want to participate, I'll make an exception for you. Just don't tell anyone else." Ning Chu smirked in satisfaction. "How's school been so far? Have you adjusted well?" "Everything's fine. If you have any issues, feel free to talk to me. You need to take care of your health too." "Sure, will do." Wyang noticed that Ning Chu had been typing on his phone for a while and leaned over curiously. "Who are you chatting with?" "The counselor. What does he want?" Ning Chu didn't hesitate to throw Han Jingye under the bus. "He's trying to get me to participate in some activities. Didn't succeed, though. I thought it was mandatory." Ning Chu looked at him like he was a naive child. "Come on, he's just a counselor. How much power do you think he has?" "Mandatory, my foot." Wyang glanced at the chat on Ning Chu's phone and mumbled, "He seems pretty nice, offering to help if you need anything." That's what counselors are supposed to do. Despite saying that, Ning Chu's opinion of Han Jingye rose another notch. The pain in Ning Chu's lower abdomen was getting worse. Yawning, he lay down on the desk, half-heartedly chatting with Han Jingye. The pain made it impossible to concentrate on reading, but he didn't want to leave. Luckily, Han Jingye seemed to have nothing better to do today and was surprisingly chatty, engaging in casual conversation. It was the first time Ning Chu had encountered such a friendly counselor. However, Wyang was beginning to have some opinions. "Why are you always chatting with him?" "I'm bored." Wyang frowned. Ning Chu didn't bother to hide anything, so Wyang could clearly see the conversation on the screen. Although the chat seemed normal, Wyang couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Why is it that Ning Chu won't let me talk to girls, but he's having such a good time chatting with some guy? What? Ning Chu's a guy too? Never mind, then. Wyang opened his mouth, but he swallowed the words he wanted to say, unable to do anything but watch as Ning Chu continued chatting. A light fragrance wafted through the air, and Wyang instinctively looked up to see a girl in a long dress sitting at the table across from them. She was someone he knew. Unlike many girls who wore bold, revealing outfits, the succubus Lily was always dressed in a conservative, modest long dress that covered her from head to toe, leaving only her slender, fair arms exposed. Given the succubus' reputation for wild nights, the sight of this demure, soft-spoken succubus created a stark contrast that made her even more enticing. Ning Chu noticed Lily's arrival too, his brows furrowed, and his gaze locked onto her with the highest level of vigilance. This succubus, she's a plot character. This was a public place, so it wasn't possible to chase her away. Ning Chu quickly grabbed Wyang's arm. "Let's move." But when he looked around the reading area, he realized that all the nearby tables were already occupied. Wyang could only give him a helpless look. "Should we go back to the dorm? Is that really necessary? You're acting like you've seen a ghost." Ning Chu pursed his lips, glancing warily at the succubus again. Unlike the other female characters, who were always eager to pounce on the protagonist, this succubus was more passive. Not only was her personality passive, but her plotline with Wyang was too. The experienced protagonist becomes intrigued by the cold, aloof succubus who doesn't seem interested in him. After a playful teasing session, he discovers her hidden battle lust, and through various creative means, he trains Lily to become a proper succubus. But as for the current Wyang, he might be curious, but he probably didn't have the guts to flirt with Lily. The problem was, Ning Chu wasn't trying to destroy the plot. he was trying not to trigger it at all. "Let's go," he insisted, pulling Wyang to his feet. "We can go back and play games or borrow some books to read at the dorm." Wyang frowned, clearly displeased. When Ning Chu noticed his reaction, it was almost as if he could hear a favorability -10 notification in his mind, and a smile appeared on his face. If he kept pushing Wyang like this, maybe their friendship would sink before it could turn into something more, and by aggressively nipping potential plot lines in the bud, he could at least maintain his current gender for a bit longer. He glanced back at Lily and noticed that the succubus was watching them with a rare look of curiosity. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickened his pace, dragging Wyang along. Once they were out of the library, Ning Chu felt slightly more at ease. He turned back, embarrassed, and apologized. "Wyang, that was a succubus. I was just worried about." Even though he needed to lower Wyang's affection toward him, he still had to strike a balance to avoid pushing Wyang away completely. Wyang nodded, looking defeated. Ning Chu cautiously studied his expression. "You're not mad, are you? I was really just looking out for you." "A little." Ning Chu fell silent, but Wyang suddenly smiled warmly. He reached out and gently ruffled Ning Chu's hair, chuckling. "I'm just messing with you." The warmth of Wyang's hand on his head, stroking his hair and scalp, brought an unexpected sense of comfort. The irritation caused by his stomachache and the tension from encountering Lily slowly melted away, and his body seemed to relax without him realizing it. Doing that in front of her makes it look like she did something terrible, and it's rude to act like that, Wyang explained, watching as Ning Chu's eyes closed contentedly, his head nudging against Wyang's hand like a cat. "It's not polite." So that's why Wyang frowned earlier, not because he was upset about being controlled, but because of this? "Have you had enough of that?" Ning Chu snapped out of his peaceful daze, slapping Wyang's hand away with an annoyed huff. "I get it. Next time, I'll tell you secretly. And stop touching my head. If I stay 1.6 meters tall forever, it'll be your fault." Plus, a man's pride doesn't allow him to enjoy being petted by others. It's too weird. Even his parents weren't allowed to do that. He stomped off toward the dormitory, grumbling to himself. He thought Wyang's affection for him had finally started to drop, but it turned out he was happy for nothing. Wyang followed leisurely behind Ning Chu, occasionally glancing down at the wrist Ning Chu had grabbed several times today. The smile in his eyes deepened. Over the past week, Ning Chu had been sticking to him more and more. He had initially worried that he was imagining things, but now it was obvious. Ning Chu really liked him. Just look at how he reacted earlier. The increasingly strict rules about not interacting with other girls over the past week were further proof that Ning Chu's feelings for him were growing stronger. So when would Ning Chu finally admit his true gender? Wyang's eyes drifted to Ning Chu's hips, watching the slight sway as he walked. He tried to spot any signs of a sanitary pad through his pants, but there was nothing to see. He might really have to go through Ning Chu's wardrobe or drawers, but that kind of behavior was borderline creepy, and Ning Chu would likely hate him for it. Wyang. Ning Chu suddenly turned around, looking worried. "You're not interested in Lily, are you?" "Her? She's got issues too." Actually, she didn't. Although Lily had a tendency to get addicted to fighting due to her nature, according to the novel's setting, this succubus was not only a cold, expressionless woman, but also pure and innocent. "No, I was just asking." Ning Chu tried to cover up. "It's just that she's a succubus, and if you like her, you might end up with a lot of heartbreak. After all, you know the reputation of succubi. Remember the club president who hosted that party at the villa? She was a succubus too, right?" Wyang nodded. "No interest, don't worry. Whether you get tricked or not is your business, not mine." Right. Note from the author. Tonight at midnight, the book will be officially launched. Every time a new book launches, it's the hardest time. Sleepless nights, refreshing the results every 10 minutes. The performance of this book is average. I hope the final results will allow me to eat a decent meal. After the launch, if you have extra coins and think this book is worth reading, I hope you'll subscribe to a few chapters. If you have extra monthly votes, please give them to me. If you're unable to pay, thank you for your support over the past month and a half. Thanks a lot. The additional chapter rewards are still active, with the same rules of 1 extra chapter for every 100 monthly votes or 10,000 tips. Currently, there are 1,300 monthly votes, which means 13 extra chapters and 3 more from tips. 1 chapter has been delivered, so I owe 15 in total. I'll clear the backlog as soon as possible after the launch, even if it means burning the midnight oil. Thank you all once again for your support. When they returned to the dorm, Wang Jia was already lying on his bed, ready for an afternoon nap, scrolling through Douyin on his phone. Wyang grabbed a towel and headed to the balcony, using it to wipe off the sweat from his face. His eyes kept drifting through the window to where Ning Chu was inside, hunched over, hands pressed against his lower abdomen, looking utterly miserable. If Wyang's suspicion that Ning Chu was a girl had been around 60% before, it had now jumped to 80%. How could it be just a coincidence? For 2 consecutive months, within just a few days of each other, Ning Chu experienced stomach pain at the same time. If Ning Chu was still in pain tomorrow or the day after, it would be almost certain that Ning Chu was a girl. All he needed was 1 piece of evidence to confirm it. Wyang, after wiping down, took off his shirt, glancing down his 6-pack abs, feeling quite satisfied with his physique. Ning Chu opened the door to the balcony, taking a quick look at Wyang's body. A flash of envy crossed his eyes, and he quickly looked away, heading straight for the bathroom. You might as well take a shower. Was Ning Chu embarrassed just now, only daring to take 1 look before turning away? Wyang suddenly realized this was an opportunity. He glanced at the bathroom door, which was tightly closed, and immediately stepped into the dorm room. He quickly scanned Ning Chu's desk. A laptop sat on it, with shelves on either side filled with cheap little toys and trinkets, all prizes won at the amusement park ring toss, gifts he had given to Ning Chu. In one corner of the desk, a stack of books was neatly piled up, and a couple of pairs of shoes were tucked underneath. Although there were a lot of things, the overall setup was tidy and organized. But Wyang didn't find what he was looking for. Feeling a bit guilty, he glanced at Wang Jia's bed above and then back towards the balcony. He hesitated, wanting to open Ning Chu's drawers or wardrobe to take a peek, but the thought of violating Ning Chu's privacy made him uneasy. Fortunately, before he could make up his mind, Ning Chu returned to the dorm, collapsing onto his desk, hugging his stomach and letting out small whimpers of pain. Wyang immediately headed to the bathroom, but after just a couple of minutes, he came back disappointed. There were no clues in the bathroom, either. It was hidden too well. Maybe Ning Chu wasn't using pads, but tampons? Wyang, what is it? Can you go to the pharmacy and give me some painkillers? Ning Chu's voice was weak as he leaned against the desk, his head resting on the table. I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much. Chronic gastritis had never hurt this much. In this hot weather, Ning Chu had been drinking ice water and cold drinks, washing with cold water. He figured this must be what they called menstrual cramps. Even though he still had his little buddy, it had shrunk to the size of a peanut. Painkillers? Wyang asked, noticing how pale Ning Chu's face was. Shouldn't you go to the hospital? No, I hate hospitals. So, I'm going alone to buy the medicine. Ning Chu shot him a glare. Do I look like I have the energy to go with you? Oh, the drawn-out, knowing tone made Ning Chu suspect that Wyang was up to something again. He quickly added, no talking to girls, no agreeing to dates. No, he suddenly paused, then decisively stood up. I'll go with you. Of course, he couldn't trust Wyang to go out alone. But as Ning Chu's possessiveness became more evident, with all his don't do this and don't do that, why did Wyang's smile seem to grow softer instead of angrier? Shouldn't he be upset? If Ning Chu were Wyang, he'd be furious to have such a controlling roommate. I can go by myself. Just stay here and boil some hot water. I'm coming with you. Relax. I promise not to talk to any girls. I swear, okay. Wyang sighed helplessly. Do I really seem like the type to hook up with girls the moment I step out the door? Am I that much of a jerk? Well, the protagonist in the book was that much of a jerk. Ning Chu pursed his lips, scrutinizing Wyang's expression. It had seemed sincere. But after standing for a moment, Ning Chu couldn't help clutching his stomach and sitting back down. His face was pale, and his limbs curled up as he tried to breathe through the pain. Never again will I drink cold water or cold drinks. But now a new problem arose. If this pain was due to his period starting, where did the blood go? Was it all just staying in his stomach? Ning Chu suddenly realized a crucial point, and his face turned even whiter. Oh no! If too much blood accumulates, could I die from it? Are we still going? Ning Chu waved his hand weakly. No. It was said that the most severe menstrual cramps could make a person pass out from the pain, only to wake up again because of it. Too terrifying. He couldn't even think about whether Wyang might flirt with girls or trigger any plot events. All he could feel was a knife twisting in his stomach, tearing at his insides. Wyang chuckled and picked up the kettle. I'll boil some water, and I'll get you some brown sugar to dissolve in it. Ning Chu nodded weakly, curling up even tighter. He hugged his stomach, pulled his feet onto the chair, and rested his forehead on his knees, silently enduring the pain. Not becoming the protagonist after transmigrating was one thing. Not having any cheat abilities was another, but ending up as one of the protagonist's harem members was already too much. Did they really have to torture him like this too? I'm heading out now. The water's boiling. Ning Chu didn't respond, his face pale and sweaty, his tightly shut eyes trembling slightly from the pain. The sight tugged at Wyang's heart. Without another word, Wyang turned and hurried out the door. It seemed only a few minutes had passed when the door opened again. Ning Chu opened his eyes hopefully, only to feel disappointed when he looked up. Oh, come on. Do I look so hideous that you feel disgusted just seeing me? Jeang Xiaoing grumbled as he walked in with a small bag, annoyed by Ning Chu's reaction. I even brought you guys some milk tea, but you're not getting any. He set the 4 cups of milk tea on Wyang's desk, then noticed Ning Chu wasn't responding and made sure to emphasize, Did you hear me? No milk tea for you. Where's Wyang? Not sticking to him like glue today. So annoying. Ning Chu just covered his ears. Sulking again? What's wrong? Did Wyang get stolen by some other girl? Jeang Xiaoing, oblivious as ever, dragged a chair over and sat down beside Ning Chu. Come on, tell me. Time for your big brother here to give you some advice. Here, have some milk tea. Sweet things help release hormones. It's dopamine. Ning Chu weakly corrected him, lifting his head slightly. How did this guy even get into college? Only now did Jeang Xiaoing notice how pale Ning Chu's face was, along with a layer of sweat on his forehead. What's wrong? You look like you're dying. It's something bad. Oh, I remember last time when you had a stomachache after eating at that Sichuan restaurant. Wyang bought some montmorillonite powder for you, Jeang Xiaoing mumbled. I'll look for it in his drawer. They're here. The dormitory door swung open once again, and Wang Jia groggily turned over in bed, feeling that the dorm was unusually noisy today. Wyang rushed to Ning Chu's side, carrying a plastic bag. As he busied himself, he asked, Xiaoqing, when did you get back? I just got here a few minutes ago. Where's the montmorillonite powder? Where did you put it? Are you having diarrhea? It's in the cabinet below. Ning Chu's stomach is hurting, isn't it? Wyang started to answer instinctively, but then paused and changed his response. He's got a stomachache, but montmorillonite powder is for diarrhea. It won't help. Jeang Xiaoing suddenly realized, leaning in to watch Wyang mix hot water and brown sugar. He teased, Is he on his period? Why is he drinking brown sugar water? It helps with stomachaches too. Ning Chu weakly responded, Yeah. It was said that brown sugar water could alleviate period pain, but he vaguely remembered reading somewhere that the effects were almost the same as glucose water. In essence, it was just for replenishing energy. But wait, Wyang hadn't even asked him what kind of stomach pain he was experiencing. What if it really was diarrhea? How could Wyang be so sure it was just a stomachache? Brown sugar water was more commonly associated with period cramps, something you'd give your girlfriend. Suspicious. Ning Chu looked up, only to find a cup of brown sugar water already being held to his lips. Wyang glanced down at him. Drink. Oh. Ning Chu obediently held the cup with both hands, blew on it a few times, and then cautiously sipped the brown sugar water. He began to seriously doubt whether Wyang's mind was working properly. He looked up. eyeing Wyang as he retrieved painkillers. This guy had seriously questioned his gender last time, and now he seemed to be treating him like a girl with menstrual cramps. Could it be that Wyang was already convinced he was a girl? But he just looked like a girl. He was still living in a boys' dormitory. Wyang's thinking had to be messed up. He still had his manhood. It was just a bit smaller. After drinking a few sips of brown sugar water and taking the painkillers, Ningchu's body seemed to feel a bit better, whether due to the medicine or just psychological comfort. He turned to see Jeang Xiaoing already back at his computer, then looked up again to find Wyang standing nearby, his eyes filled with concern and gentleness. It sent chills down his spine. What was going on? Why did it feel like their friendship was about to capsize? Ning Chu couldn't figure it out. He had been acting over the top all week, following Wyang everywhere, even supervising him when he went to the bathroom. Whenever Wyang talked to a girl, Ning Chu would immediately drag him away. He had even rudely stopped Yang's private tutoring with Shan, avoided encounters with plot-related female characters, and yanked Wyang away the moment any girl tried to talk to him. Honestly, he felt like a pervert or a yandere. After a week of this, any man should logically be angry or fed up by now, right? So why did it seem like Wyang was actually getting more attached to him? Damn it, a masochist. There was no mention of Wyang being a masochist in the book. Ning Chu muttered under his breath, his face looking slightly better as the pain subsided, but he still felt drained. Propping his head on one hand, he lazily clicked through web pages on his computer. Yang's gentle gaze made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Although it was just a guess, he thought it might be time to consider running away. If things kept going like this, even if he managed to stay a man, he might end up losing more than he bargained for. Given Yang's strength, there was a high chance he'd end up in a proctology department. As for getting rid of Wyang permanently, that kind of thing was just like fantasizing while reading a cheesy novel, something that might satisfy you in your imagination, but was impossible to do in reality. Seeing Ning Chu's tense body relax a bit, Wyang poured another cup of hot water and asked, "Feeling better?" "Yeah. I'm going to the cafeteria for dinner later." Ning Chu waved his hand. "Go ahead, I'll order delivery." The persistent stomach pain had completely drained his energy. "Just this once, nothing should go wrong, right? Should I bring you a Coke?" "No, I'm sick of it." Ning Chu keenly sensed Yang's probing, but how could he dare drink Coke now? These days, he probably wouldn't even dare to wash his face with anything but warm water. Only after the dorm door closed behind Wyang did Ning Chu look up and see that he was finally alone. His anxiety grew, fearing that Wyang might get involved with some girl, or worse, attract one himself. This made his already unsettled mood, caused by the stomach pain, even more agitated. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chu picked up his phone and opened a ticket booking app. Running away was the last resort. In a world like this, with his appearance, he was an easy target for all kinds of unsavory scenarios. Without the protection of the protagonist's plot armor, he could get harassed on the bus, hypnotized by a delivery guy, kidnapped off the street, or even attacked by some tentacle monster while hiding in his bedroom. He vividly remembered that brief separation from Wyang at the amusement park when he felt malicious eyes on him from the shadows. Yikes, maybe running away wasn't such a good idea? A shiver ran through him, and his impulsive thoughts quickly dissipated. Maybe he was just being overly paranoid, seeing threats everywhere. He was a bit of a coward. Things weren't dire enough to justify running away yet. Compared to the foreseeable dangers of staying in the dorm, running away seemed even less safe. Just wait a little longer. He was still a man, even if only just barely, and while Wyang was definitely probing his gender, he hadn't shown any clear signs of romantic interest yet. Their friendship was still on the verge of capsizing, but not quite there. Besides, the book clearly stated that his storyline would only really kick in once he had fully transformed into a woman. "Buying a ticket? Are you planning to go home?" Jeang Xiaoing's voice startled Ning Chu so much that he shuddered. He instinctively turned around to see Jeang Xiaoing peering over his shoulder. "There's some stuff going on at home. I might need to go back at any moment." He decided to plant a seed in his roommate's mind. just in case he really did need to make a quick exit later on. Oh, Jeang Xiaoing didn't seem too interested. Instead, he excitedly shoved his phone in Ning Chu's face. Hey, help me out with a discount. Spend 40 and get 5 off. This place is really good. I'm not kidding. Shut up. Wang Jie suddenly protested from the upper bunk. I'm trying to sleep. Can't you guys keep it down? Jeang Xiaoing, thick-skinned as ever, laughed and called out. It's almost 6 o'clock. Time to get up and eat. You guys are so noisy. You kept me half asleep the whole time. Get up. If you keep sleeping, you'll end up pulling another all-nighter tonight. Amid the lively chatter of his roommates, Ning Chu slumped over his desk, clutching his abdomen, lying still like a salt. No rush. He could wait until he was fully transformed before making his escape. After living together for about a month and a half, Wyang had more or less figured out Ning Chu's habits. During this time, Ning Chu never touched the dorm's electric kettle, only drank ice-cold bottled water, and only had cold drinks or iced milk tea. Even when washing up or showering, he always used cold water. But now he had uncharacteristically started drinking hot water, even going so far as to prepare a basin of warm water for his evening wash. He even used warm water to do his laundry. And this was the second day in a row that he looked sickly, with pale lips, often clutching his stomach and groaning. If he could lie down, he wouldn't sit. If he could sit, he wouldn't stand. It was obvious that he was still suffering from abdominal pain today. Although Wyang hadn't caught any definitive evidence, considering Ning Chu's increasingly feminine appearance, his body, which was now beginning to take on more of a feminine shape, and this ongoing 2-day bout of what seemed like period cramps, Wyang felt confident in his conclusion. Ning Chu was a girl. This realization greatly eased Wyang's guilt. Having sexual fantasies about a pretty female roommate was far less disturbing than having them about a male roommate. At least his sexual orientation was normal. Heaven knows why he kept dreaming about Ning Chu every now and then. But he couldn't figure out how Ning Chu managed to change sanitary pads. Could it be that she was using tampons? With a face full of concern, Wyang washed his underwear on the balcony, pondering whether it was time to take care of his needs. Supposedly, holding back too long wasn't good for your health. But Ning Chu was always sticking close to him, leaving him no private space to take care of business. Doing laundry first thing in the morning? Jeang Xiaoing emerged from the bathroom with a smirk, his expression mischievous and sleazy. How about I take you out today, show you a bit of the world, maybe get a half-service massage? Half-service? Oh, you don't get it, do you? He draped an arm over Wyang's shoulder, grinning smugly. You'll understand when we get there. I have a friend who goes all the time. How about this afternoon? You can coax Ning Chu into taking a nap, and then the 3 of us can go for a massage. It didn't sound like a legitimate massage, but Wyang was a bit tempted. Jeang Xiaoing. However, Ning Chu's angry voice completely shattered that temptation. Wyang turned to see Ning Chu, hands clutching his stomach, leaning against the doorframe with a scowl and a look of disapproval in his eyes. Why do you have to drag Wyang into this? Do you have to corrupt all your roommates to feel satisfied? Jeang Xiaoing instinctively shrank back. I'm scared to go alone. So you haven't been either, Ning Chu sneered. If you're scared, then don't go. I haven't even scolded you for taking Wang Jie to that sleazy bar last time, and now you're pushing the boundaries even further. Watching Ning Chu's retreating back as he headed into the bathroom, Jeang Xiaoing mumbled under his breath. Why is he acting like he's on edge? So much anger. Why don't you stand up for yourself? Wyang, egg him on. This isn't like you, backing down so easily. TCH, I'm not going to stoop to the level of a sissy. Who are you calling a sissy? Me? I'm the sissy. Jeang Xiaoing quickly ducked back into the dormitory, leaving Wyang shaking his head in exasperation. It was said that girls could get really cranky when they were on their period. Ning Chu's angry expression was just like that of a fierce tigress. In the past, no matter how upset Ning Chu got, his expressions were always pitiful, making you want to bully him more. Scary, Wyang muttered as he hung his freshly washed underwear on the clothesline, his gaze drifting to the corner where Ning Chu's underwear hung. Was it really okay for a girl to wear boxer briefs? Recalling the image of Ning Chu's bare legs after a shower, Wyang thought that those briefs looked more like ultra-short shorts than underwear. He hadn't given it much thought before, but now that he was thinking about it, the idea that Ning Chu wasn't wearing a bra felt a bit strange. Wyang, toilet paper. On it. Hearing Ning Chu's call from the bathroom, Wyang quickly shook off his stray thoughts and hurried back into the dormitory. He grabbed a roll of toilet paper from the corner of the dorm and swiftly returned to the balcony, standing by the bathroom door. A moment later, the door opened just a crack, and a pale, slender hand reached out, grasping at the air. Through that tiny gap, only that hand was visible, nothing else. "Where's the paper?" Ning Chu's voice carried a hint of nervousness, and when Yang handed over the toilet paper, "Here." As soon as Ning Chu took the paper, his hand quickly retracted, and the sound of the door locking echoed immediately after. The cautious behavior. He was obviously just a shy little girl. Come to think of it, Wyang had never seen Ning Chu use a public restroom, which often resulted in Ning Chu being the first to rush to the dorm bathroom after class. "What are you doing standing at the door?" Ning Chu opened the bathroom door, only to find Wyang's tall figure blocking his way out. His face still had a hint of pinkish blush, and his eyes were filled with wariness and tension. If Wyang had really wanted to, he could have easily barged in with a bit of force. He couldn't afford to make such a rookie mistake again. From now on, he had to check the toilet paper thoroughly before using the bathroom. Ever since he had shrunk in size, he had no choice but to sit while using the toilet, and if he wasn't careful, he'd make a mess, forcing him to use tissue paper every time. Even though he was still a man, he had been forced to adopt a girl's way of using the bathroom. Seeing Wyang step aside, Ning Chu shook his head with a sigh and walked back into the dormitory. Judging by Wyang's behavior, he was probably already convinced that Ning Chu was female. Ning Chu sat back down at his computer, resting his chin on one hand. The persistent stomach pain left him in no mood to play games, so he just aimlessly clicked through web pages. But then the QQ icon in the corner of his screen started flashing. Moving the mouse over, he saw it was a message from Han Jingye. "Are you interested in the top 10 singers competition?" "No, I think you've got a great voice." What started as a message about the competition soon drifted into casual, everyday conversation. With nothing better to do, Ning Chu responded to Han Jingye's messages half-heartedly. He'd never met a counselor with so much free time. Suddenly, Ning Chu's right eyelid twitched, and he came to a startling realization. Wait, could the counselor possibly be interested in me? He couldn't help but laugh at himself for thinking that. He'd been jumpy about everything lately, only to find out afterward that he was just overthinking things. With all the times he had disrupted the storyline, who knew where Han Jingye's plot had been blown off to by the butterfly effect? This counselor didn't seem anything like the creepy character from the original plot. "Why are you chatting with the counselor again?" "Just bored." Ning Chu didn't bother to hide it, openly displaying the chat window. But when Yang frowned, a slight hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. "Why does a counselor have so much to talk about? Maybe he's just concerned about his students? I'm a class monitor, and he doesn't chat with me every day." Ning Chu turned around, looking thoughtfully into Wyang's eyes. Could it be? Is he jealous? Afternoon, at the library. Although the library only appeared in a short segment of the novel, Ning Chu still didn't have a good impression of it. Mostly because in other similar novels, libraries had a tendency to be a hot spot for trouble. He leaned on the desk with one hand supporting his chin, looking listless. But while he appeared fatigued, his gaze was sharply focused, sweeping over all the women in the reading area, particularly lingering on Lily, who was sitting not too far away. That succubus. The next plot trigger was highly likely to involve that succubus, and Ning Chu was determined not to let anything happen that would lead to Wyang interacting with Lily. If a plot event were triggered, even if Wyang stayed true to himself and didn't get involved with Lily, there was no guarantee that Ning Chu wouldn't end up turning into a girl. He couldn't bear the thought of losing his manhood, even if it was already shrinking out of existence. "Why do you keep staring at her?" Wyang asked, noticing Ning Chu's intense focus. Ning Chu shot Wyang an annoyed glance. "Don't forget, You promised not to talk to any girls. You're supposed to stay away from them. I'm keeping watch for you. If she tries to talk to you, just look at me, and I'll signal you to get out of there. Wyang thought Ning Chu was acting like a skittish bird, or more accurately, like a jealous boyfriend afraid that his significant other might be stolen away by another girl. Ever since he had concluded that Ning Chu was a girl hiding in the boys' dormitory, Wyang had become increasingly convinced that Ning Chu had feelings for him. It wasn't narcissism. There was simply no other explanation for Ning Chu's behavior towards him. How about we pick up a heating pad on the way back? Wyang suggested, trying to change the subject since Ning Chu seemed bored. It might help if you put it on your stomach. Yeah, this book is pretty interesting. Ning Chu responded with a non-committal hum, glanced at the book Wyang had pushed toward him, took a sip of warm water from his thermos, but soon his gaze drifted back to Lily. Why was she here again? Could she already be targeting Wyang? Or maybe this cold, introverted succubus, who is outwardly reserved but secretly passionate according to the book, was actually just a studious good girl? Wyang was still a virgin, and his reserved nature meant he was easily flustered by a girl's advances. Meanwhile, Lily, as an ice-cold, introverted girl, didn't seem likely to trigger any plot events with Wyang at this stage, unless Wyang took a sudden interest in her and pursued her. But she was a succubus. Ning Chu remained on high alert, terrified that he might miss a moment when Wyang could end up alone with the succubus. Don't worry, I'm really not interested in her. Wyang sighed, sounding resigned. Stop staring at her. You're making her uncomfortable. Lily had already noticed Ning Chu's gaze, and she was shifting in her seat, clearly too uneasy to keep reading. I know. Ning Chu lowered his head, but inwardly scoffed at Wyang's words. What do you mean you're not interested? Can you really decide that with just your words? Isn't it your lower brain and the plot that make that decision? Ning Chu sneaked a glance at Wyang's lower body, only to see him sitting with his legs wide apart, a book resting on his lap, clearly tilted upward. Why is this guy always armed and ready when reading? It's terrifying, and he's even trying to cover it up with a book. Clearly, his words don't match his actions. Ning Chu's gaze lingered a little too long, and Wyang noticed. He immediately felt uncomfortable, stammering as he tried to explain, awkwardly using his elbow to press the book down in an attempt to hide it. This, that. Ning Chu leaned in to look at the book in Wyang's hand. It wasn't some racy novel or anything inappropriate. Seeing Ning Chu's half-closed eyes filled with suspicion, Wyang panicked even more, his face flushing a deep red. And you say you're not interested in that succubus? You're reacting just from glancing at her from 10 meters away. This protagonist really is a lecherous scoundrel. Wyang's expression suddenly relaxed a bit. Ning Chu, now thoroughly annoyed, stood up. Let's go. Take the book with you if you want to keep reading. Oh, okay. The two of them headed to the checkout counter, with Ning Chu idly standing by the door, holding his thermos, occasionally glancing back at Wyang as he processed the book loan. He really couldn't let his guard down for even a moment. He sighed tiredly, but then heard the sound of leather shoes clicking in the hallway. Looking up, he saw Han Jingye walking out from around the corner. What a coincidence, Han Jingye said as he noticed Ning Chu, smiling as he greeted him. Here to study at the library? You don't look too well. Make sure you're getting enough rest. I was just about to head back. Ning Chu watched Han Jingye curiously, noticing the inquisitive look in his eyes. Han Jingye casually explained, I'm working on my dissertation. Came to gather some research materials. Dissertation? I'm still working on my PhD. If all goes well, I'll transition to a teaching position after I graduate. That's impressive. Ning Chu marveled. As someone who struggled academically, he couldn't even imagine becoming a university lecturer. He'd be grateful just to pass his finals without failing. While they exchanged a few more words, Wyang finished his checkout process. Stepping out of the library, he immediately noticed Ning Chu and Han Jingye chatting happily by the door. Look at Ning Chu's little face, full of admiration. When the semester first started, Wyang had a good impression of Han Jingye, but now, the counselor's image in his mind was rapidly plummeting. Wyang walked up behind Ning Chu without saying a word and, with a hint of irritation, urged, "Let's go." Maybe it was time to confront Ning Chu about her gender and then impose the same rules on Ning Chu. No talking to any man. Otherwise, it just wasn't fair. Okay, Ning Chu responded quickly. "I'm heading out. Take care. Get some rest." Han Jingye smiled warmly and nodded. As they left the top floor of the library, Ning Chu seemed a bit distracted. Seeing someone who was working hard to better themselves made him want to think about his own future. But with all the current messes piling up in front of him, he barely had time to think about the future. He sighed wearily, but Wyang couldn't hold back his question. "You seem to be getting along well with the counselor lately?" "Not really," Ning Chu replied, shrugging it off. "He doesn't seem like a good guy to me." Ning Chu froze, surprised as he looked up. "When I used to say that about him, you didn't agree with me. He looks like a wolf in sheep's clothing, a total scumbag." Ning Chu stared at Wyang for a moment, taking in his disdainful expression toward Han Jingye, before softly asking, "Are you jealous?" "No. You don't let me interact with girls, so why should you get to interact with guys?" That reasoning was somewhat acceptable, as long as it wasn't jealousy. "But I'm interacting with men. But you look like a girl." Suddenly, the situation felt oddly familiar. It was just like how Ning Chu always belittled the girls whenever he tried to convince Wyang not to go on dates or get into a relationship. "Ning Chu, here." Ning Chu raised his hand half-heartedly, yawning as he responded to roll call. It was the third day, and the stomach pain still hadn't gone away. There was no avoiding it now. From a medical standpoint, he was probably a full-fledged girl. He sighed in despair, glancing down at his phone, which had just pinged with a notification. Another message from Han Jingye. "What's with him?" Ning Chu frowned, not bothering to check the message before locking his phone and slumping over the desk. Having someone to chat with when bored could be nice, but since Wyang had voiced his concerns, Ning Chu had decided to ignore the counselor's messages. No point in risking Wyang rebelling against his rules and going off on a date. His phone screen lit up again. Is he really this free during work hours? Ning Chu muttered to himself, his thoughts once again drifting toward the possibility of a plot development. Could it be that Han Jingye really had targeted him? He had felt guilty before, thinking he was being overly paranoid about the diligent counselor, but this time Han Jingye's enthusiasm seemed excessive. At first, he hadn't thought much of it, assuming it was just the counselor's normal concern for his students. But now, after days of constant messaging, something felt off, especially during class hours. "Is he messaging you again?" Wyang lowered his head and asked quietly. "Yeah, I didn't respond." Wyang frowned, no longer paying attention to the lecture. He warned, "Look, with your current appearance, the counselor might just be a pervert who likes feminine guys. You should be careful." "Oh, great. So you've learned all my tricks for scaring you out of dating, huh?" First, it was bad-mouthing someone behind their back. Now it's fear-mongering. Ning Chu stifled a laugh, but then the thought hit him, and his amusement quickly faded. It really did seem like Wyang was jealous. Yet, Wyang himself was acting more like the pervert he was warning about. "Don't worry, I won't chat with the counselor anymore." Ning Chu agreed, feeling that something wasn't quite right either. "See, I haven't even replied to his messages." "Good. Or maybe, nah, deleting the counselor from your contacts wouldn't be a good idea." Why had their roles suddenly reversed? With one hand clutching a heating pad against his stomach, Ning Chu's eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment, unable to understand. If Ning Chu was trying to prevent Wyang from dating to avoid triggering a plot that would turn him into a girl, then what was Wyang's reason for stopping him from chatting with other men? Was it really just concern that Han Jingye might be a pervert? That couldn't be it, right? If it was jealousy, then it meant Wyang had more than just a good opinion of him. Ning Chu started to feel a little panicked, but overall, he kept it together. Even if he was medically female now, at least he still had something left. When class finally ended, Ning Chu felt a sudden burst of energy. He took a deep breath, picked up his books, and prepared to follow Wyang to the next classroom. Who knew why university classes weren't held in the same room? Following behind Wyang, Ning Chu unlocked his phone to check Han Jingye's messages. "Are you in class? Pay attention. There's a dorm inspection this afternoon. Don't forget to tidy up. Come to my office after class." Ning Chu glanced over the messages, not replying to any of them. Instead, he tugged at Wyang's sleeve. Wyang, there's a dorm inspection this afternoon. Is there? I didn't hear about it. The counselor told me. Just hearing about the counselor made Wyang's head ache. He was about to say something when Jeang Xiaoing, walking nearby, suddenly cursed loudly. What the hell? Are they nuts? Didn't they just check during military training? That was a month ago. Wang Jie tried to calm him down. The dorm does need cleaning. We should take care of it during lunch. Our dorm is already clean. Jeang Xiaoing might complain the loudest, but when it came time to act, he was usually the first to back down. Ning Chu had long figured out Jeang Xiaoqing's blustery but soft-hearted nature. Rolling his eyes at him, Ning Chu turned back to Wyang. The counselor asked me to see him. What does he want? I don't know. Wanted to go with you? Ning Chu didn't hesitate to shake his head. I'm not going. I'll just pretend I didn't see the message. He had noticed that Han Jingye was acting too friendly. Something definitely felt off. The last thing he wanted was to walk into a trap. If Wyang triggered a plot event, Ning Chu might be able to harden his heart and push the well-trained virgin into it, letting the plot play out. Wyang might even end up happy. But if he triggered the plot, whether it led to him getting taken advantage of or becoming a full-fledged girl, it was unacceptable. I'm going to the restroom. All right. The two of them turned a corner and headed toward the restroom. Ning Chu, who never used public restrooms, stood idly in the hallway outside, waiting for Wyang to finish. A girl with her head down slowly made her way to the other end of the hallway. Ning Chu's attention was immediately drawn to her. He furrowed his brows, sizing her up. It was the vice class monitor. She had left a strong impression during the class committee elections. She looked like she could punch him to death. But the lively, wolf-tailed girl who had been full of energy back then now looked deflated, her tail tucked between her legs, and her upright, gray ears drooping lifelessly. Although she was the vice class monitor, she didn't have any related plot in the book, so Ning Chu had never bothered to remember her name. But that didn't mean he would let his guard down. Pretty background characters like this could be dangerous too. Within minutes, Wyang emerged from the restroom, shaking his freshly washed hands. As soon as the wolf girl caught sight of him, she lifted her head and hurried over. Knew it. Ning Chu tensed up, quickly stepping in front of the wolf girl, blocking her path. He had already dealt with more than his fair share of girls trying to chat, ask for contact information, or even confess directly. Before the wolf girl could speak, Ning Chu had already grabbed Wyang's wrist, dragging the confused Wyang away toward the classroom, all while offering a half-hearted excuse. We're busy. Excuse us. Wyang, can you help me? The wolf girl's voice was laced with a thick sob, causing Wyang to stop in his tracks. Ning Chu dug in his heels, straining with all his might to pull Wyang forward, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge him. Great. Just great. Men really can't resist a girl who looks pitiful. Your true colors are showing now, aren't they? It wasn't that Ning Chu wasn't on guard. It was just that the enemy was too crafty. Reluctantly, Ning Chu stayed by Wyang's side, glaring daggers at the wolf girl. It's fine. She's not a plot character anyway. What's wrong? Wyang asked, frowning. Why are you crying? The wolf girl glanced nervously at Ning Chu, clearly hoping he would leave. But Ning Chu, showing no intention of leaving, coldly said, whatever it is, you can say it in front of both of us. If you need help, two people are better than one. Seeing Wyang nod in agreement, the wolf girl hesitated, looking around to make sure no one else was nearby before lowering her head and speaking in a barely audible voice. I was sexually harassed by the counselor. Both Ning Chu and Wyang were stunned. What the? This is bad. Wyang, the model student, skipped class. He brought Ning Chu and the wolf girl to a secluded corner on the second floor of the cafeteria. Wyang's expression was serious, his brow furrowed in disbelief. The wolf girl kept her eyes downcast, looking dejected, while Ning Chu lay face down on the table, his eyes vacant and lifeless. How did this suddenly turn into a plot event? He had been so cautious around the succubus Lily, afraid that Wyang might talk to her. He had also noticed the counselor's odd behavior, and worried that he might become a victim in the story. Everything should have gone smoothly. So why did this wolf girl suddenly drag him into the plot? In the book, the counselor used a scholarship as leverage to coerce a girl, but it was only a month and a half into the semester. Where was this scholarship coming from? And the book never mentioned that the victimized girl had any animal-like traits. Ning Chu felt like crying, torn between going along with the plot and dragging Wyang out of it to avoid getting involved. She was just an unfamiliar background character. But looking at the pitiful state of the wolf girl, he couldn't bring himself to make that decision. If Han Jingye, that scumbag, succeeded, this girl's life could be ruined. Now, he could only hope that whatever transformation might occur wouldn't turn him into a full-fledged girl this time. Vice Class Monitor, what's your name again? Ning Chu asked weakly. I don't even know you. Yin Xinya. Compared to the generic names often given to female side characters in cheesy novels, the wolf girl's name was surprisingly pleasant. Ning Chu responded softly and turned his gaze to Wyang. Wyang still seemed a bit dazed, unable to shake off his disbelief. He had only been jealous and tried to scare Ning Chu by saying Han Jingye might be a pervert, and now it turned out he was right. He couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Knowing Ning Chu's personality, if he had been harassed, he might have kept it to himself rather than seeking help like Yin Xinya. Why did you come to me? Wyang asked, his face flushed with embarrassment and guilt. I don't really have the ability to help. Yin Xinya's expression grew even more despondent, her shoulders trembling. I told my roommates, but they didn't believe me. They thought I was the one who initiated it. I even called the police, but the wolf girl's words were cut off by Ning Chu. It's okay. Wyang will handle it. Wyang looked at Ning Chu in shock. Wait, he's just an ordinary person. How is he supposed to handle this? What? You don't want to help? Ning Chu asked, his tone slightly accusatory. It's not that. It's just that we should at least hear the full story first. Wyang scratched his head awkwardly. Other than being popular with girls, he didn't think he had anything special that would justify Ning Chu's confidence in him. Yin Xinya hunched over, her fingers fidgeting, but she remained silent. Ning Chu sighed in despair. In the book, Han Jingye had used a scholarship as leverage to coerce a girl into submission. Now, the time, place, and characters were all wrong. The actual plot should occur around the end of the semester or the start of the next one, and the girl wasn't supposed to be a wolf girl. If it didn't deal with Han Jingye now, more girls could fall victim to him later. Cheesy novels often have twisted morals. When reading or writing them, the focus was always on what would be the most exciting. But if something like this happened in real life, it was suffocating. In anime and games, many characters might be lollicons, or even worse, but in reality, few decent people would target a girl under 16. It wasn't just a legal issue, it was about moral boundaries. Seeing Yin Xinya hesitating to speak, Ning Chu, still slumped over the table, asked in a voice even more lifeless than the wolf girl's. Did he start by chatting with you online? Showing concern for your life? Yin Xinya froze for a moment, then nodded. Can you show us the chat logs? I deleted them. I reacted strongly, and he said he would stop harassing me if I deleted them. The wolf girl placed her phone on the table and, after a pause, continued. Later, when I reported it to the police, they spoke to him, but there wasn't any evidence. But I thought about it and realized that if I don't speak up, other girls might. But I don't know what to do on my own. So Yin Xinya had taken reasonable steps to protect herself. Wyang frowned. Just moments ago, he had said he wasn't capable of handling this, but now he was recording the conversation on his phone and trying to recover the deleted chat logs on the girl's phone. So reporting it did help, but there wasn't enough evidence, Ning Chu mumbled to himself. After his successful report of the villa party, he knew that the enforcement of anti-exploitation laws in this world was pretty effective. Outside of the cheesy plot lines, everything else seemed relatively normal. The world he came from wasn't without its own scandalous stories. They were just hidden from view, like that infamous eel incident or certain extravagant parties. Every now and then, there would be some extreme news or exposure. But unfortunately, he was also a character in this plot, trapped in it, unable to escape or avoid it. Evidence, Wyang muttered, frustrated as he put down the phone. I tried, but I couldn't recover the chat logs. I'll try using my computer back in the dorm. The built-in chat recovery feature hadn't worked, so his only option was to try some software on his computer. It might not be necessary to go that far. Evidence would be great, but even if we don't have any, we can still do something, Ning Chu said, sitting up and looking at Wyang. Why don't you try reporting it? Me? Yeah, if you report it, maybe they'll actually do something. Wyang couldn't help but laugh. What makes you think I can make that happen? But you're the protagonist, the child of destiny. You have a protagonist's halo. Ning Chu looked at Wyang with an encouraging gaze, making him feel even more self-conscious. He really didn't understand where Ning Chu's confidence in him came from. Did Ning Chu see him as someone who could do anything? Go for it. Those bright, hopeful eyes gazed up at him. And in that moment, Wyang really did feel like he could do anything. This feeling of being relied on by Ning Chu. It was the first time he had encountered something like this, and the nervousness and self-doubt began to fade, replaced by a growing sense of confidence. Okay, I'll report it. And if nothing comes of it, we'll blow this up. I refuse to believe no one will step in. Exactly. Ning Chu nodded in agreement. Almost got caught up in it too. Hearing this, when Yang's anger flared, a flash of fear crossing his face before he clenched his teeth and growled. We have to make sure he ends up in jail. Let him rot. Yan Xinya noticed that the two of them seemed even more worked up than she was. But she was still incredibly grateful, repeatedly saying, Thank you. Thank you. Don't thank us. Just make sure you don't talk to Wyang again. Ning Chu took the opportunity to reduce any potential threats. Okay, he's yours. Yan Xinya nodded obediently. I won't compete with you. Did you hear? Our counselor is actually a pervert. What? No way. He always seemed like a good guy. It's true. The police took him away for questioning at noon. Look at the forum. Someone even exposed him by name. Our vice class monitor. Wow, the vice monitor is really brave. A wolf in sheep's clothing. In the afternoon class, while the teacher lectured to the front, the students were buzzing with gossip about the noon incident. Wyang was jittery and anxious, nervously shaking his leg. He couldn't focus on the lesson, anxiously hoping the investigation would yield a good outcome. His gaze kept drifting to the front row of the classroom, where Ning Chu was sitting next to Yan Xinya. A strange unease gnawed at him. Why did he feel uncomfortable when Ning Chu talked to other guys? And even more so when Ning Chu was a little too close to the girls? Wow, something this exciting and you didn't call me? Jeang Xiaoing suddenly hooked an arm around Yang's neck, grinning mischievously. What's going on? Spill it. No conclusion yet, Yang replied. At least they should lock him up for 10 years, right? I always knew the counselor was shady. Remember when I cursed him out in the group chat? No, we don't have any real evidence. They haven't even filed a case. Yang pulled out the phone belonging to Lang Mei, Wolf's sister. I tried to recover her chat history at noon, but it's no use. None of the other victims have come forward on the exposure post either. It's a real mess. Jeang Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. Leave it to me. You just need to throw money at problems like this. Wang Jie chimed in with a quip. You just love to stir things up, don't you? It's so thrilling. I'm all fired up. Both Wyang and Wang Jie rolled their eyes at Jeang Xiaoqing. Hey, what do you think? Should I become a detective after graduation? I get to deal with exciting stuff every day. With your sense of duty, you wouldn't even make it past the front door. PSH. Jeang Xiaoqing sneered. Name one thing I've wanted to do that I haven't been able to. His gaze wandered to the front row, where Ning Chu and Yan Xinya were seated, and he teased Wyang. What's going on here? Ning Chu doesn't let you date, doesn't even let you talk to girls, and you obediently follow along. But look at him. Seems like he's about to cheat on you. Wyang didn't respond, just heaved a heavy sigh. At the front, Ning Chu also sighed, his upper body slumped over the desk, completely uninterested in the teacher's lecture. With a fox-eared beauty sitting beside him, he should be feeling distracted, his mind wandering to other thoughts. But his body didn't react, and his heart felt nothing. This was the closest he'd been to a girl since his transformation, but his emotions were in shambles. Even though he hadn't fully turned into a girl this time, chances were high that his manhood was gone. After so many years together, it was just gone. Yan Xinyao wasn't paying attention to the lecture either. Her eyes were fixed on Ning Chu. The boy who had supposedly moved into the boys' dorm and monopolized the class heartthrob, Wyang, had been painted as the ultimate villain among the girls. Apparently, someone in the class was even writing scandalous fanfiction about Ning Chu and Wyang. She had been eager to read it once it was done. But after spending time with Ning Chu today, she found him easy to get along with. And it was clear that he and Wyang had something going on. Seeing Ning Chu sighing and lying on the desk, Yan Xinya asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a stomachache." Yan Xinya's gaze shifted downward, noticing the hand Ning Chu had pressed against his abdomen, holding a hand warmer. "Is it that time of the month?" "I'm a guy," Ning Chu replied, but there was no confidence in his voice. Yan Xinya wrinkled her nose, sniffing the faint scent of female hormones coming from Ning Chu, and countered, "You're a girl." "Did he harass you too?" "Yeah, he started by messaging me about official matters, then shifted to personal stuff, family life. This morning, he even asked me to come to his office. Same thing happened to me." Yan Xinya's expression darkened. "But when he tried to touch me, I pinned him down on his desk." Ning Chu's mouth twitched slightly. "Then why were you crying so much earlier? If he had that kind of strength, any harassment would be met with a punch. Beat them up first, worry about the consequences later." But Yan Xinya was a girl. It was normal to be frightened and unsure in such situations. Suppressing his own sorrow, Ning Chu tried to comfort her. "It's over now. He's definitely going to serve time." "I hope so." Knock, knock, knock. A middle-aged man stood at the classroom door. After knocking, he awkwardly apologized to the teacher for the interruption. Sorry. Please continue the lesson. I just need to speak with a few students." Yan Xinya, Wyang, Ning Chu, "Can you three please step out for a moment?" Ning Chu noticed most of the class turning to stare at him, making him uncomfortable. He pressed his lips together, refusing to move, and continued lying on the desk. Yan Xinya gently nudged his shoulder. "The teacher's calling us. You and Wyang can go. I'll sit this one out. Tell them my stomachache's gotten worse." "All right then." Ning Chu didn't need to guess what this was about. He didn't want to get tangled up in any more drama. His role was just to stir things up, leaving Wyang to handle the aftermath. After all, Wyang was the protagonist. He was just a supporting character, setting the stage for the main event. Everything was falling apart. A week's worth of effort. All for nothing. He buried his face in his arms, deeply regretting his moment of softness and getting involved in this mess. Great. Now Han Jingye was either going to prison or at the very least getting fired. The storyline involving this wolf in sheep's clothing was now completely gone. One step closer to needing to run away. He couldn't even take care of himself, and yet he tried to save someone else. The bell signaling the end of class rang. A moment later, an excited voice drew nearer. "Ning Chu. Wow. Next time something like this happens, give me a heads up." Ning Chu remained slumped over the desk, face down, not lifting his head. "Hey, where did Wyang and the vice monitor go? Do you know? Probably to seal the deal. That's not okay. Should I spend some money to hire a couple of influencers to help out?" Ning Chu reluctantly raised his head and shot Jeang Xiaoing a glare. "Why do you always have to stir up trouble?" "What? I'm just trying to help." As he spoke, Ning Chu suddenly sneezed, and the pain in his abdomen spiked. Looks like karma has finally caught up. It seemed like the situation was resolved. The anxiety he'd been holding on to finally began to ease. His face, now pale from the pain, was still within manageable limits. He had taken painkillers at noon. After all, should we go to the infirmary? Wang Jie, ever the straightforward one, was the first to notice Ning Chu's condition. "You've been in pain for days now. It's better to get it checked out before a minor issue becomes a major one." "It's nothing, just a simple stomach problem. My eating habits messed up my stomach. Or maybe it's that time of the month," Jeang Xiaoing muttered from the side. "I looked it up online. Painkillers only make stomach pain worse." Unable to explain the situation any further, Ning Chu finally snapped. "None of your business. It's all resolved. The school expelled him, and the police found evidence and filed a case. It all went surprisingly smoothly. That evening, on the dormitory balcony, when Yang leaned against the railing, watching Ning Chu, who was bent over washing clothes. He wore a broad smile, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. That scumbag won't escape now. He's looking at least 10 years. Wyang had never felt so accomplished in his life. The thrill of this victory surpassed even the excitement he felt when he got into his dream university after the college entrance exams. The school will cooperate with the investigation. They just asked us to delete the posts and not let this blow up any further. Yeah, got it. Ning Chu. We really did something big this time. Yeah. Wyang immediately noticed that Ning Chu didn't seem quite right. He frowned, puzzled, as he looked at Ning Chu's slender back. You don't seem very happy. I'm happy, really happy. Then why do you sound like that? My stomach hurts. I'm not feeling great. After nearly 2 months of being inseparable, Wyang could easily tell when Ning Chu was lying. His excitement deflated as he picked up on Ning Chu's mood. He changed the subject. How did you know that just reporting it to the police would solve everything? Because it's you. That unconditional, irrational support brought a small smile to Wyang's face. Hang up my clothes for me, will you? I need to use the bathroom. Ning Chu wrung out the last shirt and handed the basin of clothes to Wyang. With the weather like this, the clothes should be dry by morning, right? Yeah, probably. Wyang took the basin and, looking down, noticed Ning Chu's intimate clothing. He felt a bit embarrassed, awkwardly glancing up at Ning Chu, but saw that he was already heading toward the bathroom. Once the door was shut and locked, Wyang muttered under his breath, "Are girls really this casual about handling their intimate clothing now?" She actually let a guy hang them up. Inside the bathroom, Ning Chu leaned against the tiled wall, taking deep breaths in an attempt to calm his racing heart. It's all resolved. The school expelled him, and the police found evidence and filed a case. It all went surprisingly smoothly. That evening, on the dormitory balcony, when Yang leaned against the railing, watching Ning Chu, who was bent over washing clothes. He wore a broad smile, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. That scumbag won't escape now. He's looking at least 10 years. Wyang had never felt so accomplished in his life. The thrill of this victory surpassed even the excitement he felt when he got into his dream university after the college entrance exams. The school will cooperate with the investigation. They just asked us to delete the posts and not let this blow up any further. Yeah, got it. Ning Chu. We really did something big this time. Yeah. Wyang immediately noticed that Ning Chu didn't seem quite right. He frowned, puzzled, as he looked at Ning Chu's slender back. You don't seem very happy. I'm happy, really happy. Then why do you sound like that? My stomach hurts. I'm not feeling great. After nearly 2 months of being inseparable, Wyang could easily tell when Ning Chu was lying. His excitement deflated as he picked up on Ning Chu's mood. He changed the subject. How did you know that just reporting it to the police would solve everything? Because it's you. That unconditional, irrational support brought a small smile to Wyang's face. Hang up my clothes for me, will you? I need to use the bathroom. Ning Chu wrung out the last shirt and handed the basin of clothes to Wyang. With the weather like this, the clothes should be dry by morning, right? Yeah, probably. Wyang took the basin and, looking down, noticed Ning Chu's intimate clothing. He felt a bit embarrassed, awkwardly glancing up at Ning Chu, but saw that he was already heading toward the bathroom. Once the door was shut and locked, Wyang muttered under his breath, "Are girls really this casual about handling their intimate clothing now?" She actually let a guy hang them up. Inside the bathroom, Ning Chu leaned against the tiled wall, taking deep breaths in an attempt to calm his racing heart. Since returning to the dorm, he hadn't dared to use the bathroom, but avoiding it wasn't going to solve anything. After several deep breaths, his heartbeat only quickened. Ning Chu bit his lower lip, first lowering his hands to cover his chest, feeling the small lumps there. No change. He then turned and looked at his backside. Nothing seemed different there either. This is bad. If nothing changed outwardly, then the only possibility was that his poor, unfortunate manhood had disappeared. Holding his breath, he lifted his shirt, his gaze traveling over his slender waist and flat stomach, down to the waistband of his shorts. His palms were sweaty as he nervously, inch by inch, pulled down his shorts. Stomach, lower abdomen, the area just above. It was like scratching off a lottery ticket. The already sparse hair was gone. The small, familiar organ was also gone, or rather had retreated. With just one glance, Ningqiu nearly broke into tears. Damn it, I knew it. It was a complete transformation. She had optimistically thought it would take 1 to 3 more plot disruptions before she fully turned into a woman, but it only took one. Just one mistake. Her external accessory had vanished without a trace, becoming an internal feature. As a former virgin boy, now turned virgin girl, Ningqiu didn't dare to explore the new equipment. She didn't even dare to look at it for long, standing there, pants half down, staring blankly at the ceiling and the warm orange light overhead. This is bad. There's no way out now. She has to run away. But the unknown risks of running away were daunting. She wasn't just a random passerby in this world. She was a female supporting character in a cheesy novel. Anything could happen to her. It's fine. At least it's cute. Way cuter than anything in those videos. Ningqiu covered her face, muttering to herself for comfort. Maybe she had prepared herself enough mentally. Now that she was fully female, she wasn't as devastated as she had imagined she would be. After all, she had already been through countless moments of despair. Suddenly, she felt a slight trickle of fluid from below, and then caught a faint metallic scent. It hit her. She was still on her period. She quickly looked down to see blood already running down her thigh. This is even worse. There was no time to think. She grabbed some toilet paper, frantically wiping her thigh, but when she realized the blood wasn't stopping, she hurriedly sat down on the toilet. Oh no, the flow is way too heavy. Wyang had already suspected she was a girl from the clues, but they had both tacitly avoided the topic. He never questioned, and she never explained. Wyang. But now there was no hiding it. Outside on the balcony, Wyang was puzzled by the sudden expletive he heard from Ningqiu. Before long, he heard her calling his name. He walked over to the bathroom door, calling out, "There's a roll of toilet paper under the tank." "No, that's not it." "Then what is it?" The clear, anxious voice inside suddenly went silent. A moment later, it returned, this time much quieter. "Is Xiaoqing or Wang Jie around? Can you hear me clearly? They're in the next room. I can hear you. What's going on? Why does she sound so guilty? Can you buy me some sanitary pads? Hurry." So, she's done pretending? She's finally admitting she's a girl? Wyang was momentarily stunned before a wave of joy washed over him. Could this be because of how well he handled things today? Did he finally earn Ningqiu's complete trust? Got it, he responded eagerly, a wide smile breaking out on his face. "Give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Ningqiu was taken aback in the bathroom. "Are you planning to jump out the window?" But her sarcastic remark went unanswered when Yang had already dashed off. Ningqiu looked down at the unfamiliar new feature between her legs, feeling a mix of curiosity and fear, sadness and resignation. She could almost hear her own heartbeat, pounding loudly in her chest. Her chest felt like it was weighed down by a heavy stone, making it hard to breathe. Sweat had already gathered on her skin, dripping down her face and onto the floor. She wanted to cry, to let it all out, but the tears wouldn't come. She closed her eyes, her head drooping as she panted for breath. So what happens next if I keep disrupting the plot? Will I get prettier? A better figure? For a woman, that should be a reward, right? I've lived this long, stuck in this cheesy novel, and I was a virgin until I became a woman. Why did I have to write a cheesy novel? Ningqiu murmured to herself, wiping away the blood over and over again. Her breathing grew faster, but the suffocating feeling in her chest wouldn't go away, tightening around her throat. Everything around her started to blur, her limbs slowly going numb. "Ningqiu, I'm back. Open the door." "Ningqiu? Ningqiu, why? Why are you breathing so heavily?" As her blurred vision gradually cleared, Ningqiu found herself staring up at a stark white ceiling. Hyperventilation. Hyperventilation. a syndrome caused by overbreathing due to excessive anxiety or stress, leading to a physiological and psychological reaction. She could hear Wyang's voice, alongside an unfamiliar one, their conversation muffled yet clear enough. "So, I'm out of the bathroom now. Thank goodness I had the sense to pull up my pants in time." Ning Chu silently congratulated herself on her quick thinking and awareness, grateful that she hadn't been completely exposed. She tried to push herself up, but the moment she lifted her upper body, her arms gave out, causing her to collapse back onto the bed. The sound of her body hitting the mattress startled those outside the room. Wyang quickly rushed in, his face filled with concern as he knelt beside the bed. "You're awake? Are you okay?" "Maybe," Ning Chu muttered, still a bit disoriented. "What happened to me?" "The doctor said you had hyperventilation syndrome." "What's that?" Ning Chu asked, confused, as she wriggled slightly, trying to sit up again. Eventually, she had to rely on Wyang's support to finally get upright. She looked up at Wyang's worried face. "Xiaoqing and Wang Jie didn't come?" "They went to handle the payment," Wyang replied. "You really scared me. I thought something serious had happened." Wyang couldn't hide his relief. The sight of Ning Chu lying on the bathroom floor, her pants stained with blood, had terrified him. It looked like a scene from a murder mystery, reminding him of the first chapter of Danganronpa. Ning Chu gave Wyang a sidelong glance, and then looked around the small hospital room, her eyes eventually landing on the crisp white bed sheets. She felt like she was forgetting something. What was it? Feeling better now? Yeah, just no strength. Ning Chu weakly held her head, asking, "What time is it?" "Just past 10. We hadn't been at the hospital long when you woke up." "Oh," she shifted her legs out from under the blanket, pulling back the white covers. Just as she was about to stand, both her gaze and her body froze. There, spreading across her thighs, was a deep crimson stain, soaking through her shorts. "That's what I forgot. I didn't put on a sanitary pad. Why couldn't I have fainted after putting one on?" Ning Chu's face turned as white as a sheet. She instinctively pulled the blanket back over her legs, clutching it tightly against her thighs as her body stiffened. Her breathing quickened uncontrollably, and she looked up, eyes wide and locked onto Wyang's face. "I've suspected you were a girl for a while, so don't worry." Wyang shook his head helplessly, his tone gentle and soothing. "Take it easy. Don't get too worked up. Your breathing's getting too fast." "And them? They don't know. I kept it from them," Wyang explained. "I grabbed a taxi as soon as we left the school, so they didn't have time to catch on." Ning Chu finally let out a sigh of relief. She had long known that Wyang was trying to figure out her gender. When she asked him to buy sanitary pads, she hadn't planned on keeping up the pretense any longer. Outside, she could hear Jeang Xiaoing and Wang Jie talking. They had returned from paying the hospital fees. Wyang handed a bag to Ning Chu and turned to leave. "You should change your clothes." The door to the hospital room closed, and Jeang Xiaoqing's voice echoed from outside. "Hey, how's Ning Chu? She's not dead, is she? Can't you say something nicer? I thought the whole dorm was going to end up in grad school." "This rich kid never has anything good to say. Ning Chu's doing better, right? She should be fine. Just give her some time." "That's good." Wang Jie sighed in relief. "You should have called out to us. We didn't even have time to react before you carried her off to the hospital. I was in a hurry. What if something had happened?" Hearing how Wyang had handled everything, Ning Chu finally relaxed completely. She rubbed her temples, trying to soothe the headache, and glanced around. The room was a small, single-bed hospital room with a tiny bathroom in the corner. "I'm getting closer and closer to my storyline," Ning Chu murmured to herself as she got up from the bed and opened the bag Wyang had given her. Inside, she found sanitary pads along with her underwear and pants. Wyang had been thoughtful, but the more attentive he was, the more worried she became. Putting aside her chaotic thoughts for now, Ning Chu headed to the bathroom, looking down at the package of sanitary pads in her hand. "How do you even use these things? Do I just stick it on?" She stared at the pads for a while before pulling out her phone to look up instructions online. "Turns out, you stick it to your underwear." Seeing the new feature again, Ning Chu was reminded that what had happened wasn't a dream. She really had completely turned into a girl. A girl with periods, capable of having children, fully functional in every way. Thinking back on her life up to this point, she felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if her life had now been split into two parts. One was the introverted, nerdy boy, and the other was the novice girl she was now. Don't think too much about it. Just run away. The conditions for her storyline had been met. She had become a girl, was still living in the boys' dormitory, and Wyang now knew her true gender, and he had feelings for her. It wouldn't be long before something happened. Ugh. Even though running away meant facing unknown and possibly even more terrifying dangers, she still believed it was a better option than the imminent, visible danger. As for harming Wyang in any way, that was something she could only imagine in her dreams. She couldn't even bring herself to kill a chicken, let alone anything more serious. After hastily getting herself sorted, Ning Chu changed into clean pants and stood up, still feeling dazed. As she stepped out of the hospital room, her 3 dorm mates quickly gathered around her. She looked up at them, her mood gloomy, but managed to force a small smile. Let's go back. Wyang looked at her troubled smile, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Maybe you should stay and rest. No, I want to go back. The doctor approached and performed a quick checkup on Ning Chu. Once satisfied that she was fine, he allowed her to leave. The 4 of them walked out of the hospital, still chattering noisily. Damn it, I lost the game. Jeang Xiaoing cursed, full of regret. It was a comeback game. We played for over 50 minutes, and we were just one team fight away from winning. Yeah, it's a real shame. Wang Jia added, equally dejected. We'll probably get reported now. Wyang frowned in disapproval. How can you still be talking about this? You didn't have to come. And who would have paid if I didn't? Jeang Xiaoing shot back, then turned to Ning Chu. Want to order some food to help you recover? You look so weak. How much? I'll pay you back. What? You think I'm broke? I don't need your money. Ning Chu didn't say anything, falling a bit behind as she tossed her blood-stained pants into a nearby trash can. Hey, what did you just throw away? Nothing. She looked ahead at the 3 of them, laughing and chatting under the streetlights, their shadows long and distorted. Her mood sank even further. I really should leave, but I'm starting to feel a bit reluctant. One day, the protagonist returns to the dormitory to use the bathroom, only to stumble upon a girl taking a shower. The protagonist, being a seasoned and cunning character, immediately takes advantage of the situation, easily overpowering the girl, who quickly succumbs without much resistance. The next part of the story describes how the girl, who is living in the boys' dormitory, secretly engages in a small encounter with the protagonist late at night. After the protagonist falls asleep from exhaustion, the girl sneaks out to clean up in the bathroom, only to be caught by the antagonist. The antagonist, driven by a strong desire for revenge after the protagonist had previously taken something precious from him, coerces the girl into submission. And so, begins a twisted life where the girl finds herself caught between 2 men, experiencing a dark, twisted version of happiness. Ning Chu sighed as she finished rereading this part of the storyline. She placed her phone face down on the desk, her expression dark and brooding. In truth, she believed that, given Wyang's current personality as a shy and inexperienced virgin, even if he caught her in the bathroom trying to relieve herself, he would likely just flee in embarrassment. Moreover, Lingling hadn't yet made any moves to push Wyang, and Jeang Xiaoing didn't seem to have any real desire for revenge against him. In fact, the 2 of them got along pretty well. Staying wasn't entirely out of the question, but that would mean handing over her fate to Wyang and Jeang Xiaoing, leaving her at their mercy. That sense of insecurity, in this situation, it was better to assume the worst. Ning Chu, what do you want from the barbecue? Jeang Xiaoing came up behind her, handing her his phone. We've all placed our orders. Take a look and pick what you want. Tonight's on me. Why do you look so down? Ning Chu pressed her lips together, avoiding Jeang Xiaoing's gaze. Come on, don't tease her. Wyang, returning from the balcony, threw an arm around Jeang Xiaoing's shoulder, pulling him aside. We'll grab some drinks later. Ning Chu, want to join us? I don't drink. You don't seem to be in a great mood, but okay, never mind. Wyang scratched his head, smiling bitterly. He had noticed the wariness and reluctance in Ning Chu's eyes, which made him a little uncomfortable. But considering she had just revealed her true gender and was still living in the boys' dormitory, her caution was understandable. But why was a girl living in the boys' dormitory in the first place? And for 2 whole months, hiding it so well that he almost fell for the deception. Wyang, I'm going home tonight. For a moment, all 3 of her dorm mates turned to look at her. Ning Chu lowered her head, facing away from them, and quietly explained, I mentioned over the weekend that something came up at home. Today, my family asked me to come back. I've already bought my ticket. I'll leave as soon as I pack. In reality, she planned to book a single room at a nearby hotel. Leaving the campus late at night, even if she intended to run away, wasn't exactly safe. When Yang's heart sank, he stared at Ning Chu's frail back, instinctively trying to persuade her to stay. Can't it wait until the weekend? What's the point of going back now? Can you cover for me tomorrow? I'll be back soon, Ning Chu said, still facing away from them, trying to justify her sudden decision. It's urgent. Something serious happened at home. I didn't even have time to officially request leave. Hearing no response from her roommates, she hesitated, unable to suppress her growing sense of reluctance. She added, keep an eye on Wyang while I'm gone. Those pretty girls are always after him. Try to trick him. Don't let me come back to find he's become a player with girls on each arm. Somewhere along the way, Ning Chu had begun to see them as friends, as close comrades. She worried that if she left, the shy, inexperienced Wyang might turn into a womanizer, that the mischievous Jeang Xiaoing might become a full-fledged villain, and that the honest Wang Jie might lose his innocence. Xiaoqing, stop bullying Wang Jie all the time. He's honest and doesn't bother you, so don't drag him to those shady bars and corrupt him. Don't you like cats? Take care of Hey Do for me, and stop pining over your childhood sweetheart. There's always a better match out there for you. Her emotions getting the better of her, Ning Chu found herself saying too much. Fearing she might make them worry, she turned back with a bright smile. Don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow night. Wyang froze, staring at Ning Chu's smile. To him, it was like watching a flower about to wilt in a storm. He glanced at Jeang Xiaoing and Wang Jie, who exchanged puzzled looks. I'm going to the bathroom, Wyang said, giving them a meaningful look. I'm going out for a smoke. I'm going to look at the stars. Each of them found a flimsy excuse, heading out to the balcony one after the other. As soon as the door was closed, they huddled together. The thin door didn't do much to block out their voices. Wait a minute. Why does it sound like Ning Chu isn't planning on coming back? Was that a goodbye speech? This is your fault. You've been bullying her too much. Hey, Wang Jie, that's not fair. Let's not argue. We need to talk this through. Ning Chu glanced back at the balcony, where the 3 of them were already starting to bicker. Having said everything she needed to, Ning Chu felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She stretched, stood up, and opened her closet, pulling out her suitcase. The suitcase was already packed with a few sets of clothes. In case of an emergency, she could leave immediately. But tonight there was no rush. Laptop, toothbrush, towel, power bank, charging cables. After packing everything, there was still some space left in the suitcase. Ning Chu crouched down, lifting her head to take the small stuffed toy Wyang had won at the amusement park from her desk. One will do. There's no room for more. Knock, 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 delivery. She quickly stood up and ran to the door, taking the delivery inside. She called out to the balcony. Come on in, it's time to eat. I told you I'm not drinking. Why do you still get alcohol? Ning Chu busied herself setting up the small table in the dormitory as her 3 roommates returned to the room. I'll head out after we eat, she said, pulling up a chair and sitting down. I'm not drinking, and you guys shouldn't drink too much either. We have class tomorrow. Okay. Wyang sat beside her, letting out a heavy sigh. I won't drink tonight either. I have to head out later. Ning Chu immediately turned to him, her eyes full of accusation. No, it's not what you think. An old high school friend asked me to play games all night. Oh, great. I haven't even left yet. And you're already planning something. What if I was gone already? She couldn't help but think to herself, this is why you're the protagonist. Leave you alone for a second, and some seductress comes in to take advantage. Instinctively, she protested, "No way. You're not going." But then, she caught herself and, feeling despondent, turned her head away. "Never mind, do what you want." Ning Chu hadn't even left yet, and already Wyang was getting cozy with someone else. If she were to actually leave, what would happen then? She stared at Wyang with an intense gaze, but after a moment, her expression grew somber, and she lowered her head. "Never mind, do what you want." Wyang's words felt like a deliberate attempt to make her worry and convince her to stay. Even if that were true, how the story would unfold after she left would be beyond her control. It wasn't like Wyang would suddenly materialize in her rented apartment in another city while she was taking a shower and just happen to burst in, right? "I'm not drinking either. I have something to take care of tonight." Ning Chu was startled and turned to look at Jeang Xiaoing. This guy loved nothing more than pairing barbecue with a couple of beers, but today he wasn't drinking. Meeting her questioning gaze, Jeang Xiaoing muttered, "It's time to settle things with Lingling." Ning Chu's eyebrows furrowed as the image of a typical blonde-haired villain flashed in her mind. She couldn't help but scold him. "Are you crazy? That was ages ago. Just find someone else. I've liked her for over 10 years. Finding someone else won't change that she's not her." Ew. Ning Chu's chest rose and fell with frustration. She took a deep breath to calm herself, rolling her eyes. "You're just trying to piss me off." She picked up a skewer of chicken, but just as she took a bite, another situation arose with Wang Jie. "If none of you are drinking, then I'll have some." Wang Jie proactively opened the case of beer and set a bottle on the table. "And what's your deal?" I got the worst possible outcome again, and I'm feeling down." "Great, just great. All of you are either geniuses or idiots." Ning Chu couldn't be bothered with them. It was obvious they had conspired to keep her in the dorm by throwing these problems at her. Because she disrupted the storyline before, she'd given her roommates the impression that she was a meddlesome, caring big sister. These fools actually believed she was that kind of person. She shouldn't have said so much earlier, letting slip that she didn't intend to return. Seeing her silent and focused on eating the barbecue, the three men exchanged glances. But Jeang Xiaoing couldn't hold back any longer and started cursing. "What's your problem? Acting like you're leaving and not coming back. Are you dropping out of college?" Wyang tried to stop him, but he kept ranting, "If something's wrong at home, just say so. Why are you holding back? If you got a problem, let's talk it out. What's the point of sulking? Is someone sick at home? Need money? I've got cash." He slapped the table. "Tell me how much?" Wyang sighed. "It's probably not about money." It was obvious Ning Chu had exposed her gender and now felt she couldn't stay in the dorm. But the other two didn't know, and he couldn't say anything. "Then I can't help. Let's just eat." Jeang Xiaoing grumbled as he sat back down. "Can't you stay?" Wang Jie muttered. "It'll feel weird with one less person in the dorm." Ning Chu let out a long, soft sigh. "Forget it. Stop trying to convince me." After taking a few more bites, Ning Chu stood up, grabbed her suitcase from beside the wardrobe, and turned to leave. "I'm leaving. I'll walk you out." "No need." Ning Chu intentionally used a cheerful tone to hide the sadness in her heart. She walked out, closing the door behind her, but then paused in the hallway, looking back at the door number with a sense of reluctance. It's only been 2 months. She sighed softly, pulling her suitcase as she headed downstairs. In these 2 months, the soul from another world had integrated into this dormitory, and the 160 centimeters boy had turned into a girl. It was time to go. The dormitory was almost empty as it neared 11 at night. There weren't many students in the hallway, and as Ning Chu passed the lobby on the first floor, she saw the dorm supervisor chatting with his girlfriend. "What are you doing out this late? The doors close at 11. "I'm heading home. I got permission." "Where's your leave slip?" Ning Chu quickly changed her tune. "I'll bring it to you when I return tomorrow. I've already informed the counselor." After a brief exchange, she stepped out of the dormitory. The sky was dark, with no stars or moon visible, just an oppressive blackness like a giant curtain blocking out the world. Occasionally, she could still hear the laughter of students behind her, but in front of her was only the dim light of street lamps, leading into deep, inky darkness. Ning Chu stopped in her tracks, looking around anxiously, one hand resting on her lower abdomen. She pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with caution. Could it really be happening this soon? The night wind blew against her, sending a shiver down her spine. She pulled her suitcase and hurried toward the gate. After taking 10 or so steps, she abruptly looked back. It felt as though a pair of eyes were fixed on her back, sending chills down her spine. A deep sense of unease wrapped around her, making her walk faster and faster, her gaze darting to every corner. She was on the verge of breaking down, not realizing how terrifying it would be to travel alone. A student approached her, head down, absorbed in his phone, walking straight toward her. Ning Chu froze, her steps faltering. She stared at him nervously, slowly backing away until the student disappeared around a corner. That was scary. What if something jumped out from the bushes? What if a passerby suddenly attacked her? And what about the hotel she planned to stay at tonight? That place was even riskier. Whether in cheesy novels or real life, places like that were a disaster waiting to happen. At night. Yeah, at night. Maybe you shouldn't go. Ning Chu jumped, startled, only to see Wyang casually walking out from the corner. You wouldn't let me see you off, so I had to follow behind. It's dangerous to be out at night, especially since you're afraid of the dark. The moment she saw Wyang, all the anxiety that had been weighing on her lifted, her tense nerves gradually relaxing. Even the chill in her body seemed to dissipate. She looked at Wyang, who stood a short distance away, then quickly lowered her head, taking small, hurried steps toward him. I still have to go. Standing next to Wyang, she took a deep breath of his scent, feeling her body relax as a familiar sense of safety returned. Why do you have to go? You were fine staying before. You know I'm a girl. What if you suddenly... Wyang couldn't help but laugh. Come on, do I seem like that kind of person? Yes, you absolutely do. Men can do anything when they're driven by impulse. Even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrow. He stepped closer with a smile. I promise I won't tell the other two about you, and I won't do anything to you. Just come back. I'll have to leave eventually. Am I supposed to stay in the boys' dorm for all 4 years? Wyang relented slightly. How about this? Leave tomorrow. It's dangerous for you to go out alone this late, and I'll be worried. With that, he picked up her suitcase and gestured for her to follow. Let's go back. It's just one more night. Oh. Ning Chu pressed her lips together, lowered her head, and took small, quick steps to follow closely behind Wyang. Why is it like this? Ning Chu tossed and turned in bed, unable to comprehend what was happening in her mind. Back when she was still a man, she might not have been the most self-assured, but she was independent, right? So why did everything change after she arrived in this world? She started lacking a sense of security, struggling to fall asleep every night, easily startled by the slightest noise. She had become sensitive and fragile, constantly anxious about her surroundings and the people around her. She couldn't even travel alone. Tonight, she had planned to leave in one decisive move, but within half an hour, Wyang had coaxed her into coming back, tail between her legs. Now that she hadn't left in a burst of impulse, she might never muster the courage to do so again. Why is that? She shouldn't be this socially anxious to the extreme. Is it because this is a world out of a cheesy novel? Because of this unfamiliar, frail female body? Or is she always like this, only before she had no choice but to rely on herself? Ning Chu lay there with her eyes wide open, staring into the darkness of the dormitory, unable to sleep. She couldn't understand her own anxiety, and she was even more confused as to why she felt an automatic sense of joy whenever Wyang appeared, why her anxiety would dissipate, and why a strong sense of security would fill her heart. It happened at the amusement park, and it happened again tonight. It doesn't make sense. Wyang is dangerous. Still not asleep? Wyang asked, noticing the movement of the bed frame and hearing Ning Chu's restless shifting. I can't sleep. Ning Chu closed her eyes, trying to push aside the confusion from earlier. But while she managed to temporarily set aside her confusion, the sense of impending danger resurfaced. What if Wyang sneaks into my bed in the middle of the night and... She suddenly felt wide awake, lifting her head slightly to stare intently at Wyang, who was lying opposite her. Seeing no movement from Wyang, she let out a tired sigh and lay back down, her chaotic thoughts forming a tangled mess in her mind, keeping her wide awake. Too much had happened today. In the morning, Yin Xinya had dragged her into the plot. At noon, she had convinced Wyang to call the police. By the evening, she had turned into a woman and fainted from the emotional stress, ending up in the hospital. I've really become a woman. Her future, which had already been shrouded in darkness, now seemed even more devoid of light. Ning Chu pulled the corners of her mouth into a bitter smile, turning on her side and curling up into a ball. In the quiet night, Wyang also lay awake. He lay there, thinking about Ning Chu's behavior today. In the morning, she had been her usual self, stopping him from talking to girls. At noon, she had placed her trust and confidence in him, encouraging him to stand up for Yin Xinya. But by evening, she had suddenly changed her tune, insisting on leaving and becoming wary of him. Women really are the most incomprehensible creatures. Wyang sighed softly, about to close his eyes to sleep, when he suddenly felt the bed frame trembling slightly. He didn't move, just listened closely to the sounds in the dorm. Ning Chu was crying. The suppressed, faint sounds of her sobs nearly broke his heart. The trembling of the bed frame grew stronger, her sobs intensifying, mingling with short gasps and sniffles. Wyang couldn't take it anymore. He sat up abruptly, and just as he did, Ning Chu's crying stopped in an instant. He had wanted to wrap his arms around Ning Chu's frail shoulders and offer her some comfort, but she had stopped crying at that moment. Wyang scratched his head and lay back down. Ning Chu was awakened by Jeang Xiaoing's loud voice. She opened her swollen eyes, her blurry vision fixing on the ceiling light as she tried to remember how she had fallen asleep last night. Rubbing the corners of her eyes, she sat up, but the fatigue from the night before hadn't left her body. Awake, Ning Chu turned her head to look down and saw Wyang try to fit her suitcase back into the wardrobe. But if you really wanted to leave, you would have done it last night without looking back. Since you came back, it means you don't really want to leave, right? Wyang looked up, smiling gently as he gave her an out. Let's just say I'm asking you to stay, okay? Ning Chu pressed her lips together, turning her gaze away from Wyang's warm face. Hey, Ning Chu, Jeang Xiaoing, grinning as usual, didn't mention last night's events. Didn't you and Wyang get the counselor caught? Does that mean we're without a counselor now? The school will probably assign a new one, right? Damn it. Quick, get out the registration form for the sports meet. Take my name off it. Take mine off too, Wang Jie called out, toothbrush in hand as he stood by the balcony. Wyang shook his head helplessly. What's the big deal about the sports meet? It's not like you're going to prison. Watching the lively banter in the dorm, Ning Chu pulled her knees up to her chest, resting her chin on them as she silently observed their antics. She still wanted to run away, but the courage and impulse to do so had run out the night before. It's fine. Wyang is still a virgin. Even though he now knows her true gender and probably likes her, he's still too timid and shy. All things considered, Wyang isn't that dangerous. Maybe in the meantime, she could work on building up her inner strength, making her heart stronger and more secure, and getting used to going out alone without panicking every time she was by herself. Main quest: practice going out alone more often to rebuild a strong sense of inner security. Side quest: keep Wyang a virgin to buy time for the main quest. It's almost time for class. Get up. Wyang was already putting on his shoes. Ning Chu, we've got gym class this afternoon. Are you going? Yeah, my stomach feels a bit better. Ning Chu slowly climbed down from the bunk bed. She intended to go to the bathroom as usual, but as she entered, she remembered the sanitary pad. Closing the door behind her, she muttered in frustration, "How do I change this? Do I have to go to the public restroom?" Seeing the brand new, freshly installed internal feature again, Ning Chu's breath hitched and her heart tensed. Even after a whole night had passed, it still felt like a dream. But it was real. She still didn't dare look at it or touch it. After using the toilet, she hastily wiped herself with some tissue and hurriedly pulled up her pants. Then she took out a Band-Aid from her pocket to smooth down the protrusion on her chest. The one consolation was that although she had fully transformed into a girl, it seemed that apart from changing how she used the toilet, her life wouldn't be too drastically affected, as long as her chest stayed small and cute. I'll try messing with the plot again today to see if the punishment has changed. Ning Chu muttered as she opened the door, stepping aside as Wang Jie hurried past her into the bathroom. She was about to head to the sink when she heard Wang Jie's puzzled voice from inside. Ning Chu, why does the bathroom smell kind of fishy? It's been like that since last night. The smell's pretty strong. Ning Chu's face turned bright red, and she nervously avoided answering. I need to grab some breakfast. As the group of four walked past the cafeteria, Ning Chu stopped and checked the time. You guys go ahead to class. Wyang nodded in agreement. Yeah, you two go on ahead. Grab me a Coke while you're at it. Watching their two friends walk away, Ning Chu turned and shot Wyang an exasperated look before heading toward the nearby public restroom. Wyang followed closely behind, asking, Is your stomach still hurting today? Not too bad. How often do you have to change it? How would I know? Ning Chu rolled his eyes in annoyance. Why are you following me? If you leave, what if a girl tries to flirt with me? So now you're trying to flirt with me? Before, Wyang had been more discreet. Even though he had feelings for Ning Chu, he was cautious about expressing them too openly due to her gender. But now that he knew she was a girl, it seemed like he could hardly contain his affection anymore. Ning Chu pursed her lips, feeling only discomfort at being the object of Wyang's affection. Still, with Wyang's protagonist aura, at least she didn't have to worry about anything unexpected happening in the public restroom. It's worth noting that public restrooms are a common setting for awkward encounters in these kinds of stories. Reaching the public restroom near the cafeteria, Ning Chu fumbled in her pocket for a sanitary pad before heading straight into the men's restroom. Wait, what is it? Ning Chu casually replied, but then looked up to see a student staring at her, dumbfounded. I'm a guy, she clarified naturally before ducking into a stall. Wyang let out a heavy sigh. It felt like Ning Chu had spent so much time in the boys' dorm that her sense of gender had gotten completely skewed. What girl would so casually change a sanitary pad in the men's restroom? Dude, was that a guy? The confused student asked Wyang. Wyang nodded, yeah, prettier than a girl. Changing the pad was still awkward for Ning Chu, and she approached it with a nervous, tentative touch. Since becoming a girl, she hadn't even dared to shower, afraid of confronting her now entirely female body. In those gender-bending stories she used to read, the transformed characters would confidently explore their new bodies, even letting their friends have some fun first. But after becoming a girl herself, Ning Chu couldn't muster any of that interest. All she could think about was the constant bleeding. It was just gross. After tossing the used pad in the trash, Ning Chu was about to leave when she suddenly realized something. What if the next guy to use this stall finds a sanitary pad in the trash? The thought made her blush furiously. She had been careless. She should have used the women's restroom. But then, she feared someone might see her and her gender would be exposed. Even if she didn't reveal her gender, being mistaken for some pervert sneaking into the women's restroom wasn't a great outcome either. Face flushed, Ning Chu tore off a large amount of toilet paper and threw it in the trash to cover the pad. Only then did she feel relieved enough to leave the stall. But as she opened the door, she saw Wyang also using the restroom. Curiosity got the better of her once again. She tiptoed, trying to sneak a peek under the stall. Wyang heard some movement and turned his head, catching Ning Chu with a curious yet fearful expression. He froze, hurriedly pulling up his pants. Can you have a little decency? Ning Chu didn't answer, quickly walking out of the restroom. She confirmed it again. No matter how exceptional she might be as a female supporting character, with Wyang's attributes, something would definitely break. Hey, why do you look like you did something wrong when you were the one peeking at me? Pervert. Ning Chu and Wyang entered the classroom just in time. Ning Chu. As soon as they walked in, Yin Xinya called out and came running, throwing herself at Ning Chu. Her large tail wagged excitedly behind her, like a big, eager golden retriever welcoming its owner home. Ning Chu noticed that this wolf girl's behavior was quite suggestive. She looked up at Yin Xinya's expectant face, then down at her rapidly wagging tail. Yeah, this is definitely a dog, not a wolf. Even though Ning Chu had become a girl, she still wasn't used to close contact with other girls. Awkwardly, she pried Yin Xinya's arm off her own. What's up? Let's go to class together. Are we really that close? Yin Xinya quickly closed the distance again, leaning in to sniff Ning Chu's face. Ning Chu's face turned a shade of pink. The intimate contact didn't spark any romantic thoughts, just a flustered desire to back away. Despite always teasing Wyang for being inexperienced and awkward around girls, Ning Chu wasn't much better. Thankfully, Wyang stepped between them. Stop messing around. It's time for class. Taking advantage of the moment, Ning Chu quickly slipped away from Yin Xinya, scanning the classroom for her dorm mates. She spotted Jeang Xiaoing and sat down beside him. That wolf girl likes you, doesn't she? Jeang Xiaoing teased with a grin. She seems really into you. Why don't you go for it? She's pretty cute too. Though, standing next to you, it looks more like a Yuri couple. Ning Chu shot him a disdainful look. Not interested. She had already lost interest in girls before her transformation. Back then, her body just wasn't responding, and her mind was always filled with weird thoughts. Now, she didn't even have a body part to respond with. Wyang sat down next to Ning Chu, but soon after, Yin Xinya plopped down as well, giving Ning Chu a sweet smile over Wyang's shoulder. Surprisingly, Ning Chu didn't stop Wyang from sitting next to her, even with a girl around. But she did glance worriedly at Wyang. It seemed like he was done pretending. He no longer hid his affection for her, whether she interacted with a guy or a girl. His possessiveness was clear. He was probably already considering how to make her his girlfriend. A shiver ran down her spine. With that size, she definitely needed to escape. But as soon as she thought about leaving Wyang, she felt a surge of anxiety. Even though there were no monsters or creepy perverts outside, her nerves were so on edge that she was sure she'd develop some kind of psychological problem if she didn't do something about it. Ning Chu slumped over her desk, staring at the teacher who had just arrived to take attendance. Ning Chu, despite being the vice class monitor, Yin Xinya couldn't sit still during class. She leaned over Wyang's desk and lightly poked Ning Chu's arm. Are you not wearing a bra? Although she whispered, Wyang, sitting between them, heard every word. Ning Chu shot the wolf girl a glare. Why would a guy wear a bra? Then you're going commando? So embarrassing. As usual, Wyang woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning. He opened his eyes and looked down. He didn't know when Ning Chu had almost snuggled up against his chest, her small and delicate face close at hand. A smile played at the corner of the girl's mouth, her eyes wide and relaxed, as if she had just had a good dream. The light sleepiness quickly dispersed, and he dared not move for fear of waking Ning Chu. Outside the window came the sound of birds chirping. Faintly audible were the conversations of the elderly people who had woken up early, the sound of vehicles driving past on the village path, and the sound of the girl's light and even breathing. The quilted jacket had long been kicked to the end of the bed, and at this moment, Ning Chu's clothes were in disarray, curled up in his arms, defenseless, and with an unconditional trust that was simply as cute as a kitten. Compared to the noisy movements of Jeang Xiaoing every morning in the dormitory, this moment was so beautiful. Wyang couldn't help fantasizing that if he could wake up every morning and see Ning Chu's pretty face and feel Ning Chu's warmth and breath, then sooner or later he would suffocate. He wanted to take advantage of Ning Chu's sleeping to go to the bathroom to take care of his personal business, but he didn't dare to move around, so he had to force himself to endure it, looking at that beautiful, pretty face, trying to wash the bad thoughts from his mind. Then his eyes couldn't help but drift downward, landing on the small mound that had bulged. It's a bit small. Why don't I train it? Do-it-yourself clothing and food. Unwholesome thoughts took over, and Wyang, feeling guilty and flustered, suppressed the urge, worrying that if Ning Chu woke up, he would slap him directly. It wasn't that he was afraid of the pain, but that Ning Chu would be angry. Wyang obediently kept his hand on Ning Chu's waist, But soon his gaze returned to the tail sticking out of the leg of Ning Chu's shorts. Although he had heard that demons had long tails and horns, he had never seen one in reality. Recalling Ning Chu's reaction yesterday after he pinched his tail, this tail was obviously also Ning Chu's sensitive spot. And now, this tail was gently swaying from side to side. Whether it's a feline or canine, they all use their tails to express their emotions. Even someone like Jeang Xiaoing, an outsider, will wag her tail like a fan when she's happy. To be fair, wolf tails aren't usually that nimble, so Jeang Xiaoing must be a husky. But Ning Chu is a charm demon. Wyang's gaze fell on the corner of Ning Chu's lips, which were curled up in a smile. So Ning Chu is in a good mood right now? He glanced at the time and realized it was already 7:30. Unconsciously, he had been lying on the bed for half an hour. He quickly withdrew his arm from under Ning Chu's head and shook his numb hand, but saw that Ning Chu had not been woken by his noise. Ning Chu just rolled over, humming unintelligible words in his mouth, and continued to sleep with his back to Wyang. "Get up," Wyang shouted, but there was no response. His gaze fell on Ning Chu's tail again. To be fair, anyone who saw their dog or cat's tail would be unable to resist giving a stroke. "I'm afraid I can't resist my girlfriend's tail anymore." He reached out and gently grasped the tip of the tail that poked out of his trouser leg and carefully rubbed it twice. It feels good. It just looks like it hasn't fully developed yet, and I'm afraid I'll give it a tug if I'm not careful." The tail suddenly retracted into the trouser leg. "Are you sick?" The wake-up call was also outstanding. Ning Chu suddenly sat up, put her hands on Wyang's back, and glared up at her, blushing with shame. "What are you doing? I'm waking you up." "Then you should have pushed me a little." No wonder Lily and her mother always wear long skirts to hide their tails. Some people just can't help themselves. Ning Chu angrily kicked Wyang. "What time is it?" 7:30. "We need to leave by 40 minutes at the latest, or we'll be late." "That's so soon." She got up in a panic, stepped on the mattress with bare feet, jumped out of bed, and hurried to the bathroom. While brushing her teeth and washing her face, Ning Chu looked down her tail. As expected, her tail had become her weak point. It was so sensitive that it would feel a strong, tingling sensation whenever it was touched, and it would quickly go limp. Fortunately, Wyang was not the hero of the book, just a green and inexperienced virgin. He was so scared that he actually slept with her last night, and it was unlikely that he would do anything to her based on her weakness. "Move in a little." "Okay." Ning Chu moved her feet aside to make room for Wyang. She brushed her teeth, glanced at Wyang's face, and then lowered her gaze to the intimidating weapon. It's normal to be so energetic after waking up. It just makes people feel uneasy. Wyang's face turned a little red when she noticed Ning Chu's gaze, so she pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "Shall I go to the dormitory at noon to bring your luggage and bedding over?" Last night, she had been busy with the rental house until now. Wyang asked, "Your family should know about your situation, right?" "Yes, they can accept me. It's just that it will take some time to change my ID card." "That's good." After a few simple exchanges, Ning Chu wiped his face and locked Wyang in the bathroom. "I'll change. You can come out in a bit." "Okay." He definitely had to hide his tail, but he didn't want to be treated like a pseudo-girl by his classmates, so he couldn't wear a skirt. Ning Chu went to the closet and selected the clothes he would wear when he went out today. The pants had to be loose-fitting, otherwise she couldn't hide her tail. Even with the loosest of pants, the tail would still push up a bulge at the back of her, but if she had worn a skirt, she wouldn't have had to worry about this. Ning Chu found a pair of long khaki pants in the closet. Her mother had bought them for her, and they were on the more neutral side. She casually pulled on a pair of black pants, put on the windbreaker, straightened the collar, and stood in front of the mirror, taking in her appearance. The trench coat, which should have looked handsome on her, only looked dashing on her. And because her face was still so young-looking, it looked a little incongruous. But at least the tail was hidden. "Are you ready? We'll be late for class." "I'm ready." Ning Chu hurriedly ran to put on her shoes, while Wyang waited until she responded before coming out of the bathroom. It was the first time she had seen her in a trench coat, and Wyang was not shy about praising her, saying, "You look quite handsome today." "Right. Let's go to class." The two hurriedly tidied up, then trotted out of the rental house and headed for the bus stop outside the village. As Jeang Xiaoing had said, there were quite a few students from the surrounding schools renting rooms in this village. In the early morning, there were more than 10 people waiting for the bus on the platform, and an old man was wheeling a cart selling breakfast. Ning Chu quickly entered a battle-ready state, vigilantly surveying the female students on the platform. In the plot, there are several supporting female characters from other schools. That elf with pointy ears. Mark it. She knew that Wyang had been successfully trained by her, and now her figure filled his head. Most likely, he would not pay any attention to other women, but there were also plots in the book that went against Wyang's wishes. For example, Lin Bei, that flirtatious fox, seduced Wyang. Besides, she knows men best. Most of them have the heart, but not the guts to act on their desires. If she really meets a girl who is proactive and pokes Wyang, she can't guarantee that he can hold back. A strange idea suddenly popped into her head. If she drains Wyang dry every day, she won't have to worry about him being seduced, right? Well, draining the male protagonist of his energy, she's afraid she might be the one to go bad first. Good morning, Ningchu. She almost walked into the classroom on time. As she stepped through the classroom door, she heard an energetic greeting. She looked up, and a large dog pounced in her arms, rubbing affectionately against her face. This is probably how dogs greet each other. Ning Chu was already used to it, and pushed Yan Xinya's face away with a face that looked like she had no feelings left. Her hand pushed that face a bit deformed. Stop it, everyone is watching. She was embarrassed. Almost the entire class was present, sitting at the tiered desks, looking up at the two of them. Fortunately, the teacher had not yet arrived. Hugged by Yan Xinya's arm, Ning Chu and Wyang came to the front row and sat down, nodding to Lily on one side as a greeting. On the other side of the row, Jeang Xiaoing, quite excited, poked his head out, tapped the table, and shouted at Ning Chu. Wyang didn't come home last night. He stayed out all night with his girlfriend. He found a girlfriend behind your back in just 2 days over the weekend. Her name is One. Ning Chu resisted the urge to spit out her thoughts and just nodded. This guy was acting like a good brother and wingman in front of Wyang yesterday, and now he's acting like a troublemaker, stirring up trouble. God knows what's going on in his head. Hey, why does your hairstyle look so much like Wenwen's? She froze for a moment, touching her hair, which she had gone to the barber to fix. Her hair hadn't been cut short much. Her mother had wanted her to have nice long hair, and she didn't really mind. In fact, she thought it was a bit too long now. But Jeang Xiaoing had noticed this oversight. Did I? Ning Chu lowered her head and asked back with a straight face. It's nothing. Since she wore women's clothing last night, her mother deliberately fixed her hairstyle with a few hairpins before she left, and now it's casually hanging down. Perhaps Jeang Xiaoing also noticed the difference and didn't dwell on it, but instead asked again, didn't you stay in Yan Xinya's dormitory last night? Why didn't you come to class with them? Ning Chu slept in this morning. Yan Xinya explained helpfully with a smile. I see. Jeang Xiaoing pondered for a moment. Although Ning Chu did look a lot like Wen, he didn't think it was very likely that Ning Chu was Wen, and that she was in a relationship with Wyang. What's wrong? Wyang muttered, and when she saw that the teacher had arrived, she immediately entered a state of listening to the class, not paying attention to what was going on outside the window. But while Ning Chu had fobbed off Jeang Xiaoing, Yan Xinya came over with a look of shock on her face. So soon you are living together, already you are a succubus. What living together? Ning Chu shook her head without hesitation. I just asked him to help with the cleaning. Then last night, of course she didn't admit to sleeping with Wyang last night. Wyang slept on the sofa. I don't believe you. Ning Chu yawned, leaned over the table, rested her chin on her arm, and looked at the teacher on stage taking attendance. She had slept too late yesterday, which had left her feeling listless. Fortunately, Yang's embrace had been quite comfortable. When she used to sleep with her brother, she liked to use his arm as a pillow. When she was young, it was fine, but when she grew up, he found it annoying. The main reason was that Yang had tugged on her tail when she was about to fall asleep, which had kept her awake for a long time. Wolf Girl came up to her again. Did you do something you shouldn't have last night? Don't be so perverted. I'm just concerned that you'll give it away too easily. Yin Xinya muttered, if you give it away too easily. When it comes to understanding men, most women don't know as much as her. Ning Chu snorted in her heart, especially with a timid and shy little virgin like Wyang. She knows all too well. After all, she also slept with her girlfriend for a whole night when they were in a relationship and didn't do anything. She saw her own reflection in Wyang back then, and now, when she thinks back, she regrets it and slaps her thighs. The only chance for sex, it was wasted for nothing. As a result, she is now a girl. She has not even experienced the joy of being a man. Shall we go to your rented room for a look around at noon? Yin Xinya asked. Well, it so happens that I have a lot of things to move there. Lily peeked over to Ning Chu. Her cold face, coupled with her extremely nosy expression, making her look especially cute. Seeing that Ning Chu had noticed her, she quickly picked up her phone and pointed at it. Ning Chu's heart skipped a beat. This demon had always been a chatterbox in online chats, and she still hadn't learned to rein her in. But she still lowered her head and checked her phone. This time, Lily's message was posted on her main account, which was linked to Wyang's account. Ning Chu looked at Wyang timidly, afraid that the guy was spying on her chat with Lily again. After being linked for so long, she was the one who was restricted, and she had never found any ambiguous remarks between Wyang and other women on the internet. Be careful. Look at this condom. It has a thread. You should review it. Sure enough, he was driving again, and he deliberately sent a message to her account, just so that Wyang would see it. Right? You review it yourself with your toys. Ning Chu looked up and gave Lily a blank stare. This iceberg girl was frowning, expressionless, and bowing her head to read. Little did she know that she was oozing sexual energy. Looking down at her phone again, Lily had sent another link. What do you think of the mace condom? It looks very exciting. Wyang is originally the main character in the Imperial text, and normal girls can't handle that weapon. So how dare he give Wyang technology? Ning Chu did not reply. Her face flushed slightly, and she buried her face in her arms, a little embarrassed. Although she knew that Lily, the succubus, had no limits on the internet, she still couldn't bear it. By the way, Ning Chu, Wyang was paying serious attention in class, but suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Ning Chu. The guidance counselor's office has announced that the school is organizing a physical examination this week. Another physical examination? Ning Chu felt a little panicked when she heard this. She had just had a medical examination with her family at the hospital 2 days ago, and her tears nearly fell when they took her blood. It wasn't the pain that made her cry, but rather the needle phobia. Besides, doesn't a school medical examination also include internal medicine examinations? Lying down in public, having the doctor feel your stomach and chest. If you wear a corset, it will be easy to tell. If you don't wear one, your slender figure will be too conspicuous. My head hurts. Ning Chu muttered, I just had a physical examination 2 days ago, and I'm in perfect health. Physical examination? When Ning Chu talked about intimate topics with them, she usually whispered in their ears, but this conversation was not deliberately lowered, and Jeang Xiaoing, who was not far away, heard it clearly. So you don't have to go to class? Great. She ignored Jeang Xiaoing and turned to Yin Xinya for advice, as she was full of ideas. After a moment's thought, Wolf Girl leaned over and whispered in her ear, Then you just follow me for the physical examination, you're a girl anyway. Doctors aren't stupid. Don't write your gender in the information section, silly. Ning Chu frowned. What if my classmates find out? Don't worry, just see how the school arranges the physical examination and act accordingly. Ning Chu, when are you going to go back and see your grandparents? At breakfast, her mother, who was wrapping dumplings in her hands, lifted her gaze to her daughter's face. Well, Ning Chu said, a little sheepishly, during the new year, I guess. I'll go pay New Year's visits then. That's fine. Will you go, uncle? She wanted to find a scapegoat to help take the heat off and prevent her grandparents from focusing too much attention on her. Her uncle froze for a moment as he made the dumplings and looked at her mother with a questioning glance. Her mother lowered her head and took a sip of soy milk, her eyes wandering. He won't go. So, When her mother brought her little boyfriend to meet her parents, she was also worried. And not only did she hide it from her and her brother, she also kept it from her grandparents. She was afraid that not many people knew that she had a boyfriend. Seeing her mother in the same situation as Ning Chu had been in, she couldn't help but smile to herself, and her mood improved immediately. When does this holiday end? Her mother chose to change the subject. Let me see. Ning Chu glanced at the class group's announcement and replied, "School starts on the 17th day of the first lunar month." That's almost a month at home. She always felt that her mother seemed to dislike her. "Mom, it seems like you can't wait for me to leave." Her mother gave a teasing smile and pretended to sigh. "It was fine when you just got back for 2 days, but on the third day, I got a little annoyed when I saw you. You never help with anything at home and just get in the way. It's obvious that you don't have any time alone with your boyfriend because I'm home, isn't it? That's why I come back once a month." Ning Yuan, who was sitting next to her, said with a sneer. "It's still too frequent. When I was in college, I came back once every 6 months, and my mom would cook me delicious food every meal. Now I can only sleep on the floor. It's not that far away. What's wrong with coming back every week for dinner? No, I'm afraid you'll find me an eyesore." As they said things that made each other feel bad, the relaxed atmosphere made Ning Chu feel very relaxed. Compared to the oppression of being at school for a month or two when she first traveled through time, the family atmosphere now made her feel very comfortable. "Ning Xiaoing, stop eating. You're going to be late again." Her mother turned her head and looked at Heido, who was eating dumplings, and urged, "Go get a rubber band, and I'll tie your hair up." "Okay." Heido dipped the last few dumplings in ketchup and stuffed them all in her mouth. Her cheeks were puffed up as she got up and ran to get a rubber band. That petite body had eaten at least 20 dumplings, much more than Ning Chu's appetite. "Ning Yuan, will you take her later?" "I'll go," Ning Chu said, looking up. "I'm going out anyway." Her mother immediately understood where she was going, gave her a teasing glance, and pushed a plate of freshly wrapped dumplings over. "Put these dumplings in the pot. Your uncle and I haven't eaten yet." The dumplings were stuffed with a shrimp and pork filling that her uncle had made, and the taste was much better than those from the dumpling shops. Ning Chu had originally thought that this burly uncle with a hulking back would have a somewhat reckless and vulgar personality. But after nearly a day of contact, she discovered that her uncle was quite delicate and had very good cooking skills. With her uncle there, her mother could only help out in the kitchen. Even from a critical perspective, apart from his habits of smoking and drinking, her uncle had no obvious shortcomings. As for the relationship between the uncle and the mother, they had been spending time together for more than 3 or 5 years, and if their relationship was bad, it would have already ended. When Ning Chu served the freshly made dumplings, Blackbean had also been given a double ponytail by her mother. With her kitten-like appearance, she is the perfect age for a double ponytail, and it makes her look especially cute. "Mom, where's her cram school?" "It's over by Nanshan Street." She knows the way. Her mother handed Ning Chu the electric bicycle key. "Be careful on the way." "Okay, Blackbean, let's go. Remember to show me the way." "Don't worry." Perhaps it had been a long time since Ning Chu had ridden an electric bicycle. She just felt that the front of the bicycle was too heavy to control the direction, and it was even difficult to maintain balance. She could only place her feet on both sides of the bicycle frame and ride unsteadily around the community, trying to regain her sense of riding as soon as possible. However, Blackbean was scared by her and turned pale, holding on her waist tightly. "Sister, are you okay? Why don't we take a taxi?" "Why wouldn't I be okay?" Ning Chu slowly took a turn, but hurriedly put one foot on the ground to stop the electric bicycle, which was about to tip over. "We're going to be late. Let's take a taxi." After putting the electric bicycle back in the utility room, Ning Chu hurriedly hailed a ride-hailing app and took Blackbean to Nanshan Pedestrian Street. "Sister, what? When are you and your husband going to get married?" "Only the devil knows." At least during her studies, there was no chance of marriage, and after graduation, she was afraid that she would have to wait for Wyang to buy a car and a house. It's not that she needs a house and a car, but this is her way of delaying the free gift. Although she no longer has such a strong aversion to the free gift, she even has a little expectation. But Wyang's weapon is too strong, and the description of Wyang's combat effectiveness in the book is also too outrageous, making her worry that she will break. Sister, why did you bring clothes with you? Are you going to your brother-in-law's house? Ning Chu was carrying a bag of clothes in her hand, containing several sets of clothes, to avoid getting her clothes dirty when she went to Wyang in the future, and her mother would notice at home at a glance. After a few words, Blackbean leaned on Ning Chu's shoulder and fell asleep. When she woke up again, they had already arrived at Nanshan Pedestrian Street, and then she was led to the cram school. This is the first time I've been to a place like this. Ning Chu looked around curiously. When she was a child, her family couldn't afford to send her to cram school. As soon as they arrived at the cram school, Haidu's expression immediately became excited, and she was no longer sleepy. Yes, Ningxin's little sister. The girl at the reception desk noticed Haidu's figure and immediately greeted her with sparkling eyes. Do you want to eat melon seeds? I'll give you a pack. He perked up, sweetly called out sister, and then shook his head and said, No, I can't. I won't be able to finish it in class, and my mom will scold me if I take it home. Ningxin, I brought you a bag of meat floss bread. Do you want some? A little boy suddenly ran over from the side and shoved a bag of bread into Haidu's hands. Thank you, big brother. The sweet, cute voice made the little boy blush immediately, and he ran away shyly. Little Ningxin, over here. In the entire tutoring institution, from the staff to the other children being tutored, just from the short distance from the front door to the classroom, Heido's pockets were already stuffed with several snacks. Ning Chu watched from behind, her pupils dilating. This cat is actually so popular. It's almost as if she were being taken care of, like a little princess. No wonder Heido doesn't reject the tutoring class at all. Sister, have some bread, Heido said, turning back and taking a meat floss bun out of his pocket and stuffing it into Ning Chu's hand. Then, looking around nervously, he whispered, Don't tell Mom. I've already fed you. Ning Chu's smile froze on her face, and she rubbed her temples in pain. Are you a fox spirit? You're so charming. I'm just a cute little cat. During the first semester of freshman year, everyone was still pretty restrained, worried about being late and scrambling to get excuse slips if they ever missed class. By the first week of the second semester, people were still testing the waters with each teacher's personality and tolerance. Now, for the first class on Monday, only about 2/3 of the students were scattered across the tiered lecture hall. College could be as free and easy as you wanted it to be, or as rigorous as senior year of high school, depending on whether you were willing to pay the price. While Ning Chu often spaced out in class, she still listened with one ear, unlike some students who treated the classroom like a gaming lounge, pulling out their phones to gather friends and start team battle. She lay on her desk, wearing a knit hat under her jacket's hood, with two small symmetrical bulges visible from beneath the fabric. Her horns were now as long as her index finger and getting harder to hide, but she was still trying. Wang Jie and Jeang Xiaoing arrived just as the class began. Wang Jie looked pale and wobbly on his feet, while Jeang Xiaoing was bright and refreshed, his face glowing. It made Ning Chu increasingly suspicious that Wang Jie's girlfriend was a succubus. Had he been drained of his vital energy? The contrast between the two made Ning Chu's thoughts drift in a strange direction. Could it be that Jeang Xiaoing had been draining Wang Jie's energy? My back hurts so bad. I told you to exercise more, but no, you don't listen. Embarrassing yourself in front of women. As the two sat down near Wyang, Ning Chu caught snippets of their conversation. Look at me, showing off my masculine prowess. You just wait until it catches up with you, Wang Jie mumbled, laying his head down and stifling a yawn. Jeang Xiaoing scoffed. Not a chance. I'm young and strong, and I even signed up for a fitness elective. See? Taking a fitness class because you're scared. It's called being prepared. Qian didn't seem to be doing a good job. She couldn't even wear Jeang Xiaoing out. Listening to them, Ning Chu mentally criticized Qian for her lack of effort. In most couples she knew, the girl usually had the upper hand, but Qian had dragged down the average. How disappointing. As for herself, well, her opponent was a novel's male lead. It's not like anyone else would do any better. The teacher finished calling the roll, and the noisy classroom quieted down a bit. Yin Xinya, clearly uninterested in the lecture, started yawning within a couple of minutes and leaned over towards Ning Chu. Ning Chu, Ning Chu. The elective class schedule is out. We're in the dance studio in Building F tonight. Ning Chu fiddled with the fluffy white pom-poms on her hood, muttering to herself, tonight. Her new yoga outfit hadn't arrived yet, so tonight she'd have to wear the matching yoga outfit she'd ordered with Lily. At least she wouldn't be alone. Are your horns even bigger now? After just a couple of sentences, the wolf girl had already noticed the bulge in Ning Chu's hood. Ning Chu brushed it off. Yeah, they're growing fast. Having never had horns herself, Yin Xinya accepted her answer. I still think you should go to the hospital. Remember to bring your yoga outfit to class this afternoon. They have changing rooms there. All right, yoga class, huh? She didn't know much about yoga, but it probably wasn't too intense. Should be easy enough. Plus, as an elective, the instructor likely wouldn't go over difficult moves, so she could just go through the motions. While she was absent-mindedly thinking about what new poses she might unlock, a somewhat unfamiliar voice came from behind her. Ning Chu. She turned to see a female classmate she vaguely recognized. Despite having shared the same classroom for months, Ning Chu still hadn't remembered her name. Someone asked me to bring you something on my way to class. The girl blushed, pulling a small box of chocolates from her bag. I didn't know him, but he was very insistent. Ning Chu glanced at the chocolates and asked, Didn't you tell him I already have a boyfriend? I did. Ning Chu nodded knowingly. Then you have them. I'm not a fan of chocolate. She wondered who this idiot was, thinking he could woo her away from Wyang. What was he even thinking? After pushing the chocolates onto the shy girl, Ning Chu turned and poked Wyang's arm. Wyang, someone gave me chocolates. I heard. Though he was listening intently to the lecture, Wyang still noticed the moment she interacted with a classmate. Don't you have anything to say? After a moment, Wyang nodded thoughtfully. I'll buy you a big box after class, so you can have your fill. Pfft. Ning Chu couldn't hold back a laugh, then quickly ducked her head down onto the desk and covered her mouth to avoid getting caught by the teacher. No thanks, I'm not a fan of sweets. She shot Wyang a sideways look, only to hear Jeang Xiaoing behind her pipe up, Hey, if you don't like chocolate, I'll eat it. I skipped breakfast. Before she could reply, Jeang Xiaoing leaned in with a look of surprise. Whoa, Ning Chu, what's up with the bump on your head? You got a tumor? Ning Chu glanced at the teacher, who had turned to write on the blackboard, and promptly grabbed her textbook, smacking it down on Jeang Xiaoing's head. Feel the power of knowledge. You're the one with a tumor. Don't go nuts. Jeang Xiaoing dodged her attack, but after the scuffle, Wang Jia also noticed the odd bulge on her head. It was getting harder to hide her index finger-length horns. At this point, trying to cover them only made things more obvious. With a quick decision, Ning Chu confidently pulled back her hood, took off her hat, and tilted her chin up, proudly pointing at her horns with a smug grin. Tada, look, aren't they nice? Wyang nodded in support, very cute. Jeang Xiaoing stared, bewildered. What the heck? You grow horns? Are you a goat? They're for fashion, you know? Girl accessories. Ever heard of them? Straight guys have no clue. Nice, my butt. What a dumb style, he scoffed, though his curious gaze lingered on the small horns atop her head. Then he looked past Ning Chu and saw Lily putting on her own pair of decorative horns. Pausing, he reached out toward Ning Chu's head. Let me see. Are you nuts? Startled, Ning Chu quickly covered her head and scooted to the side, only to bump her head against Yin Xinya's arm, making both of them wince. At the same time, Wyang grabbed Jeang Xiaoing's hand. Buy your own. That's a gift I got for Ning Chu. Like I care. Jeang Xiaoing scoffed, but leaned in with a mischievous grin to whisper in Wyang's ear. Trying out the Monster Girl experience? I'd recommend giving Ning Chu some cat ears and a tail. That'd be adorable. Succubi are the real champions, Wyang silently retorted. Ning Yuan sat yawning on the steps outside the train station, glancing at his phone time from time to time, his legs shaking with impatience. The train, which was supposed to arrive around 9 p.m., had been inexplicably delayed until 11 p.m. As a result, he was yawning nonstop and feeling too tired to muster any energy. It had been a while since he had seen his sister. He worked long hours, and his sister only came home during the summer and winter breaks. They would barely meet a few times a year. Even though they grew up together, there was an odd sense of estrangement, especially after his little brother became a sister. Growing from a boy into a girl with a bewitching charm, the change was so drastic that it felt like she had become a completely different person. After all, she was no longer just a girl. She was a succubus, and it was unlikely her personality would remain unchanged. Finally, a large group of travelers arrived at the station. Ning Yuan pushed himself up, stretching lazily, massaging his sore shoulders as he walked to the entrance, scanning the crowd for his sister. Though his sister was only about 1.6 meters tall and easily lost in the crowd, her exceptionally beautiful face and figure immediately caught his eye. Seeing her again, he couldn't help but be in disbelief. My brother's a real anomaly now. From a distance, Ning Chu was wearing a tight-fitting short sleeve, exposing her slender waist. She wore a light jacket over it, paired with a short skirt and black stockings. Even her long, straight legs were so stunning that Ning Yuan, despite being her brother, couldn't help but look twice. Bro! Ning Chu, pulling a suitcase, ran over eagerly. After so long without seeing each other, even though she had just parted with Wyang and her friends, seeing her brother still made her excited. Why are you dressed like that? However, as she got closer, Ning Yuan immediately questioned her, his voice stern. Huh? Ning Chu froze, tugging at her jacket. I'm still a bit hot. Why is your waist showing? Zip up your jacket. This. She could feel the authority in her brother's voice, so she silently pulled her jacket together and zipped it up. It was clearly a cute outfit. The high-waisted skirt with the tank top revealed her slim midriff, and Wyang had said it looked great, so she didn't worry about showing off her silver tattoo. You look like you're going clubbing, Ning Yuan muttered as he grabbed her suitcase. Come on, I'll drive you home. Ning Chu didn't argue and just rolled her eyes at the back of her brother's head. He really thought of himself as my father, huh? She silently complained in her mind, following Ning Yuan's steps as she curiously asked, where's sister-in-law? She's already gone to bed. If you had arrived at 9 p.m., you'd have probably seen her. Bro, when are you two getting married? Depends on the situation. Probably in the next few years. We're saving up a little. When his girlfriend was mentioned, Ning Yuan's face softened with a tender smile. Ning Chu could feel from his tone that her brother and sister-in-law had a good relationship, so she pressed on, Bro, how much do you earn now? Can you support sister-in-law? 6 or 7,000. Together, we make over 10,000 a month. It's all right. Though they lived in the provincial capital, it was a typical case of low wages and high housing prices. Earning nearly 100,000 a year was considered a decent salary. After all, not every city could compare to Beijing or Shanghai. They reached the underground parking lot of the train station, and Ning Chu sat in the passenger seat, placing her small bag on her lap as she curiously surveyed the interior of the car. After getting a girlfriend, her brother had made some minor upgrades to his old car. The faint smell of gasoline was gone, replaced by a fresh fragrance, and there were cute little stickers all over the car. She looked back and couldn't help but smile wryly. Bro, you really don't treat me like an outsider, do you? What? Just as Ning Yuan was about to drive, he turned to look in the back seat and saw an unopened condom. His face turned red, and he awkwardly leaned over to pick it up, shoving it into his pocket before casually replying, It probably fell out of your sister-in-law's bag. Oh, what playboy. No wonder he's the brother of a succubus. Hearing his ambiguous response, Ning Yuan shot Ning Chu a glare. Put on your seatbelt. Don't start acting up. Ugh, so troublesome. Even when taking ride-sharing cars, Ning Chu usually sat in the back seat and never bothered with seatbelts. She clumsily strapped herself in, but then heard Ning Yuan ask, Want to go out for dinner tomorrow? What are we eating? I want something good. Dad's treating. Whatever you want, he'll probably buy. Then forget it. Ning Chu still didn't have a good opinion of their father. She muttered, Can't you not bring him up in front of me? I've never even met him, and he's less close than an uncle. She quickly changed the subject. Bro, are you staying home tonight? No. Am I going to sleep on the floor? I have work tomorrow, too. You got nowhere to sleep at home. Now the whole family was women, occupying the only 2 bedrooms. Even during the holidays, her brother could only sleep on the sofa or the floor, with a family status that clearly wasn't very high. Isn't that the truth? It had been a while since they'd seen each other, but Ning Chu realized that she and her brother didn't really have much to talk about anymore. After chatting for a bit, she yawned and gazed out the window at the night view. Ning Yuan, as usual, was full of chatter. Once he learned that Ning Chu was going to work in another city, he couldn't stop lecturing her. Don't put up with things out there. As long as the money you make is enough, don't suffer. If you get upset, just come back. When you have time, cook for yourself. Don't eat out, it's not clean. Can Wyang really take care of you? You've lost weight since university. Losing weight looks better. You have such thin arms and legs. Aren't you afraid Wyang might accidentally hurt you? He rambled on and on until the car stopped downstairs at their building. Ning Chu eagerly jumped out of the car, taking a deep breath. This was so annoying. She felt like her ears were numb. Rubbing her earlobe, she heard the sound of cheering coming from the hallway. Sis! A gust of wind rushed toward her, and before Ning Chu could react, she felt a sharp pain in her chest and found herself leaning back against the car door. Ouch! She looked down at the small figure in her arms, affectionately pinching the high black cat ears. Get up, stop fooling around. I'm leaving, still need to work tomorrow. Ning Yuan drove off, leaving Ning Chu alone with her overly enthusiastic black bean. The cat, unable to change her overly cheerful personality, took Ning Chu's hand and walked into the elevator, her joy almost overflowing. In the elevator, Ning Chu sized up Blackbean. It had been half a year since they last met, and the little cat girl seemed to have grown a lot taller. She had also put on some weight, and her chest had started to develop, her muscles faintly showing. She would definitely grow into a beauty when she matured. Sis, I'm going to be taller than you soon. Blackbean proudly tiptoed. I'm already 1.5 meters. Mom says you're still under 1.6 meters. Don't listen to Mom's nonsense. When I wear shoes, I'm definitely over 1.6 meters. Suddenly, Ning Chu felt a strong sense of crisis. If Blackbean becomes taller than her, what will she do as an older sister? The spacious living room remained quiet as usual. Ning Chu sat cross-legged on the sofa, her expression serious, arms crossed as she leaned against the soft cushions. Her gaze was fixed on Wang Jia, whose face wore an expression of concern. From a distance, the group hid at the doorway of the study, leaning against the wall, watching the spectacle unfold. The room in the second bedroom was cracked open slightly, revealing a pair of bright, curious eyes observing the 3-part interrogation. I really didn't. Xin, do you not trust me at all? Jeang Xiaoing protested innocently, pounding his chest and crying out in distress. We've been together for so many years. Why don't you believe me? I never lied to you. It's when Yang sitting there. Ning Chu would have believed it right away, but unfortunately, it's Jeang Xiaoing this time. He's rich, not bad-looking, has swagger, but no taste, often visits bars and karaoke spots, even hires streamers to drink with him. He's pretty much the epitome of class. More like the impromptu show from the brothers-in-law. Who was the one who watched the dancer streamer last time and even tipped her to the point of causing a scandal for your husband? Xin looked at them with a face full of doubt. Ning Chu immediately teased. I knew it was the bar. Don't say anything. When Yang snapped without looking up from his book. I didn't spend money on the streamer. Wyang, no way. Jeang Xiaoing protested. As for the tipping, Wyang didn't even spend a penny on the streamer, Ning Chu added. No, it's Ning Chu's cousin, that cat girl Ning Xi. You're Ning Xi's cat girl. Do you think I'm stupid? Can a succubus have a cat girl cousin? You can't even make up a decent story. She hadn't seen Xin in a long time and didn't know about the existence of Heido. I really haven't. Ning Chu said seriously, it's just this way. I haven't seen Ning Xin recently, not even a cousin relationship, much less a legal one. I still don't have a cat girl. Really, I don't. The sound of the door opening interrupted Heido's words. The group turned to look at the door as it opened. Tease. Little Shushu, I'm here to play with you. It's her. As soon as she saw me, She rushed over to me. Jeang Xiaoing looked at her excitedly. It's definitely me. Cat-absorbing body. Heido had just jumped up when she heard the door open, her breath steadying. What are you doing? Is this a three-part interrogation? Wyang slowly entered the room and sat on the floor, nearly suffocating Jeang Xiaoing with his presence. He couldn't even smile. Let me die, Jeang Xiaoing groaned. Then come. Xin glanced at him. Her tail swung, striking Heido's dog legs, and she snapped sharply, Stop pretending. I was worried you'd collapse. Heido retorted. Pa. Last night they had played mahjong. Ning Chu and the sisters had talked about their morning naps, but now they felt a little sluggish. Upon hearing this, Ning Chu leaned back against the chair and casually replied, My husband will be over soon. Let's have our kid join him then. Shall we wait for dinner and then go shopping? Ning Chu lowered her gaze, but when she looked down, she saw Yan Xinya's mind wandering to her chest, thinking, so soft, it really smells like milk, it's so nice. You don't? Ning Chu asked, rolling her eyes. All you girls always change clothes together and soak in hot springs. Changing clothes during hot springs is still acceptable. Why does her body still smell so much like milk? Yan Xinya suddenly raised her head, suspiciously sniffing again. Do you still occasionally let her suckle? That's not good for the teasing. Ning Chu's ears turned red, pushing her away from her chest and standing up to head to the kitchen. I'll go get you some food. Where are you running off to? Yan Xinya asked, a bit confused. What's up? Lily managed to maintain her cold demeanor. It's not like we're teasing her for food. Today's lively at home. Wang Jie's two children, more reserved, sat quietly in a corner reading. Jeang Xiaoing and Yan Xinya were chatting in the bedroom, while Lily helped Ning Chu in the kitchen. Wyang was still busy with work, even though it was a National Day holiday. His client, however, was a foreign capital enterprise with a customer service staff, so he had to stay in touch with them on his phone. Sis, help me tell them I'm having ice cream. Heido ran over to the kitchen door, poking her head in. Yeah. Ning Chu turned around, narrowing her eyes at Heido's eager face. Go check the fridge, grab a few, and share them with everyone. On such a hot day, even with the air conditioning on, Heido was sweating. She excitedly opened the fridge, grabbed 2 ice lollies, but couldn't find any more. Your ice lollies? Ning Chu asked. Ice lollies? Heido was confused. There was only one left. How come there are no more ice cream wrappers on the outer layer of the freezer? No one told me. Sis, didn't you throw away the wrappers once you finished the ice cream? What? Ning Chu raised her head in confusion. There were several empty wrappers. Empty. She wiped her hands with a towel and went to the kitchen door, peering into the fridge drawer. Heido squatted on the floor, handing her the wrappers. What's this? When Yang ate them, Lily asked from the kitchen. He can barely eat 2 a week. He wouldn't throw the wrappers back. Ning Chu looked toward the living room. It's probably Yan Xinya. She immediately suspected someone. Among the people she knew, only Wolf Girl could eat so many ice lollies at once. Yan Xinya, could have been you. Ning Chu rolled her eyes. Aren't you worried about a stomach ache? Who slammed the door so hard? Heido asked amusingly. When I was playing with little Shushu, my stomach didn't feel right. Ning Chu jumped in realization. When Shushu, you come here right now. She had only slept for a while this morning and hadn't paid much attention to her daughter. Those empty wrappers might not have been eaten in a day, but perhaps her daughter had secretly eaten ice cream multiple times. Honey, what's going on? When Yang rushed over at the sound. Look at what Shushu has been up to. There were too many guests at home, and only Jeang Xiaoing couldn't find a place to sit. He went to the living room with a plate and a bowl, standing or sitting while eating and chatting. The cake was handmade by Lily. This succubus had already mastered not only Chinese cuisine, but also pastries and Western dishes. The cake not only tasted great, but was beautifully decorated. Damn, the daughter hugged her slightly bulging little belly with both hands, her eyes looking up with a pitiful expression. She gazed longingly at the cake on the table, not even drinking water. She was still suffering from diarrhea and indigestion, her stomach bothering her. What's wrong with Shushu? Yin Xiaoing leaned over, her concern evident as she looked at Shu Shu's state. She asked Ning Chu, "Shouldn't we take her to the hospital? She already took medicine. It's just diarrhea and indigestion." Ning Chu rubbed her temples with a sigh. "How many ice creams did you secretly eat today? When did you start sneaking them?" "I don't know. Maybe I just leave the wrappers behind for every ice cream I eat." "How about today?" Ning Chu asked. "Ugh, I feel so sick I want to throw up." Ning Chu didn't know whether to feel angry or to take pleasure in the situation. Even adults would find it too much to eat so much in one go. How could her daughter, not even 4 years old, handle it? She held a small cake and deliberately stuck out her tongue to lick the cream, smiling as she said, "You can't eat this, it's too rich." Yin Xiaoing awkwardly responded, "Your tongue is so wet." "Not really." Ning Chu quickly pulled her tongue back, glancing at the men in the room. Wyang and Yin Xiaoing weren't doing anything serious just yet, but with Jeang Xiaoing and Wang Ji in the room, they were all busy showing off their skills in front of Xiaoing, each of them having a video call with the second child, not paying attention to what was happening here. "I just think the cake is delicious. It's even better than the ones outside." Wolf Girl nodded in agreement. "I used to eat Sister Lily's cakes when I was little." "Sis, your cakes are amazing. Now the ingredients are so expensive." She piped up, Exactly. "Lily sis, can you make me a cake for my birthday too? I'll pay for the ingredients." This comment made Lily raise an eyebrow, clearly uncomfortable. Her smile wasn't genuine, nor was her frown, and she seemed especially awkward in that moment. When everyone praised the cake, Shu Shu couldn't hold back anymore. She tugged at Ning Chu's sleeve, gazing up at her with pleading eyes. "Mom, I want some too. Isn't your stomach upset?" Ning Chu looked down at her daughter's cute, pleading face, softly asking, though she was suppressing her anger and wasn't feeling very calm. "Your dad forbade you from eating cold foods. You can't have cake or even regular food." "Why?" "Because your stomach isn't feeling well." Ning Chu chuckled softly. "Your stomach doesn't understand. Will you eat so many ice creams next time?" Although Shu Shu wasn't exactly slow, the lesson wasn't deep enough this time. Meanwhile, there was a commotion in the living room. Hearing a knock at the door, Yin Xiaoing's wolf ears twitched, and her body was disturbed. The door was forced open, and Yin Xiaoing immediately jumped off the sofa and dashed to answer it, her ears flapping like an electric fan. "Husband, Jia." It was Yin Xiaoing's husband, who had brought their child over. Ning Chu remembered that her husband had once worked with Shi, but now he had quit his job and opened a gym. This man is tall, probably around 1.8 meters, with a muscular build and very clean. His previous professional demeanor had also inherited an aura of righteousness, making people feel at ease. "Come on, call your sister." Yin Xiaoing squatted down to hug her child, her tail sweeping the floor like a broom. "Sister." "Hello," Ning Chu greeted cheerfully. "Long time no see. Do you remember me?" "I remember." "Sister, you're still so beautiful." "Really, am I more beautiful than your mom?" The child stared at his mother with a conflicted expression, then glanced at the devilish smile of the succubus sister, hesitating and unsure how to respond. Ning Chu smiled in a way that seemed like a little devil tempting passersby with a lollipop. Yin Xiaoing gave her a sharp glare. "I'm just trying to help. Look at your daughter, who seems uninterested in anything, coming to play with you guys." "All right." The daughter looked tired, barely opening her eyes. "Who is it?" Jia froze at the door. One glance was enough to make her almost burst into tears. "What's wrong? You were smiling when you met Jia earlier." Jia had been affectionate, laughing when they parted, but now she didn't recognize anyone. "Maybe she's feeling unwell or just forgot," Ning Chu muttered. She quickly took a piece of cake from the table and handed it to Jia, smiling as she reassured. "This cake is handmade by Aunt Lily. It's delicious. Thank Aunt Lily." "Thank you, Aunt Lily." "Aunt." Lily immediately became alert, shot Ning Chu a glare, and corrected, "It's sister. It's not my fault. She's always calling me sister." With 2 more people, the living room became crowded. Many of them didn't even have chairs to sit in. With everyone finally gathered, Ning Chu was about to go change into an outfit for going out when Jeang Xiaoing pulled her sleeve and approached with a determined attitude. Hey, Ning Chu. What's up? Haidu. Where's the Heidi you took from the dorm? Take me to see it sometime. Haidu. Ning Chu's expression faltered. As soon as Jeang Xiaoing heard that, his excitement grew. He instinctively looked toward the dining room, just in time to lock eyes with Haidu. What's going on? My family has kids, so I don't keep cats. I usually take care of them in my mom's house. It's fine. Just bring it over in your cat carrier. I've raised it for about half a year, Jeang Xiaoing said eagerly. You didn't turn it into a child, did you? No. I raised it into a cat girl beauty. Almost had to compete with me for a man. Ning Chu casually made up a reason, but recently, she ran away and hasn't come back yet. Haidu, who had been eavesdropping in the dining room, froze as well. Huh. What? You haven't even spayed Haidu yet? Haidu looked at Jeang Xiaoing with a pitiful gaze, realizing why the sister always didn't get along with him. I'll be honest with you. You should have just left Haidu with me back then. You didn't have the money for spaying back then, fine, but after you graduated and got a job, you could have easily done it. Why didn't you hurry and get it done? Now look, you can't even find her after she ran off. I've only ever raised that one cat, and now you've gone and lost it. She was definitely spayed. After all these years, you couldn't have at least given me one of her kittens. After dinner, they headed home. It was as if the night before New Year's Eve had come early, with the outside temperature dropping and fewer pedestrians around. Jeang Xiaoing went to a nearby mall, but couldn't find anything he liked, so he brought back some pastries. After washing up, he walked into the living room and saw a black-haired, straight-haired cat girl clutching a little savior, glaring at him with a resentful look. He stood there dumbfounded and confused, not knowing what he had done to upset her. Hee, your empty demon looks pretty good. Ning Chu turned her head to look out the window, mumbling her complaint. Damn, I was just saying it casually. Why are you acting like a kid pretending to be something else? Is anyone really bold enough to ask Zhang Jie for a cat girl? Stop talking, who did that? Jeang Xiaoing felt something was a bit off. Ning Chu's gaze also made him feel a bit awkward, but he didn't care much about the fact that someone hadn't seen him for years. He turned around frequently, looking at the cat girl in the back. Catch, little savior. You can't turn into a cat girl, right? Can't someone catch Haidu? What do we do now? Will the cat girl become famous? What happens if she gets caught? Don't keep mentioning Haidu. The store shouldn't be in a hurry to bring it up, right? What about Haidu? Should I go back to that place? Since you have so many pictures, you can upload them to more places. Take care, sis. Hurry and manage him. Ning Chu shot Jeang Xiaoing a glare and grabbed his ear. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm trying hard, unlike Ning Chu. And then, after being hit by Xian, Jeang Xiaoing used his face to block her hand hard, laughing so brightly and loudly. Jeang Xiaoing could hardly contain himself. Sis, what's the plan today? Haidu, clutching the little savior, trotted over eagerly. We'll shop first. Then Xiaoqing's treating us to barbecue. I heard it's a fancy place, over 1,000 per person. Oh, Haidu, who was just uninterested, perked up immediately at the mention of a big meal, wagging her tail in excitement. Sis, don't worry about playing. I'll watch the house for you. Just don't forget me for the barbecue. Ning Chu knocked Haidu on the head. How old are you and still so greedy? Barbecue that costs 1,000 per person. I've never eaten something this good in my life. Seems like I've eaten it before, Ning Chu muttered while glancing at Wyang. Back when I worked with Wyang in Shanghai, we occasionally had nice meals. But ever since we came back, with the addition of the little one, we don't even go out for big meals anymore, let alone shop. Now that Wyang had opened his own business, their family situation was much better than before, even though they couldn't compare to big companies. Almost all expenses now fell on the women. Wyang looked down at his phone and suggested, how about we skip the KTV and go to the new bar downstairs from the company? A bar? Still drinking? Ning Chu frowned. It's the weekend, and we should relax. It's time to unwind, Wyang explained. After thinking for a moment, Ning Chu agreed. Haidu, take care of the house for me. Okay. Later that night, they went to watch fireworks. The women in the dark night raised their hands, excited and shouting, "Fireworks! What fireworks?" Yin Xin, you heard the noise and rushed over. "We're not going to KTV, but to watch fireworks." She got excited. "Yay! I never liked singing anyway." Wyang opened his mouth, but the words got stuck. He still had the shadow of the mountain, his face filled with sorrow, just watching Ning Chu gasping for air in the small room. "Ning Chu, are you all right?" Wyang tried to comfort Ning Chu, saying to himself, "We haven't even seen fireworks yet. Don't worry, we'll change the plan. Let her grow a bit more, and this year we can go to Grandpa's house to set off fireworks." Right. This activity was now even more restricted, with the prohibition on fireworks making it so that the daughter hadn't even heard the sound of firecrackers in public much. In the mall, less than half an hour passed, and the group made their way into the large shopping mall. They quickly split into two clear groups. One group of men wandered around buying shoes and bags, while the women rushed to buy. Ning Chu found a pink princess dress at a specialty store. "This dress is perfect for the little savior." "Right. It's perfect for Shishi too. Try it on." "I don't have one." Shishi's hair stood up, shaking her head furiously. "How could a children's store have my size?" "It's really her mistake. She'll probably be closer next year." Ning Chu looked down at Shishi with a curious expression. "How tall are you? Come over here. There's a mannequin here. You can compare." "No." Shishi grabbed Lily's arm. "Lily sis, save me." Then Lily straightened up, silently gesturing with her hand on Shishi's head. "Don't come over here." Shishi rolled her eyes. "If it's this magic, magic can do anything. Magic is about the mood, you know." "Lily, you try it." Lily paused, then turned her head away without answering. "What happened? Did you raise her to death?" Shishi answered curiously. "No, Lily sis is still a magical girl. I can even bring out her business card." "Teaching students and mentoring research," Lily answered casually, before hurriedly pulling Shishi outside the store. "Let's buy high heels." Ning Chu looked at Lily with confusion, wondering what was going on in the storyline. "So, she turned into a human, just like Haidu? What happened to her?" Haidu perked up her ears sharply. What again? What's wrong with sister?" Always with her mind full of moisture. "Don't mention this in front of the little savior. You'll spoil everything, and it's all your fault." "Wow, this smells so good." Haida looked at her swollen little belly, her face full of happiness and satisfaction as she staggered out of the barbecue restaurant. Except for Yin Xiaoing, she had eaten the most, and now she could hardly walk, letting out a satisfied burp that still carried the aroma of the barbecue. The little savior tugged at her hand and wobbled behind her, but her expression was the complete opposite. She kept looking back at the people at the counter, glancing anxiously at them. "Cold drink. What's wrong?" She saw Haidu sitting on a chair at the restaurant door, with tears nearly welling up in her eyes. "Mom won't let me eat." "Who told you to eat so much ice cream?" Haidu proudly raised her legs and reclined comfortably, feeling the delicious food settle in her stomach, even though her stomach didn't feel so good. Although she had taken medicine, the little savior had overeaten ice cream that morning, causing indigestion. Ning Chu had been careful and didn't let her eat much, just a taste of each item. "Why are you crying now?" "Ning Chu, did you bully her?" Ning Chu walked out of the store with graceful steps, smiling as she asked. Yes. You didn't let me eat what she ate." Haidu jumped up from the chair excitedly. "Sister, you didn't eat much either. That snowflake steak was really good." "It was too greasy. I couldn't handle it." The main reason was that Ning Chu was wearing a fitted skirt today. She made sure to suck her stomach while walking to avoid drawing attention to her little belly and didn't dare to eat too much. Ever since she started gaining weight, she had to be mindful of her appearance so as not to embarrass herself. Before leaving, when Yang had still been at home, lifting the child and rubbing her belly, a bad habit he hadn't shaken off. "Next time, no more sneaking ice cream, okay?" "I won't eat it." Her little head shook rapidly. Even her tail seemed to reject the idea. "Tomorrow, you'll just eat regular food." Ning Chu gently rubbed her small waist, her forehead lightly glistening with sweat. "If you overeat like this, next time I won't care. You'll be stuck in a bathroom all day." Oh, your mom's just stubborn. When you had a fever in the middle of the night, she was crying in a panic. The daughter tilted her head and looked at her mother, clearly understanding. Wyang. Ning Chu turned back and shot him a glare, rolling her eyes after he exited the barbecue restaurant. You're such a pig, getting more panic than I did when you had a fever. That's just how new moms are. No matter what happens to the daughter, they'll always look so worried, Wyang responded. The daughter softened, resting her head against the yellow fur of his leg. As long as you listen well when you're with Wyang, Ning Chu had never imagined she would end up with such a peaceful man by her side. Next time, you won't act up so much, okay? If Haidu had other children, Ning Chu would certainly add this responsibility to her list of concerns. Once in Wyang's embrace, it felt like a form of comfort, the entire person leaning into his chest as they walked silently toward the door. Are you that happy? Wang said a lot. The rabbit mom is waving her paws in her heart. Luckily, Lily had heard those words at the end, though Ning Chu hadn't noticed. How can we make everyone grow up better? Yeang Xiaoing asked. Throw Haidu to the little black hands. Maybe they think people with big bellies are more fun, but why not spread it 500 times? It's very interesting, right? I wonder when Xiaoing and the rabbit got so close, chatting so much when shopping. Does Lily want to do something? Always afraid of this and that. You can't enjoy yourself if you talk too much. It's really tormenting. Let's hope she gave birth to a beautiful, enchanting, magical girl. I think it sounds too good to be true, Ning Chu said, somewhat distracted, her eyes narrowing in thought. What's next for you all? Who's taking the lead? Shopping to digest. Where are we going shopping? Jeang Xiaoing, busy with a bunch of bags, shouted loudly, I'm not going. Who's going shopping? Xian Ping came into the mall to shop, tossing a bag at Jeang Xiaoqing's hand after buying everything, now surrounded by bags. Actually, the few of them had bought a couple of bags. Wyang had a handheld bag hanging over his shoulder, and Yin Xiaoing's husband carried several bags of small milk teas. Didn't we say we were going to see fireworks? Wang raised the topic, referring to Wyang's earlier suggestion. But Wyang shot him a glance. Shopping is nice, isn't it? Asterisk, asterisk. You want to go off with Ning Chu for some alone time, right? Jeang Xiaoqing opened his eyes in anger. Call everyone. I'll go through the pain with you. Where are we going to see fireworks? Yin Xiaoing, you asked while grabbing a cup of milk tea from her husband. Are they nice? Park, nothing special. We're getting married. The place was dark, and you wonder how fireworks are in such a situation. When Yang looked embarrassed, even though he and Ning Chu usually played it low-key, they had never been in a situation where people would make fun of them like this. The last time Ning Chu and Wyang watched fireworks was quite a while ago, and they couldn't find a good spot in the park. But now, things are different. This time, we're able to enjoy the view from a better spot. Ning Chu's mind calmed down. Unfortunately, there were too many light bulbs around. It was still early, but the grassy slopes of the park already had many people gathering to watch the fireworks. Some were strolling slowly, while the lights in the trees along the roadside illuminated the area, casting a soft glow. Wyang pulled out a mat from the car's trunk, spread it on the grass, and set up. Yin Xiaoing's skirt was tucked under, and she was holding the small milk tea they had bought earlier, enjoying it. Having eaten a lot at the barbecue, Jeang Xiaoqing's stomach still seemed like a bottomless pit. Ning Chu sat down with her legs crossed, hugging her knees, staring at the sky, which was dark and endless. She even felt the cool breeze playing with her long hair. Good mosquitoes? She's complaining, she muttered. We came to see mosquitoes? It was already October, and yet it was still around 30 degrees, with people still wondering about the heat. The mosquitoes were still very active, buzzing in swarms under the lights, almost resembling a cloud of darkness. Did you all bring mosquito repellent? Ning Chu turned to glare at Yin Xiaoing. Lily, you magical girl should be immune to mosquitoes. Your face is full of strange intent. When Yang had come prepared and brought a bottle of mosquito repellent. You should all use more. Well, I have magic, and you have a husband. She hummed while applying repellent to her arms and legs, then called out to her daughter, Rescue. Come here. It seemed her stomach wasn't hurting anymore. The moment they arrived at the park, the daughter went wild. She and Wolf Girl's son ran around, their small bodies unsteady on the grass, completely ignoring Ning Chu's calls. Be careful. Don't. Before Ning Chu could finish her sentence, her daughter tripped over her own feet, falling flat on the ground, crying nonstop. Haidu rushed over to comfort her. Both Ning Chu and Wyang sighed in concern. How are we going to deal with this in the future? Hugging her knees, Ning Chu couldn't help but sigh as she occasionally sipped from the milk tea pressed against her chest. Her gaze finally shifted to her daughter, who was frolicking nearby. Her daughter had been suffering from stomach pain all day, but now she was finally feeling better. Her pent-up liveliness was released as she ran around, chasing after Yin Xiaoing's son, her feet almost tripping over his. Ning Chu's heart tightened in concern. She feared her daughter would fall again and start crying on the lawn. Where did that silly cat, who loved to eat, go? Wyang spoke softly, his gaze lingering on the laughter and chatter of Yin Xiaoing's family. Working at Wyang's company isn't bad either. This is a member of my gym. Comes 3 times a week. The home environment is pretty nice, and their clothes cost over 1,000. Really? Of course, really. She rubbed her sore ears and raised her eyes to look at the women sitting next to Yin Xiaoing. Yin Xiaoing was attempting to steer the conversation toward her boyfriend, while Lily lazily tilted her head, occasionally offering sharp, sarcastic smiles. Enough. I've dated before. Just as she finished speaking, Lily, who had stopped talking, turned her face toward Ning Chu and glanced back at Cece, who was eagerly asking the bunny girl about pregnancy techniques. The topic seemed to captivate her. Ning Chu's lips twitched as she rubbed her sore ears and glanced at the women beside Yin Xiaoing. They had bought a drink and were heading back, clearly in their 30s, sighing as they picked out large pieces of clothing. Fiber. Though Ning Chu often lazed around with Wyang, she couldn't help but wonder whether this was a criticism. Save me, Ning Chu. Cece suddenly threw her arms around Ning Chu's, burying her face in her chest, wailing, "They're being too much. So many people. Why do we care about you?" Yin Xiaoing continued to pester her with a colorful expression. "Ning Chu, look at this picture. This guy is actually pretty good looking." "Let me see." Ning Chu squinted her eyes, taking the picture from Wolf Girl and frowning slightly. "He's this big. Can Cece's little body handle it?" "Ning Chu, you're like this too." "Of course, because dressing up more has its perks. Obviously, seeking help from a succubus is a great choice. Wyang is even taller. You can handle it." Yin Xiaoing chuckled teasingly. "I'm just a succubus." Though she was a succubus too, and in the book, even with a giant tentacle monster, handling a big one shouldn't be a problem. In the distance, a series of loud, rumbling noises startled Ning Chu, and as she looked up, she saw 2 dazzling fireworks soaring into the sky, their vivid colors contrasting against the night sky of the city. Visitors on the park's grassy lawn cheered, and the fireworks continued to rise one after another, lighting up the pitch-black sky as if it were daytime. "Wow, how beautiful!" Everyone fell silent. Cece suddenly gazed upward in awe. Ning Chu and Wyang leaned forward, following the fireworks with their eyes. Ning Chu murmured, nodding slightly. The fireworks filled the sky, their dazzling colors impossible to ignore. The last fireworks, the couple shared a brief moment of peace, enjoying their time in the world together. Wyang leaned against a tree trunk, resting one leg, while Ning Chu tilted her body and leaned her head on his shoulder, nestled in his embrace. "When I watched the fireworks last year, you promised to take me again next year, but here we are, waiting until now." "Really?" Ning Chu frowned in anger. "So you've already forgotten, haven't you?" Wyang searched for an opening to explain. "No, it's just that I've been too busy." "Now you're busy. Why didn't you want to see the fireworks?" "From last year until now, I've let you rest for half a day. Shopping with Mom, doing a big cleanup." His defense sounded weak. He hesitated, not daring to look Ning Chu in the eyes. Changing the topic, he asked, "How did Cece turn into a person?" Wyang glanced up slightly, noticing that only Cece remained. She was lying on the grass, staring at Lily's departing figure, looking like she had been abandoned. Who told her not to have a boyfriend? Ning Chu suddenly laughed. By the way, where did Lily go? Her husband didn't come either. Wyang opened his mouth lightly. I guess she's still on a video call with her husband. Right. I'll take some photos too. Ning Chu pulled out her phone, aimed it at the blooming fireworks, and mumbled, otherwise, who knows when the next fireworks will be. From last year until now, we'll go to Grandpa's house and set off fireworks ourselves. You said we were going to travel last year. When Yang paused, the fireworks in the scenic area are better. Whoosh! Ning Chu rolled her eyes, but didn't press him further. She snuggled into Wen Yang's arms again, smelling the distant scent of smoke on the wind. But more strongly, she caught the faint scent of Wen Yang's sweat and male hormones. The fireworks continued to float in the sky, breathtaking. Several years ago, on New Year's Eve, she had stayed in Wen Yang's embrace watching the fireworks, just like now. The fireworks kept bursting in the sky, and the scent of the fireworks mixed with the air, but now her gaze lingered more on the women in the distance. Yet, in Wen Yang's eyes, only Ning Chu's side profile existed. Could this still be Wen Yang's life? Ning Chu sneered, looking at the pride and disappointment in her own eyes. I've already gotten used to some things. How could that be? I'll always stay with you. Have you been bullied? No. It's just that sometimes I think like that. Ning Chu poked Wen Yang's side, feeling annoyed. Can't you have some normal form? What do you mean by form? Life's form. What's the road for? Wen Yang rubbed her waist and pulled her tighter. You're just thinking about meaningless things? Ning Chu interrupted. Then what is meaningful? Living well in the present. Wen Yang glanced at her face and softly kissed her forehead, adding, let's live each day well together. That's meaningful. What are you talking about? Ning Chu turned her head away. Don't press on my sore waist. It really hurts. The fireworks illuminated the night sky, and with that light, Wen Yang could almost see her ears turning a deep red from embarrassment. Why are you blushing so much? We're an old couple, and you're still shy. Help! She fell again. I'm going to check on her. Ning Chu quickly broke free from his arms and hurried toward her daughter's direction. Still shy but tough talking. Hugging her knees, Ning Chu couldn't help but sigh as she occasionally sipped from the milk tea pressed against her chest. Her gaze finally shifted to her daughter, who was frolicking nearby. Her daughter had been suffering from stomach pain all day, but now she was finally feeling better. Her pent-up liveliness was released as she ran around, chasing after Yin Xiaoing's son, her feet almost tripping over his. Ning Chu's heart tightened in concern. She feared her daughter would fall again and start crying on the lawn. Where did that silly cat, who loved to eat, go? Wen Yang spoke softly, his gaze lingering on the laughter and chatter of Yin Xiaoing's family. Working at Wen Yang's company isn't bad either. This is a member of my gym. Comes 3 times a week. The home environment is pretty nice, and their clothes cost over 1,000. Really? Of course, really. She rubbed her sore ears and raised her eyes to look at the women sitting next to Yin Xiaoing. Yin Xiaoing was attempting to steer the conversation toward her boyfriend, while Lily lazily tilted her head, occasionally offering sharp, sarcastic smiles. Enough. I've dated before. Just as she finished speaking, Lily, who had stopped talking, turned her face toward Ning Chu and glanced back at Cece, who was eagerly asking the bunny girl about pregnancy techniques. The topic seemed to captivate her. Ning Chu's lips twitched as she rubbed her sore ears and glanced at the women beside Yin Xiaoing. They had bought a drink and were heading back, clearly in their 30s, sighing as they picked out large pieces of clothing. Fiber. Though Ning Chu often lazed around with Wen Yang, she couldn't help but wonder whether this was a criticism. Save me, Ning Chu. Cece suddenly threw her arms around Ning Chu's, burying her face in her chest, wailing, they're being too much. So many people. Why we care about you? Yin Xiaoing continued to pester her with a colorful expression. Ning Chu, look at this picture. This guy is actually pretty good looking. Let me see. Ning Chu squinted her eyes, taking the picture from Wolf Girl and frowning slightly. He's this big. Can Cece's little body handle it? Ning Chu, you're like this too. Of course, because dressing up more has its perks. Obviously, seeking help from a succubus is a great choice. When Yang is even taller, you can handle it. In Xian chuckled teasingly. I'm just a succubus. Though she was a succubus too, and in the book, even with a giant tentacle monster, handling a big one shouldn't be a problem. In the distance, a series of loud, rumbling noises startled Ning Chu, and as she looked up, she saw two dazzling fireworks soaring into the sky, their vivid colors contrasting against the night sky of the city. Visitors on the park's grassy lawn cheered, and the fireworks continued to rise one after another, lighting up the pitch-black sky as if it were daytime. Wow, how beautiful! Everyone fell silent. Cece suddenly gazed upward in awe. Ning Chu and Wyang leaned forward, following the fireworks with their eyes. Ning Chu murmured, nodding slightly. The fireworks filled the sky, their dazzling colors impossible to ignore. The last fireworks, the couple shared a brief moment of peace, enjoying their time in the world together. Wyang leaned against a tree trunk, resting one leg, while Ning Chu tilted her body and leaned her head on his shoulder, nestled in his embrace. When I watched the fireworks last year, you promised to take me again next year, but here we are, waiting until now. Really? Ning Chu frowned in anger. So you've already forgotten, haven't you? When Yang searched for an opening to explain, no, it's just that I've been too busy. Now you're busy. Why didn't you want to see the fireworks? From last year until now, I've let you rest for half a day. Shopping with Mom, doing a big cleanup. His defense sounded weak. He hesitated, not daring to look Ning Chu in the eyes. Changing the topic, he asked, how did Cece turn into a person? When Yang glanced up slightly, noticing that only Cece remained. She was lying on the grass, staring at Lily's departing figure, looking like she had been abandoned. Who told her not to have a boyfriend? Ning Chu suddenly laughed. By the way, where did Lily go? Her husband didn't come either? When Yang opened his mouth lightly, I guess she's still on a video call with her husband. Right. I'll take some photos too. Ning Chu pulled out her phone, aimed it at the blooming fireworks, and mumbled, otherwise, who knows when the next fireworks will be. From last year until now, we'll go to Grandpa's house and set off fireworks ourselves. You said we were going to travel last year. When Yang paused, the fireworks in the scenic area are better. Whoosh! Ning Chu rolled her eyes, but didn't press him further. She snuggled into Yang's arms again, smelling the distant scent of smoke on the wind. But more strongly, she caught the faint scent of Yang's sweat and male hormones. The fireworks continued to float in the sky, breathtaking. Several years ago, on New Year's Eve, she had stayed in Yang's embrace watching the fireworks, just like now. The fireworks kept bursting in the sky, and the scent of the fireworks mixed with the air, but now, her gaze lingered more on the women in the distance. Yet, in Yang's eyes, only Ning Chu's side profile existed. Could this still be Yang's life? Ning Chu sneered, looking at the pride and disappointment in her own eyes. I've already gotten used to some things. How could that be? I'll always stay with you. Have you been bullied? No, it's just that sometimes I think like that. Ning Chu poked Yang's side, feeling annoyed. Can't you have some normal form? What do you mean by form? Life's form. What's the road for? When Yang rubbed her waist and pulled her tighter, you're just thinking about meaningless things? Ning Chu interrupted. Then what is meaningful? Living well in the present. When Yang glanced at her face and softly kissed her forehead, adding, let's live each day well together. That's meaningful. What are you talking about? Ning Chu turned her head away. Don't press on my sore waist. It really hurts. The fireworks illuminated the night sky, and with that light, Yang could almost see her ears turning a deep red from embarrassment. Why are you blushing so much? We're an old couple, and you're still shy. Help! She fell again. I'm going to check on her. Ning Chu quickly broke free from his arms and hurried toward her daughter's direction. Still shy, but tough talking.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.